think many of us thought she was going to be opening up the night session on Ash. Instead, well, we've got another champion, Sloan Stevens. She takes on one of your compatriots, Clara Burel, and you say that surname.
Oh, you said it perfectly.
Can you just say it?
Clara Burel.
Oh, it just sounds so much better when you say it.
Well,
so
I have a little bit of an advantage.
they are on the Arthur Ashe tonight. That's where we'll be focusing initially, and then next up it'll be Novak Djokovic going for a 25th slam. Novak Djokovic, yeah, he also got some. He got some medal in Paris as well. We haven't seen him since, but he is looking to break more records. And then over on the Armstrong court, it's going to be Frances Tiafoe, who lit up this US Open a couple of years ago with that big semi-final run, and just a hell of a day one, isn't it? Just absolutely extraordinary day one.
Everywhere you turn, everywhere you look, there's some absolutely grand and exceptional tennis on courts. I mean, you know, you have Sloan Stevens on the Ashe, and then opposite to that, you have Tiafoe on the Armstrong. So you can't ask for a better night session to start.
And we even have Aryna Sabalenka, last year's finalist, the reigning Australian Open champion. She also goes on Armstrong as well after Tiafoe. And just watching, actually, Tiafoe, they're just at the coin toss on Armstrong. He takes up American qualifier. A name that we have been slightly struggling with, but we'll get our teeth around it by the end of the inning. Kovacevic, a fellow American, and right now on Ashe, we're just getting it. Well, opening night on Ashe, you always get wonderful performances, do you? It's special to be there, and the anthem, of course, that will be happening as well before we welcome the players.
Yeah, Sloan Stevens and Clara Burel. I mean, I watched their practice. Both of them were lucky enough because of the short day session to get on Ashe to practice and to hit some balls. I think Sloan Stevens obviously feeling a little bit more comfortable since she's been there, done that many times on this court, winning, I think it was 2017 or 18 when she won her US Open here. But, what's more important is Clara Burel. You think about the French woman. I think she played against Sabalanka maybe last year, but it was day session. But I'm not sure she's ever played on night session at Ashe. So on Ashe, so it takes really a good heart and a good shoulder, head on your shoulder to play against somebody who is so popular as Sloan Stevens, an American, in her home turf. And for the first time, so it's kind of a first at night. It's going to be a lot of pressure for the French woman. But one good thing about her, she really doesn't show much. She has the demeanor of somebody who almost sometimes you wonder if she cares, but she does care. She's just, her personality is like this. She's very quiet, very calm. I think if anything, it helps in this kind of situations to really handle, the pressure and the little butterflies before you get on court.
Well, she'll be walking out in about 7 or 8 minutes, so we'll find out what Clara Burel is going to give us out there tonight. But in the meantime, we'll just take a little breather and we'll be back very shortly. You are listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express, exclusive coverage of the 2024 US Open. Let's have a listen into Sloan.
Able to go back out onto this court in a night match here at the US Open.
Yeah, super exciting. Obviously, opening night, just an incredible opportunity to get out there and play some good tennis in front of a great crowd.
You've played your opponent this year before. What can you tell us a little bit about that last match that you're expecting tonight?
Yeah, it was a tough match, and we played in Dubai, and obviously it's going to be a tough match again tonight. And yeah, just looking forward to getting out there and playing some good tennis.
All right, best of luck out there tonight, Sloan.
Yeah, never easy to do those
opponent
interviews.
tonight.
The other voice is
Burel.
Rune Stubbs, former player.
What an opportunity to go out onto this court. You've had great results here at the US Open. How much do you tap into, particularly last year's tournament?
Yeah, I've had some great memories at the US Open. So yeah, just this year playing on the Out to Ash is just another great experience, and I'm looking forward to it.
You have played Sloan this year. How much does that help you walking onto a court like this where you know she has so much experience?
Yeah, no, she's such a great player. She's a champion here, so I'm expecting a really tough battle.
All right, best of luck. Have some fun out there.
Well, Clara Burel, arms folded. Let's hope that she is all right. Her very first time ever walking out for a match on the Arthur Ashe and going up against a former champion and one of the real crowd favourites here. And I noticed, Sophie, she's a very petite figure. She had her arms folded there, and she said she was hoping it could be an enjoyable experience, but she doesn't know what it's like until she gets on that court and whoosh, the crowd, and 23,000 of them, and just the whole sense of what's going to be happening to her tonight.
Yeah, she did practice on the court. It was completely empty. I was probably the one person out there just
it's not
watching.
Empty now.
No, it's not empty now. It's it's getting very packed, and the noise is very different. Also, there were no lights on, so you can only imagine the difference from the practice. But at least she gets the feel of the court. Closing her eyes there a little bit, trying to maybe get into her bubble, and right before she enters the court, and she's gonna definitely feel the butterflies. But she's somebody I've seen, and she can definitely bother. It's not like Sloan Stevens have played the greatest tennis to come into this tournament. I think obviously winning this year against Burel in 3 sets, so it was a tough match, is helpful. But I have to say that for me, there's a little bit of advantage for maybe a 60-40 or advantage for Burel in the conditions of where she's coming from. It's very, very interesting to see how they're going to start the match. Really, does the butterfly really come in consideration?
We'll see if there's butterflies. What's the word for butterfly? I've forgotten in French.
Well, les papillons.
That's it, the papillons.
Yeah. You should remember that movie, Papillon.
Yes, papillon. Well, we'll see if the papillons are flapping their wings. In the meantime, while they're just before the coin toss, let's hold her back to Gil on what's happening on 17.
Yeah, so Holger Rune is a little bit more competitive in this third set compared to the first two. It's 3-2 on serve, Nakashima serving. Rune is yet to break serve in this match, as Nakashima has saved all 6 break chances against. And, I'm a bit of a stats nerd myself, and both of these players are players who have stood out to me on the leaderboards. Nakashima holds serve at an incredibly high rate. Sometimes he's up around the mid-80s in hold percentage, and Rune has been shockingly low in break rate in the last year or so. It's been a couple weeks since I checked, but the last time I checked, he was 47th among top 50 players in break rate. So coming into this match, I was a little bit concerned from Rune's perspective about breaking the Nakashima serve, and that has played out and proven to be a challenge for Holger.
Gil, as Holger making some returns, because every time I watch the young Dane, who I'm a huge fan of, he's skying them out the back. He's not making service play.
I think he's facing a little bit of a crisis, particularly on his forehand return. When he tries to drive the ball, of course, he's got the bigger take back. When he opts for that strategy, he's struggling to make it in the court. When he blocks the return, it tends to float quite high. It allows Nakashima a lot of time to kind of set up for that third shot of the rally.
Oh no, thank you. That's well, I'm disappointed that he's not making returns. As I said, I'm a fan of the Dane, but let's hope for better things as he moves through this third set. And Nakashima in great form, having beaten Taylor Fritz coming in here to the US Open. But proceedings just getting underway now on the Arthur Ashe. Sloan Stevens won the toss and has elected to receive. And the fans just coming in, night session right on time. And we'll see, Sophie, just how she goes. I think the first time on any big stadium is very hard to prepare. How would she prepare for such a big match?
Well, it was the first time at night. I mean, I think she played Sabalanka last year on the ash, but that was during the day. But you know, I think she did the best she could. That means, you know, it's very hard to get on ash unless you come very early in the morning before you know 12 noon, and 11. I think they close out. I'm not even sure they let players play. So you're not going to come in the morning and come early. Some players did it before, because when he used to have more than 2 matches per day on the ash and on the main court, well, the only way to practice on that court would be to come in the morning early, especially for players who are not used to doing it. You know, not the seeded player. The seeded player, they kind of felt like, you know what, I don't need to do this. I've been there, done that. I will get reacquainted very quickly. But players who are not on the show courts as much, I think they had to get up early to practice on ash, go back to the hotel, had lunch, probably take a nap, and then come back to the stadium to play on the night session. That would be, you know, what some of them would have done. But she didn't need to do that. I think she came in, you know, to the stadium probably around, you know, somewhere around 3 o'clock, and practice at 4. I think she was on court at 4:20, Clara Burel, and then followed at 5 by Sloan Stevens. And the practice was very different, the warm-up, except the fact that they both kind of like worked on their cross-court rallies. But Sloan Stevens would go cross-court on the 3rd or 4th ball, boom, she was going for a winner somewhere or attacking the ball and really playing more like a point situation. As Clara Burel didn't do that. They were going, you know, back and forth with her coach, who is also her boyfriend. They've been really working together, and it's been really, really going well in her tennis in the last 6 months to a year. I mean, to me, the practice tells also the mentality of the player.
Okay.
And the other thing that you know, in this match is going to be important is for Sloan Stevens, and she showed it in practice, to attack the second serve of Clara Burel. Clara Burel's second serve is probably the weakest link there. The last time they played, she had 8 double faults in that match that they played in Dubai. That's not going to cut it if you have somebody who's going to attack the serve, and I can tell you that Sloan is going to jump on that second serve as much as possible.
Yes, the match in Dubai was their very first and only meeting. It lasted a couple of hours, and that was back in February in the desert in the UAE. Seems a very long time ago. How did we get to end of August? So how did this season just
every year come back? This year
it's just galloped away with us.
Quite ridiculous.
But
it went fast.
Yeah, I mean, Clara Burel. And I could hear you, I could listen to you saying her name in French all evening long, and I'm going to enjoy getting to do that. Clara Burel was a very good junior, wasn't she?
Number one in the world.
One of the best.
That helps.
Yeah, exactly. And as I said, she's now got a career high ranking. She's the same vintage as Iga Świątek. I mean, she made the final of the Australian Open Juniors, final of the US Open here. It's had some very good coaches as well, former French players as well. And I think I feel like we've been waiting for Clara to really emerge. She's just a couple of spots, a little way off her career high, but she broke top 50 a little early this year, currently at 56.
Yeah, I think, you know, her personality is, you know, sometimes I think that she had a fallout with the French Federation at one point because of lack of...
I've got to tell you, she wouldn't be alone.
No, she wouldn't be alone.
How many French players have fallen out with the French Federation?
Well, but I think, you know, in that case, I think that they were right to tell her, you know what, we can't have you work at the Federation and be part of the Federation if you're not going to really... you know, respect, put the emphasis on, you know, other people as well. And I think that served her well, I think, because eventually she, you know,
gave
find
her a
way.
kick, didn't it? Gave her a kick.
I think so. And also, you know, she had a really bad injury for, you know, right after, you know, the number 1 junior ranking. She had a wrist injury that really took her off the court when she was, you know, in that progression and really peaking. So, you know, again, injury right at that moment, that changes. You know, for some players, they never come back from it at that age because it's, you know, it's young and it's difficult to come back, especially when you're peaking. But yeah, I think she's finding her tennis. She has incredible hands. She, you know, drop shot volley when she comes in. She has good feel. She also moves very well. She's very deceptive.
We are almost ready to go. So Clara Burel, the world number 56, taking on a former champion here. Burel in the sort of light dusty blue top and sort of black floaty shorts. very slight figure, right ankle with a big strapping on it, big protective boot. Second serve, and they'll go forehand to forehand. Stevens looking to find some rhythm, just moving the ball about. Burel goes high. Stevens on the attack. Burel defending with a slice backhand, and it goes long. High up into the air.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot. This is what's going to happen with, you know, as soon as there's a shorter ball, you know that Sloan's going to try to really attack with the forehand, loves that forehand inside out. One place that she's not comfortable is when the ball comes fast at her in the middle. Doesn't really like to move around the ball.
So first serve goes long. Yeah, that really is a sort of heavy protective boot that Burel
Yeah,
has
she's
on,
had problem
on
also
her right foot.
with her ankles.
Second serve. Stevens returns to the backhand, starts to move the ball around. Burel deep behind her baseline.
15-all.
She has sort of dark brown hair, and it's just wrapped up into, I don't know how the tennis players get all that hair wrapped up into a special sort of bun that stays absolutely fixed and out of the way. It's a very efficient way of just sort of making sure that you're neat and tidy out there. So first serve goes long again. I think we have to give Burel a little time to settle down here, young woman from Rennes. Second serve goes long as well. Yes, Rennes about it's about a 3.5-hour drive west of Paris.
West of Paris.
It's out there in Brittany.
It's very nice. Yeah, very
wonderful
nice
region
city.
of Brittany.
Yeah.
So first serve goes in. Stevens returns, and Burel nets with the backhand. So Stevens resplendent in actually a dazzling red outfit. The American has a chance to get the early break here. Few nerves. So Burel, first serve middle of the box. Stevens returns forehand from Burel. Lofted backhand from the American. Slice now into the Burel forehand. Trading shots here. Stevens attacks down the line with her backhand and again pushes the ball cross court. Burel with the drop shot. Stevens moves beautifully towards it. Just cuts it down the line with a faded forehand slice. And the champion of 7 years ago now with the early break, Sophie.
Yeah, all of it is all about vintage, really, Sloan Stevens, just being so quick on the court. Talk about being such a great athlete. One of the best also was and is Sloan Stevens. She just anticipates so well. She really sees the game and the racket face of her opponent to know where that ball is going, and you almost feel like she knows before the opponent is hitting the ball. It's amazing balance that she has as well. So now it's all about trying to consolidate that first break of serve. A little bit nervous, Clara Burel, with one double fault already in this game, and you can tell that the feet are not quite moving yet, and that's one thing you need to do when you're nervous. Just start moving the feet. Start, you know, before you return, just move right there on place and be ready.
So Stevens ready to serve. First serve middle of the box. Stevens lining up for one of those forehands. Oh, balloons long over the baseline. I have to say, Stevens, I thought she was wearing a top and a skirt, but it's actually a
dress.
It's a dress that looks
beautiful.
like a top and skirt,
Gorgeous.
and it is the most vibrant red. It matches actually the frame of her racket as well. So again, serves wide to the backhand. Burel backhand into court. Burel sitting very deep. Stevens all the time in the world backhand, and now plays an into-out forehand. Pushes Burel wide. The Frenchwoman defends, slice cross court from Stevens. Clever play from the American.
Yeah, she almost came to the net after attacking that inside-out forehand to the backhand of Burel, but was not quick enough to react when she saw that Burel was going to go and resort to a slice backhand to retrieve that attack, but had to retrieve back because she was not quick enough to get to the net. Sloan Stevens, she got out of trouble though.
So first serve again for Stevens, who's looking very comfortable here.
13-15.
Yeah, now forced error of the return from Burel. Just pushed a little bit wide of the forehand on the due side, and now 30-15 for Stevens.
Yeah, so Stevens first serve in, attacks with the forehand and plenty of cover and safety, wearing a typical white visor, and she's got like it's a diamond necklace choker around just for some adornment. Looks absolutely
dazzling.
She looks ready for an evening out at the tennis, I have to say. She could just put another dress on and she could go for dinner
I think
afterwards.
she could go with that dress.
She
personally.
probably could. So missed the first serve. Now it's a second serve. Deep into the box and rearing up on Burel. Is not able to control the backhand return. So this is an ideal start for the former champion, who is ranked a few spots below her opponent tonight at 62 in the world. She's been as high as number 3. One of 21 women in the draw, in the women's singles draw. So Burel, a love 2. First serve in. Stevens returns with a forehand now. Backhand down the centre of the court. Burel looking to use her forehand. Again, with the forehand a little short from the Frenchwoman. She now goes to the backhand slice to slice. Stevens switches the play. Her backhand to Burel's backhand. Again, Stevens, plenty of cover on that forehand. She's looking to attack, but just pushes it wide of the tram line on the cross court. You're right, Sloan never looks hurried, does she? I've got a great Sloan Stevens story actually for you. Just a sort of mad thing that would happen to me. So when we get a chance, I'll tell you this. But it really told me about how much time she has on the ball and her ability. So Burel at 15, love. Nets the first serve. Just the one bounce of the ball before she hits the second. She's no frills with this player. Oh dear. You flagged up, Sophie, the second serve, how weak it is. She, in her face, looks very pensive. Not too much emotion, just a little look up at her support camp. So serves again, hits the net.
Yeah, she hasn't shown up yet on the court and in this match, Burel.
She's still just
nothing that she can really
herself.
feel good about.
Stevens already into a stride, backhand return from Stevens, and that isn't just long from the forehand from Burel. Caught it so late. That was about. It's quite hard to hit the ball near to the back net, backstop here, but she nearly did.
She did.
I mean, that was that was missed by about 10 meters. That is not a good sign. Already under pressure in this service game. So first serve in the middle of the box. Stevens returns on the backhand. She's on the backhand again, pulls it cross court, switches the angle. Burel down the line. Stevens with the forehand, looks to go cross court. Forehand to forehand now, the exchange. And Burel nets, and unfortunately that's not a good net. That was low down on the net, not near the tape.
Yeah, I think it's too emotional right now for Clara Burel.
She is spinning. Clara means clear. She's very muddled right now. First serve in Stevens long with an off backhand return. Stevens looking very comfortable on the court that she lifted the trophy in what was a fairy tale run 7 years ago. So first serve goes long from the 23-year-old Frenchwoman, 5'9", 1m76. So makes the second serve. Stevens on the backhand return now. Forehand from the middle of the court. Burel pulls it wide to Stevens' backhand, cross court. Slice from Stevens. Now forehand cross. They go forehand cross again. But it's Stevens dictating play. She's coming forward. Slice backhand approach and just knocks it off at the net. The crowd on Ash absolutely love this start from Sloan Stevens. And she takes a very fast 3-love lead in this first set.
Stevens leads 3 games to love for the first set.
Back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Court 17 here on night one at the US Open. Brandon Nakashima, the 23-year-old from San Diego, is serving for the match against the number 15 seed Holger Rune. He has not been broken all match long, and he is going for his third top 20 win of this summer alone.
So back on the Arthur Ashe with former champion Sloan Stevens in her early 30s now, a married woman, actually. Husband, the American striker, Team USA striker, soccer striker, Josie Altador in the stands, along with her mother, Sybil Smith. And she's made a great start here, hasn't she, Sophie? 3-love up, and at 3-love double break, and in super quick time as well. She's not messing around, just 11 minutes on the clock.
Now, still looking forward to seeing Clara Burel, kind of like get into this match. A double fault here from Sloan Stevens on this opening first point in this fourth game. That might help out a little bit Clara.
Sloan always so smooth at everything she does, makes the first serve. The traded backhand, but Burel again finding the net. Forehand, it opens up the court. And she just slots her forehand down the line. Burel just flailing. And it's all Sloan Stevens right now. We always wonder how much longer is she going to play. She's got a lot of interests off the court. So looks to put the finishing touches on this game. First serve, return down the middle. Stevens with a backhand they're just trading up and down centre of the court. Stevens with a little loft on her ground strokes. Burel trying to get a little closer to the baseline, but it's Stevens who's moving the ball around, and Burel just throws back her head as another one of her ground strokes sails over the baseline. And how quickly we've arrived at 4-love in this first round women's singles match.
Yeah, she doesn't have to worry much about anything right now. Sloan Stevens just clinical. And it's not really because she's playing that great. It's really coming from the unforced errors on the racket of Clara Burel, and it was not hurting her at all.
So Burel, a love for. What can she do here? Well, she's made a first serve. She's looking for her forehand. And first, you put your finger.
It's the first
winner of the night.
Yep.
Plenty of stars in. Former champion, the Andy Roddick, 2003 champion, just being flicked up on the big screen on Ashe. Long time since we've had an American male winner. So watch Taylor Fritz, the top American man, win a little earlier today on Armstrong. Burel with the second serve, just trying to get some traction here. Sloan with the cross-court forehand. Burel with a little shot with her forehand. Just trading ground strokes now. Burel on the front foot, trying to get a little more acceleration off that forehand. She goes back forehand line. Stevens switches the play cross-court to the backhand, and again, it's Burel who nets. It's just a little... It's gone a little quiet, hasn't it, on Ashe after the big fanfare of Sloan Stevens walking out on court. I have to say, a lot of the fans here, they have no idea who Clara Burel is. Not a clue.
Not a clue. But, if they look at the ranking, they would find out that she's actually higher ranked than Sloan Stevens right now.
And she makes her first serve to the Stevens forehand, and Stevens just sort of swats it, and it just flies long. Burel right now is just wanting to get a game on the board.
She needs to get on board. That's it. That's totally it.
Perfect evening for them. It's not a breath of wind. Just it's been a warm but not baking hot day as Burel makes another first serve deep in the box. Stevens getting onto her forehand, goes inside into Burel, and Burel just fades away like an errant golf shot into the tram lines, and we're back at 30 all.
I'm watching and I'm trying to figure out what is exactly the tactic for Clara Burel in this match, and I'm not finding one. To me, she's just basically hitting balls.
Yep.
I'd like to see her a little bit more aggressive and trying to really go after maybe the body of Sloan Stevens. She did loop here and changing the rhythm, trying for a drop shot in the middle of the court, but completely missing that drop shot, and it stops really short in the net. And now she's finding herself once again on break point. A little bit of a look at her coach and husband watching, not husband, but boyfriend, sorry.
You know
Not yet,
things
not yet.
Maybe you know things that we don't know. She looks slightly stunned out here, as if she doesn't know what to do. She's got a forehand cross-court, whips it to the Sloan Stevens forehand. Stevens looking very comfortable, though, on her baseline as she moves to her forehand cross. They trade blows. And Stevens gets another break, and it's an awfully quick run to 5-love. The American former champion going brilliantly here on Ash on this opening night. US Open Radio presented by American Express, and it is the opening night session of this year's edition of the US Open. Sloan Stevens going really well out on the Arthur Ashe, where she lifted the title 7 years ago, and over on the Armstrong under the lights. Frances Tiafoe, the 20th seed in the men's draw, on serve with fellow American and a qualifier Alexander Kovacevic, who is got one of those baseball caps on backwards. That makes them makes them look so young, doesn't it, Sophie? Well, certainly to our eyes. Tiafoe with the big white headband.
He is very young.
But you know what? And you've got here Sloan Stevens with the visor. You know what? You don't. They're different clans on the tour. You've got the visor team. You've got the baseball cap team. You've got the headband team. You don't change your team. Stevens, though, serving for what is first set, just 19 minutes on the clock, just sweating ever so slightly, or perspiring. She perspiring very, very slightly, I should say that. And just throws in a second double fault. They've been catching out here, haven't they?
I think she's sweating, but it's not from the match, it's from the humidity.
Yeah, exactly. She has not exactly had to overexert
she hasn't
herself.
been pushed much
yet. 13th US
match.
Open for Sloan. Hopefully that is not unlucky for her, and I hope let's hope it's not her last week.
Hopefully it's maybe lucky 13. Yeah. Who knows? But right now she's cruising,
and maybe it's all a little too easy. It was a second serve for Stevens. She's hit a combination forehands cross court down the line, just looking to finish off with the drive volley. She's up at the net, and it's an easy put away.
Yeah, she's not missing much, and she's definitely up on the winner count. She's already at, I think it's might be 5 or 6 now, and only one on the other side of the net for Clara Burel.
What was your choice of headwear? Did you go for headwear on court? Headband?
Not much.
No, I don't remember you with much. No, okay.
I did wear.
You weren't a member of any team then? Any
headbands, maybe.
Okay.
But that was it.
Easy first serve for Sloan. She really is cruising here, and Burel, actually that ball that she tried to hit on the return, I think it did a couple of laps of her racket face, just kind of shanked over the baseline. Stevens just cruising to the first set here. Another first serve, just eases it in, gets onto her forehand, just easily plays it back in, slice backhand, floats across the court. Now a topspin, just the perfect rally ball from Sloan. She's got all the time in the world, just forced to stretch a little, and brings Burel in. And actually, best moment for Burel, answers a drop shot with one of her own cross court, and that is out of the reach of Stevens.
Yeah, that was a great point from both players, and the drop shot from Stevens looked like it was maybe going to be a winner, but as I mentioned, very good anticipation from Burel, and getting there and counter drop shotting with the winner, and the applause from Sloan Stevens. So that counts from something here.
It's the only person applauding, just on a very quiet Arthur Ashe Stadium under the lights tonight. But
never unforced from the racket of Burel, and guess what? We're going to
set point already.
A little bagel, maybe.
hardly had time to sit down, run out for the cream cheese for the bagel.
You didn't even have time to tell me your story yet. I'm waiting for your story.
It's a first serve on set point for Stevens. She gets a forehand. Burel goes to the slice, but it's just lofted, and like everything else, it seems to be going wide and long, and Stevens just easing to the opener. It was as comfortable as the scoreline suggests. 6-love for the American in barely 20 minutes.
All right, let's hear it. I want to hear that story.
Oh, the Sloan Stevens story. Well, this is completely mad. This must have been about 10 years ago, so she was probably 20, 21 then, and it was a few weeks before Wimbledon. And I think she'd come over early and wanted some practice on the old indoor courts, not the new centre that's there at the moment. And I happened to be having a hit there, and there weren't any courts available. So she shared like half a court. So I was hitting with my friend and fellow ex-tour player, and she was hitting with her practice partner, her coach or whatever. Her mum was there, Sybil. And so she came on the court, which was great. So I was on the same side of the court with her. And back in the day, she has a slightly larger head size now, which I think is probably a 95, 96. But back in the day, she
had head size.
Head size, and she uses a head racket. And I think it was the old Head Pro, and it was a 90-inch. So that is a tiny. I don't think anyone uses a 90-inch now. So. And I was next to her, and I couldn't get over the sound of the ball strike. So she had a very, very small racket head, and she hit it in the center every time. Single time. And I was 2 meters away from her, and it was perfect. And I've watched her in the juniors, and she was a good junior. She wasn't winning slams, but she was up and around, so I knew who she was. But I just was absolutely blown away. I think she was completely confused about what she was doing on a court with someone like me. She was looking over at these weird slice backhands and things.
She probably was like, "What is that shot?"
I think she was going.
Although she has
I
a
think
good
she was
slice.
going. Was probably was, "What is that?" And I actually ended up not playing. We just wanted to watch and end up having a lovely chat with Mum. And I think I mean, Mum was a former college swimmer.
Mum is first-team All-American swimmer in Division 1. I mean, the first African American woman to be named first-team All-American swimmer in Division 1 history. I mean, come on. And her late father, John Stevens, was an NFL running back. She's got good genes, to say the least.
But great,
it's crazy.
But great Mum.
Yeah.
And we had a lovely chat, and I thought, wow, terrific. But I was blown away by the ball strike. I hope she's recovered from having to share a court with me at Wimbledon all those years ago.
I think she seems okay.
Okay, start of the second set. We're on the Arthur Ashe Stadium with Clara Burel and former champion Sloan Stevens, and we're start of the second set, and Burel here just, I wish I could say it as well as you do. I really wish I could.
You're doing a great job.
I'm trying. Burel just trying to get on the board, and that's nice. Just snuck into the net there, but just
so she tried something else, which is great. I love the fact that she changed tactics. Said to herself, "Hey, I'm going to come in if I have the opportunity to come in." Came in, had the perfect put away forehand volleys, and completely dumped it in the net. That is sad because she is at least trying something else. It's good to see.
She's at love 30 here. She's got the first serve. She's really attacks with the backhand. In she comes again. Drive forehand volley, defending from Stevens, and Burel has to hit another shot. Right now, this young woman from Rennes who's trained in Paris for many years looks like she's been sent to stand outside the principal's office. When you're and she doesn't know quite what sort of punishment or what sort of telling off she's going to get. She looks so apprehensive being out here on a tennis court. But she does make a first serve at 15-30, and they're trading backhand cross courts. Sloan goes long with her just sitting down on the shot, just balloons over the baseline. Sometimes, a lot of people say that sometimes winning a first set can be dangerous.
Well,
because you can get
winning
a 6-love set can be dangerous.
You see a lot of 6-love, 7-6 score, for example. But the other thing is she's definitely more aggressive in this beginning of the second set. I think Burel.
And she's looking to come forward. They're trading backhands cross court once again. Burel. And when she nets, it's like if you hit it out, you don't want to hit it too far out. And if you're going to hit the net, just hit the tape. But a lot has gone in the net. And Stevens looks to be as if she's going to pick up another service break here and make a roaring start to this second set. Can Burel hang on? She needs her first serve, and she doesn't get it.
Yeah, she's more than twice the amount of unforced errors Burel right now, with 15 altogether and 7 on the other side.
So second serve just eases it in pretty slow. She's looking to attack a backhand, lofts the forehand. Again, Sloan just looking as if she's got all the time in the world. She just jogs up to a little drop shot. She does the re-drop, and Burel is just completely befuddled at it. She's missing shots that she would never normally miss on any other occasion. And it's 7 games in a row now for Stevens, who sort of split her time between. She was actually born in Florida, southern Florida, good place to be for a tennis player, but always split her time coast to coast. Had grandparents, late grandparents in Fresno over on the west coast, so she doesn't see herself. She sees herself as a combination of east and west coast.
Yeah, but she definitely, and she played a lot on the hard true, which is the equivalent of the the clay, the American clay, which helped her getting to doing so well also at Roland Garros, the French Open.
Former finalist there.
Yep, yeah, that helped definitely. Really an all surface player. Probably, definitely likes the hard court better. As we're going with new balls here. New balls? No, can't be new balls. Yeah,
it is already. It's new balls. Yeah,
it is.
Stevens makes her first serve, goes wide in the box. Burel returns, and Stevens wide with her first ball. Yeah, a player for all surfaces. A semi-finalist at the Australian Open. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Back in 2013, beat Serena Williams in the quarterfinal. I was courtside for that match. Actually, that was quite something.
That was the beginning.
And she said that life came at her. I will never forget. And she said she was a teenager then. She said life came at her very, very fast. Didn't know how to handle it. It was a wonderful moment. It was all the pressure came flying at her at that time. Of course, finalist back in 2018 at Roland Garros when she was a little quarter-finalist at Wimbledon, and champion here in 2017. And that was a fairy tale because she'd been out injured for the entire year.
She hasn't played. She barely played before coming in.
Yeah, had left ankle surgery.
She was trying to take her job. She was commentating for Tennis Channel this whole time.
She was, yeah.
And doing a great job, by the way.
With her foot in a boot and on a little scooter thing.
That's
it was extraordinary. They're trading backhands cross court now as Burel really just tries to get a foothold and nets again, and just looks at so disconsolate, waves a sort of racket at the box, head down.
Yep, she's just not getting any breaks right now, Burel.
And she's just not moving her feet at all. She's such a slight figure out there. She looks even more diminutive on such a vast stage. Stevens, though, very little expression from her. Serves T-serve, one of her favourites. Gets onto the forehand, almost hits it long, but and second forehand does go long. It just looks to be an exercise in concentration, and considering they played for 2 hours earlier in the year on the hard courts of the UAE, where Stevens won the first set, dropped the second, and won 6-2 in the decider. This is too easy to be believed. Burel is a lot better than what we're seeing tonight. Stevens nets with the first serve. Just bounces the ball with her racket on the cement. Lines up for the second. Very short. Oh, Burel just takes a slash at it.
Well, she tried really to be really aggressive on the second serve and try to come forward with it, but unfortunately hit the tape and came back on her side.
Just to let you know, on serve over on the Armstrong, it's 4-3. Tiafoe just about to go 4-all. And it's another game rolls by for Stevens.
And that's an ace on Kovacevic against Tiafoe, so it is 4-all on serve. And I mean, you're looking at really sometimes when they show Tiafoe, he's like drenched. It is so humid tonight out there, and it's not easy to play in those conditions. But they're so used to it.
Still a huge number of fans in the ground. I don't know what the attendance. We'll find out what the daily attendance is tomorrow. But it's been absolutely packed at this year's US Open.
Well, more than 200,000 people came for the
fan week. Yeah.
Which was exceptional, and
it's a sellout. And they're looking for looks to be a million visitors over what is now a 3-week festival of tennis. But it might soon be all over for Clara Burel. Boyfriend and coach just just shouting down to her. It's very difficult, isn't it, for him? She's trying to get forward. She got forward here, was up at the net, and then missed. I mean, a fairly routine drive
just not
volley.
getting any breaks. She's trying to do something else.
She's trying hard. She's moving forward again and
snatches
snatches
right
at a
on the tape
backhand.
if
the net was about 4 inches low, she'd be absolutely fine. Unfortunately, it is 3 foot in the middle.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to talk about the sponsor that is on her T-shirt. That is the battery sponsor, Duracell. I think she needs new batteries right now. No offense. Something.
Well, they're just trading ground strokes. Burel trying to attack. It's a little short ball from Stevens who defended there. And Burel just changed her mind, was completely betwixt and between. And this is just turning into a nightmare on Ash.
Yeah.
Stevens looking to take a 6-love, 3-love lead here in this women's first round singles. Burel not making the first serve. Stevens just hands on hips, just swaying Serena-like for the second, and gobbles it up with her backhand. Burel swats a forehand, tries to move forward. Stevens going right at her with the backhand and actually nets the forehand cross-court pass. Just tried to dip it. Is there anything in this for Burel? Still has 2 break points to fend off in this 9th game. It must be warm out there, actually. Stevens perspiring profusely now. Burel makes the first serve.
That's a loose return from the racket of Stevens. I'm surprised she's not trying to take a little bit of a, bite out of it. Being up, love 40, now 30-40.
Still break point in this game. Makes the first serve. Onto the backhand. Burel moving forward, hits a floating volley. That's not going to get the job done. Stevens just walking up to it and slides past her down the line. Stevens, goodness me, set and 3-love, and we've barely been on court half an hour.
Gil Gross with Brandon Nakashima here on court 17 after a straight set win over Holger Rune. Brandon, this summer alone, you've now beaten Tommy Paul, Taylor Fritz, and now Holger, 3 top 20 wins. What's been clicking in your game?
I think just a little bit of everything, really. Confidence is definitely there. And, with that confidence, I'm able to hit more freely on my strokes and, close it out on those important moments. So I'm really happy with the way I played.
Do you know there are only 7 players in the top 50 who hold serve at a higher percentage than you?
Oh, really? That's a pretty good list to be on. And it's something that, my coaches and I, we've been working really hard on is, the serve. And I'm glad it's paying off in these matches.
You're not a guy, 6'7", serving 140 necessarily. But when I watch you play, it seems like you really hit your spots. Is that an emphasis?
Yeah, definitely. These days, all the guys are, hitting big serves and, speed is always really high on all levels. So, it's a matter of placing it well and, using different speed and spins out there. So I'm happy with the variety I'm showing.
Thanks, Brandon. Great luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to just leave Sloan to do what she does against Clara Burel. And probably as we've left it, Burel
She's probably going to win
make
a
a comeback now. So we will do whatever we can to help her as Sloan is watched on by Anna Wintour in the house tonight. But we're going to move over to the Louis Armstrong, and as we've done so, Tiafoe, the 20th seed here, former semi-finalist here a couple of years ago, up against fellow American, the qualifier, Alexander Kovacevic. I have to say, it's been on serve until now, but Tiafoe at love 40 with a triple set point. Kovacevic misses his first serve. He's got the white baseball captain on, and he's got this quite checky shirt on. Second serve, Tiafoe returns with the backhand. He's lining up for forehand cross court. Now they're trading forehands cross court, and Tiafoe on the move here, goes backhand down the line. Kovacevic on the defense. Tiafoe just snaffles up a high forehand volley, punches his fist to the crowd with that white headband and a massive white sweatband as well, and that is a really good job for the American, and he takes the opening set by 6-4.
I was about to commentate on the Kovacevic serve, that he had 7 aces equaling Tiafoe in this first set, and then here goes the break of serve right there. Tiafoe very excited. I mean, he just brings, you know, this place on fire. He loves the crowd. He loves playing here on his turf, and I mean, we know he's such an exciting player. And you know, at the end of this set, when he won that point at the net with that tremendous volley with so much power, you know, and he put his fist up. I mean, you see the muscle on those guns. I mean, it's crazy. It is crazy. He's so strong. You know, on another court, and something not really good is to see that I think, yeah, it's Azarenka was having trouble. Did call the, I think she called the trainer, and she's.
I want you to say the name of her opponent.
Starodubtseva.
Oh, you did that well.
Yulia.
You did that really well. Very well.
I did that with the R also. Starodubtseva.
Oh my goodness. Yes,
who is up 6-3 in this first set. Just had a timeout because I don't know what's going on with Azarenka, but she's definitely not having a good time tonight. And then we were going to talk also about this 5-setter that is going on court 11. That's 2 hours and 51 minutes, and that is French men against an American man. It's probably like completely crazy there. Arthur Rinderknecht. That's enough. That's another one for you.
It's Rinderknecht.
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 Yeah,
honestly,
sorry.
so if you weren't
I'm trying.
Here,
well, that's easy. I mean,
here,
he's
we would be.
Listen, I saw this kid when he was 2 months old. Okay, so
okay.
I mean, I know very well.
Do you know his mum?
His
really
mother.
Well?
Yeah, she used to play.
Okay.
She used
Who
to
is
play
his
on the
mother?
tour. Is Virginie Paquet.
No, that was.
Yep.
His mother is Virginie Paquet.
Yeah,
No
probably
way.
everybody's listening right now going, okay, and who is that? And who is that?
She was a very good French player.
Anyway, so yeah, it's very, definitely a very, very close match also on court 11. It's 2-1 in the fifth for Ubex.
We've also had a retirement as well. Yoshihiko Nishioka retiring in the third set against Mika Kecmanovic, the American. But let's refocus here on the Louis Armstrong, and we're riding along with Francis Tiafoe, he's the 20th seed this year, and he is absolutely resplendent. He's got his sleeveless top on, and he really can. He wears it extremely well. I'm just trying to see. It's sort of like a
purple.
It's a pale purple, isn't it?
It's a
with dark purple
violet.
edgings. It's a violet. That's what we're looking for. Maybe even lilac. I don't know, but he looks.
Claude in our ears, like maybe lilac.
Yeah, I think it's lilac, and he's got black socks on.
Yeah, very black socks. I mean, this
white
is
and red shoes. It's quite an
and
ensemble.
the headband, the white headband.
You see, he's from the headband clan. He
yep,
also has a
definitely.
headband. But
well, he's trying to get the sweat really to come.
It's quite a ensemble he's got, and he's 40 love now on his serve. He won the opening set 6-4, just the one break against fellow American, the qualifier Alexander Kovacevic, and.
It's going downhill.
In a second serve.
8 points in a row, plus the one that he absolutely won before. He's on a roll, definitely. Jill Smoller is watching on, who is also a former player, but especially an agent, and is the agent of Mr. Tiafoe, was the agent of Serena Williams. Yeah, so she knows a thing or two about these players.
She knows an awful lot, I have to say.
She might know way more than she wants to know.
I tell you, do you think Jill,
She
could write a book one day, couldn't she?
She could never write. She
I'd
has
love to read
she
it.
has a non-compete.
No.
She has something.
She has a
there.
do not disclose clause
do
on her
not.
thing.
There is no way.
Well, I have to say, it's the first time I've seen Alexander, and he is in quite. I tell you, the men are showing up in these outfits. He's got like this sort of brick effort going on. It's sort of he's got sort of navy blue shorts,
Yep.
and then he's got all these little squares on his top, sort of in different colours, in greys and dark blues and light blues, and he's got sort of green shoes on. The colour coordination has completely passed by these two, but it's absolutely fine. They look fantastic out there. Anyway, so obviously got to try and hold here.
Would you believe that Burel won a game as soon as we got off?
We knew that would happen. We knew that
and
would
now
happen.
she's still, trying.
Oh no, she's just lost another game.
there.
So Stevens is setting for one. Just think we ought to say a little bit about Alexander. And he's got a very interesting spelling of his name, Alexsandar, Alexander Kovacevic. He is 25 years of age. He was actually born in New York. He's currently ranked at 76 in the world, just one spot off his career high ranking.
30-15.
He is making his US Open main draw debut, lost in qualifying the last 3 years. Only played his very first Grand Slam match earlier in the season. Won the first round of the Australian Open and broke into the top 100. This is all really new for him.
Yep. Getting out of the challengers and the amount of money that you get here, it's night and day of what it can do for you on the tour.
100,000 for losing in the first round. Huge prize money at this year's US Open. Is only ever beaten one top 20 player. It's pretty good to beat a top 20 player, and that was Cam Norrie last year, the Englishman. And I can see David Witt, who is a very well-known coach in the Tiafoe camp, was coaching Maria Sakkari for a short time early this year, long-time coach of Jessica Pegula, and of course, most famously, Venus Williams for, it felt like decades.
Yeah, he's been on the women's tour for a long time, now switching to the men's tour.
Yep. And Tiafoe on the move here, comes up to the net, backhand volley faded, just couldn't control it, and it drifts long on the baseline. He's also got some silverware on tonight. He just puts his necklace in his mouth and looks up at the heavens. Knew that was a big opportunity. David Witt, former player himself, had a very nasty shoulder injury actually coming out of juniors. He was a contemporary of Jim Courier and Michael Chang. He was that generation. He was good. But has done so well in the coaching box.
Were you surprised that Tiafoe switched coach with how successful he's been with Ferreira?
Yes.
It's kind of a surprise to me too.
Yep. But he said he wanted to play a more freer brand of tennis, and he's making real inroads in this game now. Kovacevic serving at love 1 second set. We're back at deuce. Actually, Wayne Ferreira with Jack Draper, the young British player, as a consultant, and has already had an immediate impact. He was in the player box when Jack beat Carlos Alcaraz at Queen's Club just a little earlier in the year. So the coaching carousel continues. It's quite a big first serve, isn't it, that Kovacevic has got?
I'm quite amazed because he's not that tall. He's not the biggest player out there, especially when you look at what's across the net.
It's quite slightly, but it's got very strong legs, though. He also is perspiring a lot and just sort of, wiping his hand on his shirt and as he goes up for a first serve. Just being held up now. There's a lot of movement. I mean, there is controlled movement on the lower bowl, but Tiafoe just holding up a lot of movement behind the server, which is distracting Francis, who is now 26 years of age. 3 titles to his name. Kovacevic makes the first serve. Tiafoe returns. They're just trading ground strokes at the moment, and Kovacevic finding it very difficult to get out of this game.
Yeah, I think that the way that the first set ended, when it was so close and toe-to-toe with Tiafoe, and eventually on serve and then broken at love at 5-4 in the first, really did some damage between the ears, and not to mention on the first game for Tiafoe, also holding at love.
Makes the first serve, and Tiafoe Just netting with the return, stretching out. Interesting, though, he is a former college player, went to the University of Illinois, graduated a few years ago, so he's 25 years of age, but that he's young in terms of miles and years on the tour. He actually spent 5 years at the University of Illinois, graduated with a finance degree. So
he looks young, though. It's the cap. And never ace.
It does, that
oh boy.
reverse basically. Finishes that game, gets out of it with an ace, just a little wry turn of the head to his support camp. Comes from great stock, though, does Alexander. I love the spelling of his name. His parents, Milan and Milanka, were ex-table tennis players from the former Yugoslavia, and he really is at home here. Started playing tennis as a 4-year-old in Central Park with his parents.
Wow.
Yeah. So 1-1. Second set were with Tiafoe and Kovacevic on the Louis Armstrong Stadium. I'm Sam Smith, brackets not the singer, alongside former tour pro Sophie Amiak. I have to say that because whenever I phone up to book a restaurant or something, there's always a pause when I say it's Sam Smith. And I have another good story for you about the Sam. They pause and I go, no, it's not the Sam Smith. Oh, there's no tables then for you.
Well, you should use it, and you know what they're going to say when you show up. You can show them that your name is Sam Smith, and what are they going to do?
Yeah. They're just about to say, oh, we've got this wonderful table for you. Tucks away in the, oh no, sorry, we're fully booked. Packed house on the Louis Armstrong, 14,000 seater. It's more intimate than Ash. It's celebrating its 7th birthday. First year of Ash was back in, of Armstrong was back in, the new Armstrong back in 2018. What a job they've done with it. And Tiafoe moving easily through his service game. 2-1 second set, just with one break in the first. Tiafoe breaking in the last game of that first set. So it's looking good for the American.
A lot better also for Burel, who is now down 2-4. So she broke Stevens. She's only a break.
See, we did her a favour by moving away. And actually, that was your
That was my idea. I'm like, let's get her off that court.
No, I think you do well. I have to say, before we go any further, we haven't had a chance to say to you, as a French person, congratulations on staging.
Oh,
and absolutely,
that was amazing, wasn't it?
Dazzling.
I didn't have anything to do with it, but I tell you what,
no, but take credit for it.
I thought it was incredible.
Extraordinary. I had the very
I was shocked.
good fortune
I'm like,
to be there.
how is that possible that we can actually put a show like this without being from the U.S.? Because they're the master of putting shows together, but that was beyond believable what happened. And they had something in during the Olympics for all the French athletes in an area called La Villette, and it was like the headquarter of the French athlete. When they win a medal, every single one had to pass through. So it was like every day was like the biggest party on earth. I mean, it kept going and going, and absolutely incredible what they've done. It's I mean, I was fascinated. I was here. I wasn't in France, but I tell you what, I loved watching, because there was not one place that you couldn't go, wow. Every time you looked at the horse and all the you saw Versailles in the background.
Yeah.
You looked at the beach volleyball and you see the Eiffel Tower in the background.
Just extraordinary.
And then you look at the when they did the breakdancing, and also I think it was in the same area, because you see the Concorde in the back. I'm like, okay, wow. Seriously.
And Roland Garros, to tell you more about that. I was there.
Exquisite.
It was extraordinary.
Yeah.
We're just gonna hop back to the Arthur Ashe. We're just gonna
because Burel is on the verge to holding here.
Tiafoe on the Armstrong is a set in 2-1, and it's on serve in the second. But Burel, I have to say, is oh no! Now we've come back. She just
made a
ballooned
mistake.
a forehand over the baseline. She had a point to pick up another game. It's currently Stevens' set one. The first set 6-love. If you weren't with us, cruising in the second 4-2, but there has been a break back. Burel at deuce now, and just trying to stay close here. She has looked apprehensive, anxious, nervous ever since she walked onto the court, almost an hour ago. But that's a phenomenal second serve, huge second serve, and she's just got a little bounce smash to put away. And
she almost missed that smash, like
well, it
right
was,
down
it was
the line.
almost going back over the net,
But she made it, so it's another chance here as she's toweling off, because it is so humid out there, and a lot of sweating from both players. So it is a chance again for Burel to try to get from a deficit of 3-love and now to get back on serve.
Yeah,
really.
just a little look up at her player box. She misses the first serve. We get so excited when she is on the verge of winning a game. So second serve here, easy action. It is very smooth, but not a lot of pace. Middle of the box. Stevens attacks with the forehand. Open stance backhand. Burel with the drop shot, and she's got all sorts of carried away. I don't know what she was trying to do there, and it nets. And Stevens just blows out her cheek. She has a look up at her husband, Josie, who actually was played in England, played soccer in England for a few years. Mum there as well, Sybil. And Burel just wiping her hand on her shirt, which has now come out of those rather sort of flowing shorts, loose fitting, I would say, shorts. I think very trendy. They look very comfortable, I must say. Second serve for the young Frenchwoman, former finalist here in the juniors. She gets onto her backhand. She fires at the Stevens backhand wing. Stevens with that very safe cross forehand goes again. Burel goes down the line, leans on her forehand. Stevens stretching, and it flies long. And is this the same player that we left 10 or 15 minutes ago?
It is, but you know, little by little, she's gotten much more aggressive from the get-go of the second set, and it's starting to really pay off. So
Stevens just sort of pursing her lips there and thinking, well, this was easy just a minute or two ago. Burel with the first serve. Can she get this game here? Attacks the backhand, has to back off on the forehand. Strong ground strokes from Stevens, but there's a short one in there. Burel on the attack. She's got a very difficult smash under the light. She makes it. She's still scampering, and she hits a fantastic backhand down the line. She was moving back behind the service line as she hit it. No emotion from the Frenchwoman, but she stays in touch in this second set. Well, it's been quite some day already here, the opener of this year's US Open. I'm Sam Smith alongside former Tour Pro Sophie Amiach, and we're speaking all things French tonight as Clara Burel goes up against former US Open champion Sloan Stevens on the Arthur Ashe. And it's been all Stevens so far, 6-love, 4-3. Did have a 4-1 lead in the second. But Burel has come back well, actually. I have to say, didn't see this coming, but we left the match for a while, and that seemed to do the trick, Sophie.
Well, I think we were the one. It was our fault, of course. But yeah, I mean, she just changed really, literally, tactic, and it really worked. And right now, still at it here in this second set. I said earlier that she would be on serve, but she's still one break to get back as Sloan Stevens is serving here. 4-3.
Yeah, Burel just scampering around as Stevens hits another winner. And it's 30 love now for the former champion who beat Madison Keys in that final all those years ago. Stevens came in unseeded, barely ranked in the world's top 100. Burel just tucking her shirt into these very sort of loose-fitting, flowing shorts. Very stylish is the young Frenchwoman. Has certainly played better in this second set. And she's scampering around again. Stevens makes her first serve and is very much on top of proceedings here.
Yeah, just too strong, Stevens, when when it counts, and she's just relentless, and you know that she's really wants to have this this service game here.
Just to let you know, Vika Azarenka, three-time former finalist.
She retired?
3-1. No, she's going well.
Back?
3-1 up in the second set after losing the first set against a player from Ukraine with a very long name.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see and find out what happened, because she was in tears at some point on the changeover. But Burel saving a game point here, 40-15 for Stevens.
So we'll keep an eye on that one. And after this game, we just might pop over to 11. Gill is out there, and he's riding along with Chris Eubanks and Arthur Rinderknecht. And that is a first serve out wide to the forehand of Burel. Burel doesn't really make too much of it. And Stevens comfortable there with the 2-game cushion. And Burel, in on court just over the hour, finds herself serving to stay in this year's US Open. Former junior finalist a few years ago, one of the #1 junior in the world, having a good season. And she makes her first serve, gets onto the forehand, and really being so much more aggressive.
Yeah, that's what she needs. She needs to be aggressive, and as soon as she's able to accelerate the ball, but to be aggressive, you also have to have a chance to have a shorter ball. And Stevens, as soon as the ball is a little shorter, then all of a sudden, Burel just accelerates and is pushing to the unforced error. The American.
Burel trying to hold on to this service game, comes in with the drive volley.
Drive volley winner, and now up 30 love. I mean, she needs to really do her job here to make sure that she makes Stevens serve for the match. I mean, this is that's all she's got to do right now. I'd love to see
a fist bump, though, wouldn't you?
Oh no, you won't see it.
Just to release that
very
energy.
Unusual for Burel to show any emotions.
Let's just pop over to 11, because it's incredibly exciting over there. Gil, what have you got for us with Eubanks and Rinderknecht?
Yeah, these are spectacular scenes. For those who don't know what I do, I'm roaming around. I can really go wherever I want. And normally it's pretty easy for me to find somewhere to broadcast from. I mean, all I need is one little opening. And frankly, I can't find one here. I am standing behind priority seating for wheelchairs. So that is the situation on 11.
You're 6'4", so what's the problem?
You need a little,
I wish.
You need a little mini step ladder.
You need more than a mini, I'm sorry to tell you.
About the courts with. I suggest.
Yeah.
That,
I love you, Gil.
I
tell you, you need more than a mini.
That you just have
the point
you
is,
need to change
the
a
point
light
is,
or something. Just a little one of those, just a little step, and it'll make all the difference. So you can't tell us what's happening then,
so
because you can't see it.
Right.
Great to have you.
No, I can see, but we're not worried about the people behind me. It's 3-all, 15-all, fifth set. This one has flown along quickly. We're only at the 3-hour, 12-minute mark. Of course, Chris Eubanks had this incredible 2023 season that is so memorable, where he came from outside the top 100, made a big run at the Miami Open, had a massive grass court season, won an ATP title in Mallorca, made the quarterfinals of Wimbledon, and suddenly he was top 30. He would be the first to tell you that this season has been disappointing. So he's looking to sort of salvage all that with what would be a really great moment here at the first round of the Open.
It sure will be, I have no doubts, especially against Rindok Nesh, who's 56 in the world, and, you know, as you mentioned, Chris Eubanks, who's somebody, I think Mike Cation will know more about Chris Eubanks than anybody else in this studio, because he's followed him many years on the Challengers and commentated his matches, and is a good friend of his. So maybe we can get something from Mike Cation, who's coming after us to commentate on the Djokovic match with Mark Woodforde. So hopefully we'll get his insight. But it is 3-all, as mentioned in the fifth, 40-15 for Eubanks, who is serving.
Yes, and just briefly over on the Armstrong, we're on serve in the second set. Kovacevic serving at 2-3. The hometown New Yorker going pretty well. Set down though, but more than holding his own against Tiafoe. But over on the Sloan Stevens,
serving for the match,
serving out to try and reach the second round. Just feel it's been a while since Stevens has really made a serious run at a major. Can she do something here? Just has been very poised. It's been as easy as the scoreline looks, but hasn't had. She's had a sort of up and down year, has Stevens. Love 15 here. Never nice to use the first point when you're trying to serve out for a match. And they're just trading blows, backhand to backhand. Stevens goes with the slice on the defense again, just goes one-handed and then pushed into a forehand corner.
Yep.
And suddenly, all of a sudden, she finds herself.
Here's trouble. Love 30.
But Stevens, likes all things French, picked up a title. We haven't seen one of those in Rune, indoors. That's one of the smaller tour events, one of the 250s.
In France, yes. The town of Rune.
On the clay.
On the clay, which,
indoors.
yeah.
She's always been good there. Her 8th title of her career. So all of a sudden, as soon as we go away from Clara, she plays really well. Stevens with the first serve forces the next shot out of that backhand wing.
Yep.
And
wins the point with that backhand, which was very important.
Yeah, it's all going a little awry, and Stevens just wandering over to her towel box. We don't, obviously the ball crew do not touch the towels anymore, and let's hope that stays that way, but just taking a little time. And
do you feel that maybe Stevens is just a little bit passive right now and should go after this match to try to finish and close it out? Because she's really being dictated, I mean, by Burel in this set more than she dictated. I mean, she dictated the whole first set. She didn't have any problem.
Well, we'll just let her see if she can serve this out. But I think let's whiz over to Armstrong, because there's been a break in the second set. Just as we said, we put the mockers on everyone out here. Just as I said, Kovacevic was going really well. Tiafoe with a really commanding performance in his lilac outfit of his sleeveless top and lilac shorts and red and white shoes and black socks. It's quite a melee, but he is playing some fantastic tennis, and he leads now by a set and 4-2. Wouldn't it be exciting if Tiafoe could have a run here, as he did a couple of years ago, all the way through to the semi-finals?
Burel broke the serve of the American, and they are at 5-all in the second set. I mean, often we were talking about
it's better that we stay away.
Yeah,
if we stay away.
Well, it's better for Burel. I'm not sure, the American audience is liking this.
No, but from a French perspective, I'm feeling. I spent so much time in France this year. I feel very French.
Oh, you do.
But it was interesting when I first went there. I did a little French at school.
It's extreme for a Brit to say that.
No,
hey.
I like it very much there. When the first sort of few days I was there, I would interact with the locals and try and buy, a loaf of bread or something. And I have to say, they looked at me as if, many of the shopkeepers, as if I was speaking Martian. My schoolgirl French was so rusty. But I got to tell you, after about a week,
you were fine.
I was interacting quite nicely. Not fluent, but I was, buying things at the store and asking for things, and I was going okay. So I'm still feeling the Frenchness tonight. So we'll leave Clara alone for a little while. But Tiafoe going really nicely here on the Armstrong, 40-15 on his serve up against the qualifier, Kovacevic, and first serve is in, and Tiafoe sort of scampering about the court. Kovacevic with a ripping single-hander across court, real injection of pace there. He's got a really good game. I have to say that white baseball cap that he's got on reversed looks absolutely soaked. He might have to change that at some point. As you were mentioning, it's not the hottest day here, but the humidity must be.
He's changed shirt not long ago after the first set.
Well, he'll need many more, and because it's hanging very loosely off his light frame. Tiafoe looking to wrap up this game. First serve, and it's a very weak return from the backhand side of Kovacevic. It looks as if Tiafoe has this set wrapped up. Well, we're going to tentatively move back to the Arthur Ashe Stadium. It is 5-all in the second. Clara Burel, ranked 56 in the world, taking on former champion Sloan Stevens, and Burel 30 love now at 5-all, might just take the lead. So Stevens goes wide with a forehand. Burel goes down the line. She's scampering around. She's got a backhand. It's just gone long, but this is a very different player to the one we even saw 10-15 minutes ago. And you can hear the noise on Ashe now. The crowd starting to recognise that one of their own needs some help out here. It's amazing how quick. I don't know how they've all snuck in, but it's got a night match feel to it all of a sudden.
I think they're snuck in because they thought that this was probably going to be over and they can have
ready for
Djokovic. That's why they all snuck in.
Never count out Clara Burel.
No. That was probably the longest point before this point, 30-15 with Burel.
And Burel, she's got a lovely slice backhand, actually now goes with the two-hander, and she whips it cross court, steps into it, takes it on the rise.
It's amazing, and the change of, complete change of rhythm in this match.
She didn't nip off while we were away and sort of bring out a sort of twin sister who looks more confident and more compact. I mean, that was a clean winner. We hardly saw any of those in the first set. She's at 40-15 now. She misses the first set, goes quite a way long, just sort of gets under it a little. So she bounces the ball on the cement and goes up for the second. That's short in the box. Stevens climbing all over it, but Stevens just trading now, and that goes wide from Burel, just pushing it too much.
I think that Stevens just a little bit too passive in that set, it feels like, and you know, you got to give credit where it's due. I mean, Burel really tried to be more aggressive, and it paid off, and she's still in this match. Well, everybody else thought that that's going to be pretty much done and dusted.
Trailed by a set and 4-1, and that is an ace. And would you believe it, the 23-year-old from Rennes in France, who was looking down and out in this match, now leads 6-5 in the second. Dare we stay here any longer?
Yep, I think that this is now the match to be seen, and all those people on the Ashe Stadium probably saying, wait a minute, we thought we were going to see somebody named Djokovic trying to win his 100th, 100th match on
here at the US Open, and he's also going, because I wrote all these numbers down earlier and I can't find where I've written it now, but
it is the 100th match, I think, of his US
to win
Open
his 100th
tonight.
match at the Open,
if he was to win tonight,
to win more matches than any other player out on Ashe.
Yep.
He is tied at 78 matches with, guess who, Roger Federer, and he's looking to move on to 79, so no one would have won more matches on the Arthur Ashe Stadium.
And of course trying to give it a run all the way to winning this major, which will make it 25 and beat everybody's record, including Margaret Court at 24. That's pretty incredible. Gold medalist, and I think, you know, after that, you just dropped the mic, or I mean, he seems to not want to stop, but still. It's like you made history, you made more than history, but I guess after 25 there is what, 26.
But just say, I mean, just talk about 25 majors. And for many years we were on, I think, 14 majors with Pete Sampras.
And we were
Roy
all like,
Emerson.
never.
That's never ever. And you feel the same now. No one is ever going to beat that, but we shall see. It's a great way to open up this year's US Open, which seems bigger and better than ever before. You're pointing at something,
I'm pointing because I think that they are thinking, or they are closing the roof right now, if that's possible. Maybe there is something we don't know around the area. as far as thunderstorm, but I think that's why we saw Jake, the referee director. There you go. I think that's what they're doing. Yep.
And it only takes, what, 7 minutes to close this extraordinary structure. And so they'll keep on playing while they close it. It's amazing what they did to put a roof on it. This is marshland that we're on. It's marshland. How the whole thing doesn't sink. It's on these. It's all on special pylons. But more of the engineering a little later. But Stevens now, what a turnaround in this women's first round singles. Serving now to stay in this set. Don't forget, led by a set and 4-1. Short second serve. Burel is all over it. Much more control on the forehand from the Frenchwoman, and the backhand of Stevens just drifts a smidgen wide as she tries to play cross court. And it's Burel dictating terms now.
Yeah, it's difficult when you win a first set, as much as it is great to win a first set 6-love.
We said it was dangerous, didn't we? We said it was dangerous. That's the first serve from Stevens. She gets on the forehand and snaps it through the court. Little more time for her second shot. Again, it's a third forehand in a row. She makes her way forward. It's not that committed, and Burel happily to hit the backhand down the line pass.
Wow.
And Stevens now at love 30. I cannot believe this is happening. I don't think
turn
Sloan
even.
can.
Yep. Turning point was at the beginning of the second set when Burel started to be more aggressive, and that backhand down line that clipped the line here at love 30. 2 points away to even things out at 1 set all for Burel. Make that 1 point.
Yeah, and Stevens
balloons
a forehand. Long over the baseline.
Can you believe it?
Looks as stunned as Burel did anxious in that opening set. And now it's the young Frenchman with 3 chances to level this contest. So Stevens with an easy first serve onto the forehand. Another horror show. It's incredible how quickly tennis can switch gears on you. And we are at 1 set all on Ash in this opening night session. First women's match. Burel taking the second by 7 games to 5. We are riding along on the Arthur Ashe Stadium first night match under the lights here at the final major of this 2024 season. Clara Burel, world-ranked 56 Frenchwoman in her 4th appearance here at the US Open, has come back from, well, an almost impossible position, a set and 4-1 down against the former champion, 2017 champion, Sloan Stevens. Everyone a little stunned on Ashe. And I have to say, Tiafoe has just picked up the 20th seed in the men's draw. Has just picked up the second set against the qualifier, fellow American Kovacevic. Any other matches that are catching your eye? Azarenka's just taken the second on grandstand.
That is catching my eye.
That's going into the decider as well.
She was gone. She was gone as well, and you know, not as bad, but she was crying on the chair on the changeover when she was down a set 6-3 and completely turned things around as Burel is coming back to the court. But look at Burel and Sloan Stevens stats. First set, Sloan Stevens had 5 winners, 6 unforced, 13 unforced for 2 winners for Burel, right? Second set, things completely turned around. And it's 13 on fours for Burel, for 15 for Sloan Stevens. 9 winners from the racket of Burel to 6. Complete change of dynamic on the court. I think more importantly, I really feel like Sloan could have really been more aggressive and, you know, pressed a little bit on this accelerator and press on it a little more, especially on the return serve, because she had chances to really attack the serve. The second serve especially, I didn't see that at all in that match yet. She didn't need to do anything on the first set because it was all Burel making mistakes. But in that second set, when you up 4-1, when you up 3-love, you've got to put the nail in the coffin. And unfortunately, she didn't do it, and now she's finding herself in a pretty difficult situation, to say the least.
Momentum has completely gone against her. They are still going out on court, 11-5 all in the decider. Has Gil found a vantage point where he can see what's happening?
He's jumping.
Has he found a little space?
I'm still not sitting, but I can see. I appreciate the concern, though. Huge 5-all service game in the 5th by Chris. He went down love 30, and he's been clutch to really dig out of the hole. Rinderknecht did make a bad mistake, love 30 up, missing a second serve return. But from there, Eubanks hit a really good first serve unreturned, hit a great +1 forehand winner, and then hit an ace at deuce. Just missed a forehand, so now it's deuce 5-all. This is a massive point in this match.
Gil, if you had to have a gut feeling, you know, 5-all in the 5th, deuce, who would you feel might come through it? What's the gut feeling, just from being there?
I think Eubanks is in a good enough serving rhythm that I would favor the American.
Okay, if you're right, I'll buy you one of those fancy drinks from around the grounds. What's it called? I walked past the stand today. What's it called? A honey juice or something? But honey juice spelled D-E-U-C-E.
Honey deuce.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would that be all right for you? Would that be a just reward?
$29.
That would be lovely.
Okay. All right. Well, so if you're
what
right,
if Rinderknecht wins?
But it's worth it, I heard.
No, you don't get anything then. You don't get anything. You'll get something that you probably won't like. All right. But if you're right,
okay, sounds good.
I might get you one of those. I don't know what they look like. I've only walked past the thing, but it was a huge queue, so it must be very exciting. There's lots of pictures of this.
Trademark of the US Open.
Okay.
Honeydews.
Okay, I did not know that.
Oh,
I've learned
people keep the cups.
I heard Prim talking about it early. So.
But, you know, don't you have the Pims?
We have the Pims. Is it?
Pims.
Okay,
yeah,
so this is the honey
that's pretty
juice.
much it.
But
yeah.
I didn't realise that the juice was spelled D-E-U-C-E.
Of
with the
pun on the
tennis thing. Okay, that was very, very clever.
Very clever.
So I'm learning all the time. It's only day one. Goodness knows what information I will accumulate.
America, it's all about marketing. Come on.
What will I accumulate?
They're geniuses in that. Absolute geniuses.
So Azarenka in the 3rd set, she is out on the grandstand, which is right over the other side of the grounds here at Flushing Meadow, and we're all set to start the final set. Burel serving. It's been a massive turnaround. Tiafoe on the Armstrong, 2 sets to love up. Kovacevic just starting to serve there as well. But we're going to stay. I think let's stay here for a while on Ash and just. I mean, what on earth could happen next? I would want to predict.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that the way that this second set ended, Sloan Stevens is going to have to really look at herself in the mirror. They both took
a very long bathroom break.
And tell herself, listen, you got to be more aggressive. You got to go after her. And you have to erase that set from your memory, which is the toughest thing to do right now for Sloan.
Second serve for Burel. That's one of our biggest second serves of the evening.
That
Straight down.
Great second serve.
That was like a first serve. Hour and 19 minutes we've been going along now, and Stevens just missing the forehand turn, stretching out. So Burel, not a lot of expression, I have to say. He wouldn't really know what the score is. To go wide in the juice court.
You're not going to get much. I keep telling you. I know you want some expression, but it's very unusual.
I'd like some. And
another good serve here. Stevens
all over the place.
Just
backhand return. Just fly. It's as if the sort of the thread has completely gone from her game. Twizzles that racket on return. Burel doing. She's hitting the top of the net now, which is better than what was happening earlier in the match, because she was hitting beneath the tape, and got this rather flowing sort of light blue shirt tucked in to those very stylish, very French sort of cut shorts. I've noticed that sometimes the shirt is out, sometimes it's tucked in. Second serve, all that just floats into court. Rather a cream puff, and strong return from Sloan.
Much better from Sloan.
And Burel just not able to
more
get
aggressive.
her backhand back into play.
That's what Sloan needs to do on the second. She needs to attack that. She needs to be more aggressive and, you know, make Burel back off and get scared on the second serve. Maybe, you know, by that token, Burel might go for more on the second, and that's when you draw the double fault.
Another let on the first serve. So it goes again, looking to serve wide to the fine. This time goes down the tee, and Burel very much up the court, gets onto her forehand. Sloan Stevens very short with her ground strokes. Burel on the attack, leans on another forehand. Stevens trading here with her forehand wing. Burel just easing the ball into court. It's all getting a little short. She's back on her heels, and she finds the net. You can't take your eyes off this for a second. If you pop out and just take a little breather, anything, literally anything can happen. And Stevens with a break point. So Burel misses wide into the tram lines in this ad court with her first serve. Lines up for the second. And that is slow, middle of the box. Stevens, plenty of chance to attack. Stevens a little short. Wanders over to her backhand wing, fires it down the line, trying to open up the court here. Burel just a little more air on her wing. Burel defending high though now. Stevens pushing on, and it was a nothing shot from Burel. A sort of half effort at a slice backhand, and it barely makes the net. And Stevens ahead in this third set, but I say that very carefully because literally anything can happen now.
Yeah, that's a good start though, to be able to break your opponent in the first game of the third set. Definitely a good start from Sloan Stevens. Let's not forget that Burel, you know, at the Australian Open had a very good win against Jessica Pegula in 2 sets. That was a very good tournament for her. She went to the third round, did lose to Océane Dodin, her French compatriot, and a very cute story about the two of them. They were, you know, practicing together, and Océane Dodin doesn't have a coach at the time, and you know, Burel doesn't have really a coach, but you know, it was a boyfriend who took the role of the coach. But they had an article in L'Equipe, in this French sports newspaper, and they were both talking about that their party's partner and their boyfriends, one was better than the other in tennis. I mean, Dodin's, you know, boyfriend could not even feed a ball, and they were laughing about that because he was trying.
Okay.
And on the other side, you had Burel said, well, at least mine plays tennis. You know, it was very funny, the whole exchange between the two. But eventually, Dodin beat Burel in the third round, and that was a really huge move from Dodin, who hasn't been able to really come back to the level that she should have been gone if she had maybe in her career, as if some of you know, Océane Dodin learned to be a little bit more conservative. Somebody who hits the ball harder than most players. Absolutely incredible, but the consistency is not always there.
And it clearly doesn't matter whether your boyfriend can play tennis or not on that occasion. So it's 1-love in the deciding set now between Burel and Stevens. If you have just joined us, Sam Smith alongside former tour player Sophie Amiak, and Stevens winning the first set 6-love and was 4-1 in the second. Burel took the second 7-5, and Stevens trying to regather momentum in the third here. It's just gone to a tiebreak, final set tiebreak in the 5th out on 11 with Eubanks and Rinderknecht.
Must be very electrifying atmosphere there.
Well, let's see if it is. Gil, what have you got for us? It's 2-love already in the breaker, first to 10 points.
Rinderknecht actually navigated out of a tricky service game at 5-6 himself. He double faulted to start the game. It was 30-all second serve. But Rinderknecht actually ended up with a good approach shot with the forehand that drew the error. We are in the tie break. It is 3-love Rinderknecht, and the mini break came from a missed forehand by Chris. He was inside the court. It was a pretty easy one, and right now that's the difference. But it is indeed electric, and this crowd is giving Eubanks everything they can possibly give him.
Well, I think your honey juice might be slipping away, Gil, because it's 3-love Rinde next now. I'm keeping an eye on
it's a 10-pointer.
It's a 10-pointer. You've got
time.
You've got some time. I have to say, interesting things happening over on the Armstrong. Kovacevic has just broken, actually, at the start of the third, 2 sets to love down the qualifier. So he leads 2-love. So Tiafoe, a little work to do there. And we are 2-love Stevens in the third on Ash.
50 now.
Azarenka early stages on the grandstand.
This has been like the longest game on the Azarenka. It's still 1-1 in the third.
Early stages there.
And a chance for Azarenka to break the Ukrainian Starodulputsova.
I'm not saying that. I'm going to leave all the pronunciations to you
thank you.
tonight. So I have to say, Gil and I were doing quite well with our Rindernesh and things. But it's not that we cannot say it the way you do. We just can't do it. So Burel at 30-love on her service game. Just another baseline exchange. Burel looking to use her forehand, trying to push Stevens around the court. Stevens responding well, though, pushing Burel back, and the Frenchman on her heels and not able to control the forehand from deep in the corner. That sails over the baseline. How Stevens would love a break. Could we have here 6-love? 5-7, 6-love. I mean, it's one of those nights, isn't it? And we're with Sloan Stevens. I've seen some funny scores from Sloan over the years. So let's see if Burel can just stay close, as she was able to do eventually in the first. She's serving aces now.
Yes.
Who is this?
First serve ace to the tee again. That's her favorite spot. She did it on set point. Did it again here at 30-15, now 40-15.
Very slight
trying
figure.
to get on the board here in this
slight
third
figure
set.
with a big serve. Shirt is half tucked in, half out, sleeveless, and she's flying along. There's a running forehand cross court. Sloan Stevens can't reach it, and she stays in touch in this final set. It's all happening here on the Arthur Ashe.
Back on US Open Radio, this is Gil Gross on court 11 in a 5th set tiebreak, which is played to 10, and Arthur Rinderknecht of France is halfway there. He's up 5-2. Eubanks just had a mini break within his grasp, and he shanked a volley. So 5-2 Rinderknecht. One other concern for the American. He is stretching his left hamstring at every possible opportunity. So either he's tweaked that area of his leg, maybe feeling some cramps coming on, not sure. But clearly he's not 100% with how often he's looking to stretch out.
Well, Gil, I have to say, while you were giving that report, both Sophie and I, we've both got dodgy backs, so we've been doing our exercises here. And maybe it's going to be a night for the French. We shall see. But we're going to head back to the Arthur Ashe and Sloan Stevens 2-1 with the early break. It's been a funny old contest, though, hasn't it, Sophie?
Very.
Second meeting between the two, and actually earlier in the year they went 3 sets. And
topsy-turvy. That's a term
that's
that
a very English.
Brits,
That's a very English
it's
expression.
Topsy-turvy.
Well, what sort of? How would you describe it in French? Have we got a
up and down.
But in French.
Des hauts et des bas.
Okay.
Up and down.
It's been one of those, haven't they?
Yeah. Oh my! What a
and
touch.
that was a beautiful little drop shot there from Burel. it's not beyond her that she could win this. It was Stevens who was victorious earlier in the year, winning the first set, losing the second easily, and then coming through comfortably in the third. 2 hours exactly, but Burel just stinging with the forehand drop shot there. That's not an easy shot to play, and she's got Stevens at love 30 in this game. Stevens makes the first serve. Burel backhand return down the line, comes in for the drive, double-handed backhand volley, and Stevens has just gone wide, and she looks up at her player box. She can't quite believe it. Very hard, isn't it, Sophie, when you lose control, you have the momentum match, you have it so strongly, and then you lose it. Very hard to get it back again.
Yeah, but the tactic change from Burel, I mean, you have to acknowledge this. I mean, she's so much more aggressive again, coming forward to the net here, and 3 chances to break at love and come back to 2-all.
First serve for Stevens down the tee. They're trading forehands. A little more flight and height from Burel. Now she goes on with the attack with the cross-court forehand. Tries to play down the line. Wasn't really balanced to do so. And that went way wide of the outside tram. What's the boyfriend's name again? Boyfriend coach name? That's a difficult role, isn't it? Was it Victor?
His name is Victor. I have it on a paper.
Victor. We can go with Victor.
Victor Prezelin. He was the head of a club, and he decided to follow her and help her out. So
he's doing a great job.
And he used to play on the tour. He played some challengers, so he can hit. I watched some prep, and another mistake from the racket of Sloan, and now from 2-love up.
We're back on serve.
Exactement.
Tell you what, my French it's going to take on a whole new. I mean, the 3 weeks in France, I was soaring by the end. But I mean, just an evening with you, Sophie. I mean,
you've already got a bunch of.
I've got a whole new
a bunch of words already.
Well, I've got some better vocabulary. I've got some better pronunciation, and I've got a few more expressions. Actually, I've got a very good expression for you in French. So here we are, 2-all on the Ash first night session. Djokovic.
You know, I'm moving. People might see us on the camera. I'm moving because there's just like this Mark Woodforde is outside, like making faces.
Okay.
So now they can't see us on TV. I mean, right.
People do.
Everybody's thinking, well, what is she doing, making faces? Well, because Mark Woodforde is making faces at me outside.
Well, people have been doing that a lot. And Sloan Stevens, that is the low point of her evening. Smash right on top of the net and
missed at the bottom of the net. How about that?
And she was in prime position, came in on a really good forehand drive, and then with the volley, and we're just watching the replay again. Got so square on it, didn't she? This night is all going wrong, and Burel looking very strong here. What can Stevens do? Yes. Gets out that Viper forehand, finds the space down the Burel forehand line. Her support cam looking anxious. Poor mum. She said she's sat through an awful lot of tennis over the years. Things looking a little better, Gil, for Chris Eubanks over on 11.
Well, they were. He got the break back with a blistered forehand winner in a neutral baseline rally when Arthur got a little bit passive and Eubanks took advantage, but Rinderknecht comes back with an excellent backhand pass, and Eubanks couldn't make a stretch volley hit off the tip of his frame. So now Rinderknecht back up the break, 7-6 in this final set tiebreak.
Yes, and the Frenchman led 5-2.
Oh my goodness, it's a packed house there. I mean, there's not that much room to seat, but not one seat is open.
And Rinderknecht in the light blue shirt, white shorts, double-handed backhand, white racket, just stretching his lead now, 8-6. Don't forget it's first of 10. He won the opening set 6-4, but he dropped the next 2, leveled it up at 2-all. We are 6-all in the decider into the final set match tiebreak. His black headband is looks absolutely glued to his forehead, bathed
he looks exhausted.
He's such an angular figure, isn't he?
Yep.
He's very tall man.
His
Got an
eyes
ounce on him, big serve, and reaches up into the evening sky and makes a first serve wide, and Eubanks just chips the forehand into the net, and Rinderknecht at 3 match points.
3 hours and 50 minutes on court for both players. I mean, this is crazy, and you can tell they both. How's it feeling there, Gil?
It's tense.
I tell you
It's
what,
tense.
on an evening like this, you're going to need your honey juice, but I don't think you're going to get it as Eubanks serving at 6-9.
That's very mean.
Very 6-9 in this final set breaker after almost 4 hours. Puts a first serve tee ace.
Well,
he is also a man with the backward baseball cap, wearing it very fetchingly. He's got a light green top on, blue shorts, green and blue. Pretty prominent colours already here at this US Open. He also has a white racket now. Can he get himself out of this predicament at 7-9? First serve down the tee, comes in with the forehand. They're trading forehands cross court. Rinderknech looking to attack. He goes down the line. Cross court slice from Eubanks, slicing again. He's coming in on a wing and a prayer, and Rinderknech goes along with the backhand cross. He snatched at it, and Eubanks there, well, he came in, and I'm going to use a French succession, in monté au chaussette. He came in his socks, didn't he? On an absolute bluff.
Yeah, and still, and Gil, I mean, still Eubanks is stretching, but what a bluff that was, Gil,
wow.
to come in.
Now, but it's...
And Rinderknech's backhand pass has been a difference maker in this tiebreak. He hit a beautiful lob at one point. He had a good cross-court roller, and that time, no dice.
They are on their feet here over on court 11. This is really lining up this evening session. Rinderknech, just a couple of seconds. He's got to serve now. Still match point for the Frenchman. And he misses the first serve. Tee hits the tape. Puts his right hand in his pocket, pulls out another ball, bounces it high. Now a second delivery. Kicks it wide to the backhand. Eubanks launches on the return. Ah! And Rinderknech finds the space. Oh my goodness.
4-6, 3-6.
The Frenchman wins the day here. 7-6 in the fifth after almost 4 hours. They embrace lightly at the net, and Rinderknech takes off that very sweaty headband. He shakes out his hair. Is he going to rip his shirt off? No, I don't think he is. And almost just signals to all four corners of the court, a fist pump to his player box, and he walks back to her chair a little stiffly, I have to say. I think he would like to have celebrated with a little more exuberance, but I don't think he had anything there, and that is a big win. And we always get these kind of matches. They're starting to chant out here. There's lots of kids in the front row with their big yellow tennis balls. They all want those signed. And for Chris Eubank, he has to leave the court empty-handed. So, one Frenchman through. Can a French woman triumph out on the Arthur Ashe Stadium? That's Stevens at 3-2. She's got the break. Now, normally when we leave Clara Burel along, she wins loads of games.
Not happening on this time. It
hasn't happened this time, and Stevens looking to get back in control now. 3-2. Final set. Don't forget she won the first set 6-love. 30-love in this game. Makes her first serve wide in the juice court. Backs it up with a backhand. She's looked to use the slice, as she's done again. Just floats it into court. They're just trading very comfortably from the back. And it's Burel who makes the move. Short backhand. And finishes it off down the line. Can she stay in this game?
Well, just a little bit too short from the racket of Stevens. And once again, Burel is attacking it. She's not really thinking twice about it. Going for it down the line with that backhand. She has one of the most beautiful technique on the backhand side, Clara Burel. And now 30-15 for Sloan Stevens, serving at 3-2 in the third set. First serve wide. Comes the second serve, middle of the box attack from Burel, but long, trying to go down the middle, right at the body of Sloan Stevens, but this time it just flies way too long, and it's now a chance for 4-2 lead for Sloan Stevens.
Yes, winner of this match will play potentially Vika Azarenka, who is 3-1 in the decider. That would be a hell of a second round for both of them, and it would be another big match, wouldn't it? Marquee court, I would say, for Azarenka Stevens, but both with some work to do. But Stevens looking a little brighter now. Second serve in the middle of the box. Burel attacks it, and Stevens not able to cope with a return, so still has to fight on in this game. How many more times will we see Sloan at the US Open? 31 years of age now. Ranked in the world's top 70, has been as high as number 3, former champion here, looking to win another match out on Ash, where she lifted the trophy all those years ago. Second serve here for Stevens in the red dress and the red racket. Very short. Burel's on it again. Burel floats a forehand, middle of the court, and another one, same shot. Stevens a little bit takes it early, pushing her backhand around the court. Burel again off her back foot, just attacking now. Stevens, this is one of the longest rallies of the match, goes cross court with the forehand. Reply from Burel, who's moving forward. Oh, and she had an open court and she nets it. That's some of the tennis that we saw from her earlier on in the match. Not able to finish the point, and Stevens, who just raced through the opening in what was about 20 minutes. They've been on court now an hour and 3/4. Many of the fans coming in thinking they would be watching Novak Djokovic take on Radu Albot of Moldova. First meeting between those two. They will have to wait a little longer. That's tennis, isn't it? There isn't a fixed time.
As we all know, we most of the time know when it starts, never know when it finishes.
Exactly. Azarenka 4-1 now over on the grandstand. Former
Amazing
finalist.
comeback from Azarenka. Once again, what a champion this one is. Just never gives up.
So Burel 2-4. Can she fashion a comeback? Don't forget, 4-1 down in that second set, was completely out of it. She's up at the net now. Stevens goes with the lob. Somehow Burel scrambles it back into court, but snaffled up by the American.
Oh,
Goodness me, she's put her player box through so much out here.
Amazing lob once again from the racket of Stevens, and I don't even know how Burel got it at a half volley, but then the forehand inside out, no question about it, from the racket of Stevens.
So first serve for the Frenchwoman. She's looking still to attack, got on her forehand, and a great defense from Stevens. Bounce smash from Burel. She's having to reset. Big forehand cross court from the Frenchwoman, and pushed into the corner. Stevens goes along with the attempted shot.
Well, she tried to go. Yeah, she tried to go. She had nothing to lose because she was pushed so much cross court. She tried to go for a winner down the line. Couldn't make it. Now at 15-all here. So important for Burel to stay close in the score here and hold.
Yeah, we're on Ash with Burel and Stevens. Women's first round.
Another great serve.
Singles match.
Great serve, wide service winner as Stevens misses the reply, and 30-15 for Burel, down 2-4.
Stevens just wipes the perspiration off her brow under that white visor. Comfortable first serve for Burel. They're just eyeing each other up, slice backhand to slice backhand. Stevens looking to push. Now she goes again with the slice to the Burel forehand. Burel cross court forehand. Now it's Stevens with the slice. Cagey point. Stevens a little too ambitious. Was a long way out of the court. And boyfriend and coach Victor has got a massive sort of eagle tattoo on his forehand. Sitting there in a black cap and a black top, looking very engaged now. You forget the effect it has on the camps and how hard it is to watch tennis matches. Wow, Burel with the second serve at 40-15, 2-4. Final set. A lot of tennis to be played left in this. She goes long with her backhand off the return.
Great return, Sam. I mean, she was very aggressive in that second serve return. Sloan Stevens hitting really deep right at the body of Burel, who didn't really come around that ball quickly enough, forcing the error. Still a chance for a 3-4 here in this final set.
So Burel just kicks a first serve in as she's wanted to do. Good return from Stevens, who's looking to attack with the backhand, but a lot of mistakes coming off the Americans' racket now. And just as she did in the second set, Burel staying close in the third. We're in New York at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, and you are listening to exclusive radio coverage of the 2024 US Open presented by American Express. And you're certainly getting your money's worth this evening, because fabulous matches all around the grounds. We're trying to keep you updated. It is a very fast moving, as it always is, opening day of a slam, and this, the last major of the year. A topsy-turvy. What was the expression in French you used? Up and
De
down.
haut et des bas.
De haut et des bas.
De haut was up and
or
down.
débat, and that's what exactly what it's been here for both women. Sloan Stevens, former champion, taking on Clara Burel, young woman from Rennes in France. 23-year-old making her 4th appearance. Stevens making her 13th, and Stevens serving at 4-3. Had got the early break in this final set, but looking a little shaky. Goes with the second serve, middle of the box. Burel jumps on top of it, looking to be aggressive, but it's Stevens who gets the first big hit in, and Burel not able to get out of the way.
She really attacked the serve, and she was 3/4 of the court in. She should have probably followed that to the net instead of trying to backtrack and get caught. Burel now 15-all here.
Stevens in the red dress, which sort of looks like a two-piece, but isn't. It's a little deceiving, like her tennis tonight. Good first serve though, opening up the court. Stevens got this rally onto her forehand, and she's able to manipulate the point. Stepping back a little now, and just a short one, and Burel moves in, takes the backhand on the rise. Victor in the stands takes a big deep breath. I'm not sure he really wants to be in this coaching business. Maybe just roll a boyfriend is enough stress for him. But this is an awful lot. He's seeing his girlfriend out here on the biggest stage in tennis. So Stevens at 15-30. What a win it would be for Burel if she could pull this off after such a disastrous first set. They are trading ground strokes once again. Great defense from the Frenchwoman. She's deep behind her baseline, and the backhand goes long, and Stevens looks as if she could hardly breathe out here, not from exhaustion, just from the sheer tension of this situation.
Well, she manipulated really well, Burel, in this point, just moving her around. Now at 30-all. It's a huge point here.
She thinks, how did it get this tight? Stevens first serve into the center of the box, backs it up with a couple of big forehands, looks to move forward, but nets.
Short ball completely missed from the racket of Sloan Stevens.
And you almost feel if Clara Burel, at 56 in the world, not really used to stages such as these, could just be steady at this moment, she'd be right back in business here. Chance to make it 4-all in this final set. Stevens served down the tee. It's an excellent one. Slides away. That's one of her favorites as well.
Good timing. 103 miles per hour. That came handy, to say the least.
So back at deuce in this women's first round match. Tiafoe and Kovacevic on the Armstrong just across the way on serve in the third. We're going to stay with this one. First serve for Stevens.
The feet.
Just didn't move her feet to that short forehand return.
The ball was so short, and she didn't get up to that ball and completely missed the forehand. It is match point in court 11 for Azarenka, up 5-1, 40-15. Wow. A long rally going on, but still going on back and forth with the cross-court forehand. And my goodness, this is going crazy. This is the longest rally of the match on match point. How about that?
Winner of that one will play.
And it is an unforced or forced error. She was exhausted from the Ukrainian, but it is
the
now.
Winner of this one. But this is a huge point here as well. Burel at break point. Balls hit the net a couple of times from both women. They're just grinding it out. Forehand to backhand. Now it's backhand to backhand. Burel with the slice. Stevens with the topspin hitting over it. Tries to go line. Wasn't in position, and it flies long, and we are level in the decider. Victor.
And how about the celebration from Burel? You wanted it. Yes, she did.
She
didn't see it.
Something.
Oh, yeah, she bent down.
I was looking at Victor.
No, she bent down on her knees, and she screamed, "Allez!" So she is definitely now in it, as Azarenka is giving high fives on the spectators and the fans. On court 11, they finished that match under the rain. It is definitely raining now here at Flushing. And of course, the roof is closed on the Ash court, and 4-all in the third here between Sloan Stevens and Clara Burel, the French woman, dumping a backhand down the bottom of the net on this first point on her serve.
Played an awful lot of three-setters, Clara, this year, hasn't she? This is her 14th of the season. That's a fair few. 4th appearance for the 23-year-old at the US Open. And again, we are deep in the decider. Didn't look that way in the first set, which Burel lost 6-love, but they're trading again. Baseline blows. Burel going with the drop shot, doesn't really get under it. Stevens up to it very easily. Can she make this smash? She does.
Well, it's not easy when the last match that she had was very similar, and she dumped that down on the bottom of the net. So I can tell you, she was probably thinking of it. She's like, no way I'm missing this. Very good play. A little bit too short on the overhead, on the lob from Burel.
Yeah, we're just watching a replay of it.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy, was it? Because it was sort of in a high volley territory as well. Easy to get behind those ones. Goodness me, this match just switching all the time. Burel at love 30, who's been third round here for the last couple of years. Tries to...
Is that a double fault?
Yeah,
yes.
Tries to hit the second serve as hard as the first. And she's back in trouble now.
I mean, the amount of work that she had to do to come back to 4-all, and now finding herself 3 break points.
Maybe she shouldn't have celebrated, so Burel just kicks her first serve in. Stevens with the return off the backhand side. Stevens now with the slice. Burel hitting over it. Stevens counters. It's backhand to backhand. Oh, and Stevens opening up the racket face. And it's just rocketed over the baseline. And we're back at 40-15. This is going to be a very nervy finish, whoever is able to close it out.
I'm not quite sure I would play the backhand of Burel when it gets tight. That's her best shot. I would really try to see what the forehand does.
So Burel makes the first serve. She gets onto her forehand, pushes it over to the backhand side of Stevens. Burel deep behind her baseline. Now Stevens has got a chance to step up. The ball is in the night air, and Stevens doesn't take a second to sweep it away. And she punches the air. And she now leads 5-4 in this final set. Day one of this year's US Open matches. Many matches still going on around the grounds. Vika Azarenka has just come back from a set down on the grandstand. Lulu Sun, the New Zealander, who was the qualifier who made that great run at Wimbledon. She's out on 12 at the moment, and it is on serve there with Lucia Bronzetti of Italy, and we are on serve on the Louis Armstrong. Tiafoe, Kovacevic in the third, 3-0 in the third. Tiafoe, the 20th seed, 2 sets to love up. But can Sloan Stevens serve this out? She started the game well. Sam Smith alongside Sophie Emek, former tour player. Can we see this through? It's been a roller coaster. Stevens with that first serve wins the first point, 15-love, 5-4. A lot of work to do here. Just eases in the first serve. Burel with a very good deep return back. Stevens trailing. She goes back cross court. Stevens now switches the play, goes down the line. Burel with the cross court slice. Stevens with a short slice. They're slice to slice. It's salami tactics here. Burel with the forehand volley, cuts off the pass. And we are seeing the best of Clara out here this evening.
Oh, it was so 2 back-to-back drop shots, and they were not the best drop shot in the world, but Clara Burel anticipating very well on the counter drop shot cross court and really covering the line where the passing shot was coming from the racket of Stevens. Great reaction from the French woman, and now 15-all here.
So first serve for Stevens, serves wide to the Burel forehand. Good return from the Frenchwoman, who's now on her backhand trying to attack. Another forehand from Burel. Stevens with the backhand. Now the slice from Burel, and a slice forehand as well. It's all coming out here. Stevens doesn't know what to do with it, and her slice forehand completely loses control of it and finds herself at 15-30. And Clara Burel, who's grown up in the era of Caroline Garcia and Kristina Mladenovic. Victor and his big eagle tattoo on his forehand, getting very excited. He's the one providing the emotion here for the Burel camp. So Stevens under the lights, looks for that tee serve again. She makes it. Great return from Burel, though. Pretty much a neutral point at the moment. Stevens looks to attack inside out, wide to the forehand, pulls the ball cross court. Burel looping up the defensive shot off the forehand. She goes for the drop shot. It's beautifully played. Stevens gets there, but pushes her forehand wide of the tram line.
Here we go
she
again.
Could scoot it back, and it is. Here we go again.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, how this match completely turned around, and it is so difficult to call. Burel is like running every direction to cover the balls and taking a lot of risk with that drop shot, but it worked out as unfortunately Sloan Stevens pushes it out with that forehand, and it is now 2 break-back points for Burel for 5-all.
Burel was missing time and time again. Stevens with the first serve down the tee. Burel just goes along with her backhand return. Stevens looks as if she could hardly breathe. It was looking like it was going to be such a comfortable, easy night for her at a set and 4-1, a procession, just a lovely outing to get the Arthur Ashe evening sessions underway. Not the case. It's been an absolute battle here, and coming up to the 2-hour mark as they did earlier in the year in the deserts of the UAE. Second serve for Stevens, just kicks it in middle of the box. Burel hits the return, comes forward, hits a fantastic volley, and she hits another one, and it is a break, and we are level again. Whatever next. What an exciting women's first round match. Well, Victor,
he's already impressed.
He's sitting in the front row of the player box. He's got a little glass screen, and I tell you, he's going to be like tipping over the front of it with excitement very soon.
But you know why he was impressed? And I was impressed too. She actually returned and came in to the net, and she went for it, and she took the chances. I mean, tactically, she's so sound and so clear-minded right now to be doing this on a game point to come back to 5-all. Return, come into the net, won the point. Now serving here at 5-all in the third, as you mentioned, closing in. We are closing in on the 2-hour mark, and it is again Burel much more aggressive here with the down the line backhand that Sloan Stevens cannot return, and it is 15-love.
And Burel, a slight figure with long brown hair, which is sort of swept up off her face, sort of in a sort of very tidy sort of bun at the back of her head. Really looking to be very aggressive now. Stevens just going awry. She's just netted a short backhand cross court, and it's the Frenchwoman from Rennes with all of the momentum. How does she get her hair to? How does she twirl it around like that to
Good
get
question.
it to stay? I mean, it hasn't moved, has it?
I tell you what, you're going to run into the press conference and ask her.
Okay, I'm so impressed with that. First serve from Burel. Stevens returns back down the centre of the court. Burel with the counter. She's now on the forehand short one. She's up at the net, and she's got a high drive forehand volley. She does that. Actually just needs to make it, because that was a horrible shag from the racket of Stevens. And Burel roaring along at this game.
She's getting rewarded, I'm telling you. She is the braver of the two right now. Burel going after it and really trying to push Sloan Stevens.
She's made another first serve. Stevens.
Look at that.
Horrible return.
All that love. How about that?
Long
Burel leads
over the
6-5,
baseline.
final
And would
set.
you believe it? Burel now ahead for the first time in this final set. 6-5 she leads. Now, all the excitement's on the ash. Gil, are you doing all right there over on the Armstrong?
Yeah,
Can
I'm
you
doing
make it
great,
exciting
as a
for
matter of
us?
fact, because I now have a great vantage point. Much better than court 11. I'm sitting down and I'm court level, so it's fantastic.
I thought you were still on 11 and there was no match, and you were obviously seeing everything very clearly.
Yes, it got much better after the match ended. We're 4-3 on serve. Add for Tiafoe to level the third set at 4. Kovacevic has served incredibly well, and it's really the aces that have been a lifeline for him. He's had 21. Great drop volley for Tiafoe, and he holds for 4-all. And then the other thing I want to add, this is a huge accomplishment for Alex Kovacevic just to get here and play this match. He had lost in qualifying at the US Open 3 years prior until finally getting through this year. And it's the event that means more than any other event for him, because he grew up here in New York on the Upper West Side, 5-minute walk from the iconic Central Park. And until he was a teenager and moved to Florida, the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center was his training ground.
Well, that's a very good point, and you made a very good point about the aces. 21 aces, but only 12 for Tiafoe, so it's telling. I mean, they are 2 inches apart. I thought Kovacevic was much smaller, but I mean, his frame is so much smaller than Tiafoe, but it looked as it was also not as tall. But yeah, good on him, and thank you, Gil. Very good info here.
I tell you what I heard in there from that fabulous research was the Upper West Side. That is a nice part of town. I've been up there. And yeah, started playing tennis on the courts of Central Park with his table tennis, ex-professional table tennis parents. Right, but we're going to just kind of gather ourselves. Can Sloan Stevens stay in this deciding set, serving it 5-6 after winning the first 6 love, dropped the second 7-5. Never saw herself in this predicament. She's been a right pickle now.
Boy.
She's hit a double fault first point, trying to serve to stay in it.
That's painful.
This is turned into a very difficult evening on the court that she's had the greatest success of her career. She's always going to be remembered as a US Open champion. No one can take that away from her. Hasn't been really at her best for a few years now, but did win a title in Rune earlier in the season, and she's at a second serve again. Just looking down the court, can't quite believe what is happening. Now, Burel inching up to the service line, really took it on, but completely miscued it off that backhand side. It went way wide of the tram line.
At least, again, she's trying to do the right thing. She's trying to be aggressive. She's going after this match. She's not being passive, Burel. And I think that's what Stevens has been doing in the second set when she was up a 7-4-1, just very passive.
Great drama on Ash. Again, Stevens not really hitting that first serve, but I mean, that was under 90 miles an hour. And it goes long over the service line, so has to rely on the second. Can she make this one? It's very short. Burel is all over it with the forehand cross court return. Now the backhand cross. She's up at the net. She has to backtrack to hit the drive volley, but it's a good one. And she's looking to come forward again. Big with a forehand inside out. Nothing Stevens can do. That is one of the best points we've seen from Clara Burel, who, don't forget, has made the third round here for the last couple of years and the final of the juniors. It's been a good hunting ground for her early on in her career.
Did reach the quarterfinals last week before coming into this tournament against Haddad Maia, losing. But yeah, I mean, in all, she's the one who is really going after this match right now.
Yeah,
so aggressive.
Her preparation was in Cleveland, Ohio. We're a long way from there right now. We're on the biggest court in the world. Stevens with the first serve, Burel with the backhand cross-court return. Burel pushed quite a long way behind her baseline, looking to get on the forehand again. Stevens using her forehand, just trading back and forth. Stevens
so
trying
tentative.
to switch the play, and can you believe it? Wide with that trusty backhand, and Stevens plucks at her string. She must be just scrambled. 6 love 4-1 she led not so long ago. Burel, the expression hasn't changed over the last couple of hours and 5 minutes they've been out here. And Burel looking at 2 match points. Stevens makes the first serve, middle of the box. Burel with a very solid return, and that is wide, and it's quite an upset out here. What a comeback from Francis Clara Burel. And it's a fairly stony-faced Sloan Stevens, the former champion, out in the first round. And Burel, who pretty much no one, we suspect, knows who this is. She's just a very slight Frenchwoman with long brown hair tucked up in a bun in a little blue outfit with a very exuberant boyfriend, Victor, on the side of the court with a big tattoo. But that is, well, that is a bonkers scoreline. It's love 6, 7-5, 7-5, and Clara Burel, the 4th-ranked Frenchwoman out there on tour, goes through to the second round in spectacular fashion here. What a way to start this tournament. Is that an omen for the tournament? Crazy results.
For the French
Stevens,
players
very much the favorite, you know, here in America, former champion. She beat her in Dubai, and yeah, just watching pictures of Sloan just wanting to get off the court as quickly as possible. And you wonder, she's got a lot of off-court interest now, married a couple of years ago. How many more times are we going to see Sloan in New York? How many more seasons are we going to see her here?
It's going to be a hard one to swallow tonight, that's for sure, for Sloan Stevens. But I guess it was the greatest French nights tonight, between Rune finishing 7-6 in the 5th, winning that match against Chris Eubanks. But now let's hear from Clara Burel with... are we going to hear, I think, the interview? I hope so.
Yes,
I mean, she's down court with
Rune Stubbs.
Yeah,
what
a comeback.
Up in just a moment, and I think this will be an interesting one.
She has a smile on her face. Yep, that should give her a smile.
Clara, congratulations. What an incredible turnaround that was for you. What happened from the first set, midway through the second set, and the third set? How did you turn it around?
Honestly, I don't really think so. I was a little bit nervous at the beginning, and Sloan was playing well. She was moving really well, and she was making it tough for me. So yeah, I don't know. I just kept fighting. I found a way.
What did you tell yourself tactically? Because you were moving a little bit more inside the court in the second set, and that's how we feel like you turned it around. Did you make a conscious effort to be more aggressive?
Yeah, I think that was the turning point when I decided to be more aggressive. I started to win more points, so I kept playing aggressive, and it paid off.
How much does in a moment like this, on a court like this, getting over the nerves at the beginning, how much can something like this turn your career and make you so much more confident going forward?
Yeah, honestly, it's amazing for me playing on a night session or R2H. I would have never imagined that playing as a kid. So I'm just really happy to be here and get the win. It's just amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a tough victory tonight. Through to the next round. Look, Clara Burel.
Well, it just shows you absolutely anything can happen at the US Open, and what a way to get this year's first night session underway. Sophie, just pick the bones out of what we've seen over the last couple of hours.
Well, it's exactly what Clara Burel was saying. She turned around really the tactic in the second set. She came back, and even though she was not really doing well at the beginning of the second set, she changed tactics. She said, I'm going to be more aggressive, and she started to step inside the court. She started to come to the net, and it's proving that tennis is a game it's a game of chess. It's a game of thinking out there, and it's good to see that players can go from plan A to plan B. She was very nervous in the first set, as we all saw, but not only that, she just wasn't playing her tennis. And I think by pushing herself to go forward and be more aggressive, came along the victory tonight. And Sloan Stevens, missed the boat on a 7-4-1 herself, not finishing, not being aggressive, a little bit passive. Could have really finished in 2 sets, but kudos to the French woman tonight. What a match, and what a win on Arthur Ashe for her. She's never going to forget that.
Yes, didn't overly celebrate, did she, at the end? But I think we've got to know Clara Burel over the last couple of hours. But I got the smile. I think she's sort of been in shock the whole match, really. What happened to her in the first set, and then actually winning it. And it just shows you in tennis, anything can happen.
Never over till it's over. You gotta just keep at it, and you know that things could change just in a heartbeat, and that's what exactly happened. And looking at the stats, that was only by 2 points margin that Burel won that match, 86 points to 84, 42 and 4 series on each side, 19 winners. It comes out that actually the French woman hit more winners when it took forever for her to get her first winner in the first set. So 19 winners to 16, better first serve percentage at 56 to 47 for the French woman, and she will be facing Victoria Azarenka, winner in 3 sets when we thought herself as well would be out of the tournament. So 2 players that, well, coming out from nowhere. And of course, Diane Paris underneath in the draw, also a French woman coming through Wang and another Wang, but Irfan Yang winning against Sakkari. Unfortunately, 6-2 retirement. Sakkari with that shoulder injury. That was the sad part of the day, I think.
Sophie, thank you very much. It's been quite an evening. We're just going to take, I think we deserve a little breather now. Maybe we'll go for a honey juice. We'll just take a quick break. We'll be back very shortly.
Get ready for the next epic match, destined to leave you breathless. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Day 1 here in New York at Flushing Meadow, and Sophie and Sam, the S&S show, being joined by the M&M show, Mike Cation and Mark Woodforde. M&M.
Oh boy, I mean, that's pretty good. How long did it take you to think about this? Because that was pretty good.
About 2 seconds.
Oh my
then I
goodness,
fluffed it actually as I introed it. But it feels like unbelievably busy with stories going on all over the courts. I mean, we're all looking at different things. What have you guys picked up on today?
You know, it feels like there's been a lot of drama, but at the same time, I don't feel like I was really overly surprised by anything today. Even like Nakashima over Rune, that felt kind of in the cards, you know, but I felt it was some of the results pretty straightforward, although just a lot of high-level drama, and that was a very entertaining day 1 so far.
And they're almost sort of building off the momentum of Fan Week, Mark, which was extraordinary, wasn't it? With nearly 250,000, fans coming through the doors and watching qualifying and Arthur Ashe Kids Days. Sorry?
Free fans.
Yes, exactly.
Right? 200,000 free fans.
They weren't charging for
no, it was free. It was free. But I'm saying, we haven't eased into this US Open. I feel like we've gone bang day 1.
Yes, well, and a lot of the slams now are emphasising the 3 weeks. Used to be just the 2 weeks, didn't it? That was the focus, and now
it'll be a month soon.
Yeah, very soon it'll be a month.
Too right.
We'll have to like buy an apartment in Melbourne and Paris and London.
But I still feel like it's a bit of a punch drunk from the Olympics. I felt like today I spent a good amount of time watching some of the coverage on TV, and they seem to be just talking about some of the unusual results that have happened because the players are still kind of in this effect from the Olympics being wedged in between Wimbledon and this US Open.
Yeah,
and it was on clay as well. It's a
well,
huge
the recovery,
transition.
the transition from obviously the surfaces. You know, you went to Wimbledon, then you went back to the clay, then you went to the US Open. I mean, it's tough not only on the change of the surfaces, but the body and then the jet lag and but it's rough.
I always think of the words after whom this whole area is this precinct
Pressure
is
is
named
a privilege.
No, I was going to say Billie Jean King. Champions adjust.
Yeah.
Well, that's after pressure.
That's what she'd be saying.
That's right after pressure is a privilege.
We know them. We learn them on the WTA tour because these are good things. But talking of pressure and the Olympics and great champions, Novak Djokovic tonight going for more records, Mark.
He is indeed, and I had that privilege of watching him play the final in Paris, the Olympics, against Alcaraz. I mean, I don't know if there are enough superlatives in my language skills to describe Novak Djokovic, except it surprised the heck out of me, and I think losing in straight sets at Wimbledon really fired him up for the Olympics, and I think that fire is still going to be lit for this year's US Open.
I mean, I think that is the question, isn't it? And it might not be answered today, but how he handles things if he gets into that second week, where he's at physically, where he's at mentally. Does that fire still burn, and how much farther can he go with it?
Probably benefiting from not playing any of the lead-up tournaments from Paris up until here, where a few of the other name players, marquee players, have entered. Maybe not put those runs on the board, but it's just preparation for the US Open. His schedule, I think, over time has, he's playing less and less as he's aware of his body, just perhaps taking care of mentally and physically.
I mean, we all have to remember that, a month and a half ago, he was on the operation table. I mean, this to me is absolutely outrageous. It's surreal.
Yes.
I mean, who recovers? I mean, yeah, you were going to recover, but you're going to recover and win a medal? That's amazing.
Let's hear from Radu Albot.
3 different matches, of course. Different things happen on the court in different matches. And I guess just fighting.
Now, you had to look all the way to the bottom, all the way down at number 127 to find yourself playing Novak Djokovic for the very first time. You're 34, he's 37. What are your impressions of this matchup?
Well, I never played against Novak. It's going to be the first time, and especially it's going to be interesting to play on the big court. And I actually didn't scroll all the way down. My wife did for me, and she let me know who's my opponent. So just excited, and let's go and play.
Good luck tonight. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you very much.
All right. It's been 17 years since I've been in the locker room. I'm liking seeing the champions board. This is kind of a cool little thing. We'll wait for Novak to slide in right by me. Novak, you come in as the first time the Olympic champion. You've gone from clay, from grass, now hard court. How was the practice week and the lead up?
It was good. I'm just excited to be back in New York, one of the greatest cities in the world, and definitely the biggest stadium we have in our sport. Night sessions are something unique historically, so I look forward to a great energy in the stadium.
A little bit unique, you're playing a 34-year-old guy that you've never played before. What are your impressions of your opponent tonight, Radu Albot?
Well, always in the first matches you want to start off well. It's dangerous when you play somebody that you've never faced before that has not much to lose. So, I've done my homework. Both of my 2 younger brothers faced my tonight's opponent. They both lost to him. So hopefully I can avenge my brothers tonight.
Nice. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
So the walk-on now here for Radu Albot and Novak Djokovic onto Andrash Stadium.
The players for tonight's first round match. And from Serbia, Olympic gold medalist and defending U.S. Open champion, Novak Djokovic.
So we hear from this incredible crowd on night number 1 in New York as Novak takes center stage. Sam, Sophie, you had an entertaining one. Now you probably need a little bit of rest, so please take some and enjoy this night.
We wish you a very good night. We've started in quirky fashion,
yes,
I have
you
to say,
did.
with a crazy match. And you know, it reminds us that you never know in tennis. Have a great night, guys.
Thank you so much, Sam.
And thank you for having me.
Sophie. Yeah, so we'll be keeping, obviously, most of our focus on Novak and Radu over the next couple of hours, but we are obviously also keeping one eye on what's happening over on Armstrong right now. Mark Woodforde, Mike Cation here with you tonight. And Woody, Alex Kovacevic taking set number 3 from Francis Tiafoe 6-4. So Francis obviously just, a lot of pressure for him playing in New York, coming off of that finals appearance in Cincinnati. And I think he's expected, so much right now, and maybe feeling it in that third set.
Yes, and I think he's playing against a quality player.
I agree.
It's not easy to take out, obviously, a fellow countryman, but someone that actually, has depth and variety in his game. It's just that he doesn't have the same experience at this level as Francis.
Yeah, Alex Kovacevic, I have to. I think I'm contractually obligated to say a proud graduate of the University of Illinois, as am I. I think it's part of the deal, Woody, that I have to make sure to shout out the Orange and Blue, one of the assistant coaches. Tim Kapinski out there right now as well. But yeah, Kova is a guy who has struggled to take out those top 20 players, 1-7 in his career. The lone victory coming over Cam Norrie, 0-4 at slams, 0-6 in 2024 against that top 20 level. We'll see if he's able to kind of push things a little bit further here in a fourth set that is just underway over on Armstrong in the midst of our coin toss right now for Novak and Radu. And Woody, you mentioned it, obviously. What Novak has done here, getting that gold medal, kind of just putting the capstone here on this incredible GOAT career for him. How do you, and you can speak to this yourself as somebody who played at the upper echelons of our sport, how do you stay motivated after you've just ticked every single box?
That's a good question. Because look, when he won on the Sunday in Paris, I actually caught the Eurostar back to London myself. Sitting across the aisle from me was Andy Murray and his young daughter. And I kind of showed Andy, leaned across the aisle and showed him a tweet that came from one of the fellow Serb past players that have helped Novak out. And something like, he's checked every box now. He can retire gleefully, happily, joyfully. And I said to Andy, why wouldn't he just, if I was him, I think I would. Why not stop?
Yeah.
Because adding 1 or 2 more Grand Slams to the tally, I'm not sure that changes. It doesn't elevate him anymore, in my opinion. For me, my baseline is, or graph, is the amount of Grand Slams. So Andy actually gave it some thought, and he said, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that he would consider retiring at the end of the season rather than doing it kind of mid-year.
Yeah, that makes much more sense just because of the fact he is obviously playing at that very elite level still. Body seems to be holding up. We see him as he has just started his warm-up, does still have that knee brace on the right knee. But yeah, that is, I guess, that's the lone question, is how much longer can he play at that elite level?
Well, and the knee was obviously of some concern. I mean, again, calling a number of his matches and seeing the issue that came upon him at Roland Garros, there was just absolute doubt. Surprised the heck out of me that he reached the final of Wimbledon. But I think that is a testament to the tenacity and the belief. Maybe some people might say the severity of the injury wasn't as great as perhaps as what they first suspected. But you've got to give the guy credit because maybe he has that ability to bounce back from adversity.
And on top of it, just that idea that medical technology is changing. You have that capability.
Constantly.
It gets more difficult, though, at the age of 37, 38, right?
Yes.
I mean, your body does not recover in the same way.
Well, look, I retired at 35, and I just felt like that. It was tough to put it out day in, day out. And he's already, 37 years of age, and certainly at the level on the singles court, I didn't attain what Novak has, and his body has taken a pounding. And look, at the end of last year, I remember having a discussion with him and sitting down. It was the first time that I'd kind of sat next to him for a number of years, and it just reminded me, just being that close. He is, just a physical specimen. On TV, he looks kind of rangy sometimes.
Yeah.
It's on the thinner side, but he is a rock when
he
you are
takes
up close.
He takes that incredibly seriously, what goes into his body at all times.
Yeah. And he's done that from a very early age. I did get to spend an 8-week period working with him a number of years ago, almost a decade ago, and he was, or longer, he had not yet reached number one, but the work that he was putting into reaching number one, even back then at an early age, is now allowing himself to have this longevity.
We're going to take a short break, come back for the start of Radu Albot and Novak Djokovic here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Mark Woodforde joining you here. Night number 1 in New York. The energy is there, and hopefully you're along for the ride. You can listen to us here, of course. You can also watch us now as well. Woody, that's not good for anybody that they have to see this. Thankfully, they've got you to look at. That's why you're here, Woody. You're the beauty here. I'm the brains. I think that's how it works.
That's so funny because Todd and I think he was considered the beauty and I was the brains, maybe. Yeah. Especially when we played in certain parts of the world. They were throwing, his nickname was Teddy, right?
Yes.
You're aware of that. They actually were, at the end of matches, throwing teddy bears at him.
That's absolutely shocking stuff.
Yeah.
He has a good collection now.
He does.
Rivals my daughter's. A little bit odd. All right, we're ready for play here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Radu Albot serving from the near side as we are ready for play on night number 1. Serve is a let. Was going into the left hip pocket of Novak Djokovic. And again, we're keeping you up on this one, as well as what's happening over with Frances Tiafoe and Alex Kovacevic. Albot serves again, serve good, forehand Novak. Albot goes forehand cross, Djokovic forehand up the line, off the net, good. Albot backhand cross, Novak runs around to a forehand. Albot gets short, forehand in behind it, volley is good. Radu Albot wins the first point of this match to make it 15-love.
How was that for an opening point, Mike? Explosive move by Albot towards the net, and a very crisp first volley as well.
Comes through qualifying the last couple of days here as part of Fan Week. Serve good into the backhand of Djokovic. That misses long. Beating Mochizuki 6-3 in the third. Also a good win over Luca von Asche in second round of qualifying. That was the big upset victory in his run through qualies. It's been an interesting year for him. 30-love serve is a let. He's been playing much more in ATP Tour qualifying rather than playing at the challenger level, which is a little bit surprising because the opportunities have been fewer as a result. serve here at 30 love. Good into the body, gets a return miss from Djokovic and game points. Certainly different ways to do it, different paths to get back to where he has been, as high as 39 in the world. Back in 2019, comes into this one. 138 in the world at 34 years of age. Serve good. Backhand Djokovic is into the net. 3 missed returns from possibly the greatest returner of all time. And an easy hold there for Albot.
It is a relieving hold of serve for Albot. He doesn't own a pacey first serve, does he? It's more placement is what the emphasis is for the Moldovan. But that's a very clean first game.
Shocking to me, considering how long Radu has been on tour, and he's been inside the top 100 for the large majority of his career, that he's never played Novak. And in fact, in pre-tournament press actually said he's played Roger. He's also practiced with Roger and practiced with Rafa, never even practiced with Novak.
Could be a little advantage for Albot. It might be a relatively close first set, potentially.
Serve from Novak is into the net. A little bit of an extra hop there after that service motion as well. You never know when, what was it, Shanghai? Novak pops in where the forehand goes a little bit crazy. Limbs all over the place. Second serve, good. Albot forehand cross. Djokovic forehand up the line to an Albot backhand slice. Backhand from Djokovic through the middle. Albot tracks it down, pops it up, but it's into the net. Djokovic 2:15 left.
Well, we know that Djokovic, he said in the, as he walked out onto the court speaking with Brad Gilbert, that he's done his homework. He is very much a guy that will rely upon the stats. That he probably would have viewed some footage of the way that Albot plays, conversations with his two brothers as well. So revenge, maybe in the Djokovic mindset.
Trying to go out to that corner, misses long. And yeah, you're going to have to explain this coaching situation right now for Novak. It's a little bit in flux, I think you would say.
Does he have a nominated coach?
Second serve is an ace, goes up the tee. Albot was leaning towards that backhand wing, so it's an ace for Djokovic, first of the night. Yeah, it's been interesting to see nobody really firmly in that box since the split with Goran Ivanisevic back beginning of the year. 30 love serve out wide is wide. Djokovic is light blue top, dark blue shorts. Combination of those colors on the shoes as well. Second serve gets a backhand, goes rolled middle, does Djokovic, and misses it long. It's 30-15. But as always, the Lacoste kit here from Djokovic, pretty clean. Some, I guess we'd call those rectangles and lines on the light blue shirt.
Squiggles?
I wouldn't call them squiggles. There's all shape. There's form there.
There are shapes, yes.
Serve up the tee. Now a Djokovic backhand cross. Albot backhand middle. Djokovic run around forehand inside in into the deuce corner for game points.
And there's the shape, and that's the type of action that he'd like to see happen with the forehand and the backhand. Doesn't have to try and power through the court against Albot.
15 serve out wide, gets a short forehand, goes back behind Albot, who has a forehand to a Djokovic forehand cross. Albot forehand middle, Djokovic forehand up the line to a backhand Albot that's into the bottom of the net. It is 1-all very quickly. Frances Tiafoe right now serving 1-2 in the fourth set with Alex Kovacevic. That match still has another one over there on Armstrong coming up tonight. Arena Sabalanka will be in action taking on Brisbane, Priscilla Hahn. But we'll be keeping an eye on that. I know Gil Gross is keeping one eye on Armstrong as well. Frances Tiafoe just got it to 2-all there. Albot 1-all, serve tee good, chip return. Albot steps back, forehand inside out to a Djokovic backhand cross. Albot backhand cross, Djokovic backhand slice through the middle. Albot forehand into the deuce corner, running forehand Djokovic misses long for 15 love.
So there was a forehand there, Mike, that probably when I was calling some of his matches at Wimbledon early on, just that movement out to the forehand, out wide in particular, and the recovery back into the court was a little sensitive and tentative movement by Djokovic, and it just reminded me just on that last one that he tried to push back in.
I'm going to, as he misses another return here, how much did that change in the Olympics in terms of what you saw, his ability to recover specifically from that deuce corner?
Well, I think the longer that he stayed in the draw at Wimbledon as well as Paris, the more dangerous he became. His experience was able to shine through. And of course, we know the results of losing the final of Wimbledon, but bouncing back very strongly in Paris on the clay.
So 30 love here for Radu Albot. 1-all. Night number 1 here in New York. Serve good. Forehand return misses, well, wide. I don't think of seeing Novak missing this many returns. This feels very awkward so far. I think that's 6 missed returns so far.
Well, it goes back into perhaps he's just not reading the serve. When he's playing someone that he's played a few times, he has a bit of a read or an inside knowledge of where they prefer to serve. It's a bit of an unknown against Albot at this stage.
Second serve for Albot is good. Backhand Djokovic up the line, misses wide. Radu Albot has 2 holds to love already. It's 2-1.
That's a badge that I would gladly take.
Stop the count.
Run off the court with.
Stop the count. It is 2-1. We're on serve on Ash. Gil Gross is with us here tonight. He gave us great updates earlier on Rinderknecht, that victory over Eubanks, and now inside Armstrong, where we have Frances Tiafoe and Alex Kovacevic. Or Gil, what's it looking like so far in there? Has it gotten a little bit tense as we've gotten into this 4th set?
Mike, Mark, great to be with you tonight. It certainly has, but most of it is because Kovacevic is playing excellent tennis. Francis, he's kept up the energy. He still looks very engaged, but Kovacevic has quite a bit of firepower for someone who's not all that large. He's got 40-30 at 2-all now. And Mike, I did want to follow up on something you said earlier about the pressure that is on Frances Tiafoe coming into the U.S. Open. We all know that normally it's better for a player to not feel that pressure, to be playing loose and free, so to speak. I think Francis is in that tiny percentage of players that actually wants the pressure, needs the pressure, and it's when all of that is off his back where you get some disinterested, unenthusiastic tennis, and that is when Francis is at his worst. So I actually think he almost puts a lot of pressure on himself coming into this tournament intentionally, and it's worked out for him with a quarterfinal last year and a semifinal the year before.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Woody. There are some people who are able to handle that pressure, pre-tournament pressure, if you will, just a little bit better. And yeah, Francis has always been an interesting case for me. Just in terms of just that expectation level and what we've seen from him, and it's just been all over the place. But clearly the David Witt relationship has certainly kind of gotten him on this right path here late in the year.
Well, let's hope that he profits by that association with David Witt. For me, alarm bells started to ring when I saw that he'd ended his coaching relationship with Wayne Ferreira, who since moved on to someone else, and that's also come to an end. But for Francis, I feel like he needs a coach there. He needs to have 100%. That voice in his ear. And as annoying as he probably finds it, he needs to find the discipline in his game. He's quite an undisciplined player for being a name in our sport, I feel. Certainly performances here in the US, he loves the big show, the big stage. He's got to be able to find that form outside of the US as well.
But yeah, certainly seeing him in that Masters final a couple of weeks ago, just all of that hope that had been put into him so many years ago is really good to see him fulfilling a little bit of that destiny. And Gil mentioned, obviously, the runs he's had here in New York as well.
He plateaued a little bit this year, didn't he? Heading into the US summer.
Yes.
So it's good to see these runs starting to appear on the board, because he is, I mean, he's so exciting to watch. I mean, I can't help it. You look at the smile on his face, even through some tough moments. To see that grin of his, I think it lights up. It could light up Manhattan.
Well, Woody, as you know, I spend a lot of the time at the Challenger circuit. When he was coming with Taylor, with Tommy Paul, with Riley Opelka, it was clear that Taylor was going to be the one to have that quickest breakthrough. We all kind of knew that that was going to be the one who was into the top 50 and beyond pretty quickly. But everybody said if Francis is the one who has the most success, that probably has the biggest impact on American tennis.
It's interesting that you say that. Of course, we know that Jose Higueras, who has worked here with the radio with us before, and he's spent some time working with those players in the play development period when Jose was still part of it. And Jose used to say to me, he felt that Francis was a surefire number one. And I must say, I doubted that. I just, there were gaps in his game that I felt, you know, I didn't know that he would be able to iron them out. And I think he's been inside the top 10. He's touched upon there.
Touched at 10,
dipped the toe in the
he
pool.
saw it.
Yep. But he is, wow, he is just a powerful player when he is on.
Djokovic had a nice, easy hold himself to get to 2-all, and breaking news, Radu Albot has lost a point on serve. Just missed a back into the net to get us to 2-all, 15-all. Set number one, a little bit of a smile on Djokovic's face, I think, kind of understanding that he's gotten one on the board here. Serve for Albot from the near side, good. Forehand Djokovic, forehand Albot is shanked well long, and now suddenly, after 2 holds to love, in trouble is Albot at 15-30.
And that forehand from Albot, just wildly not coming out of the middle of the racket. She was shanked. That's the side, isn't it, on Albot that I think Novak will probably focus on as this match starts to get into deeper of this first set.
Forehand from Albot inside out. Now has a forehand, goes into the net while running out to his right. It was so easy just a couple of moments ago, and now Novak has 2 break chances here at 15-40. First break points of this evening. Wiping off just a little bit of sweat from the brow, not a lot yet. There is a threat of rain around us right now in New York. Roof has been closed at times through the night. Serve for Albot at 15-40, good. Into a forehand Djokovic. Albot short forehand. He's missed 3 in a row. That one into the net, and Novak Djokovic off and running. He's got it to 3-2 with a break here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Time.
Back inside Armstrong, it is 3-all in the 4th set. Tiafoe leading Alexander Kovacevic 2-1. The roof is closed. Mike mentioned earlier, threat of rain in the area, and it's a unique atmosphere you get inside. Louis Armstrong, in particular, when the roof is closed, this is the loudest atmosphere you will ever have in tennis. And I don't mean the crowd cheers and it gets loud. I mean there's a constant noise.
Is that a good thing, Gil?
Actually, Francis is frustrated with it, and Tiafoe loves the noise.
Yes.
But this is too much for him. So certainly, if I have a chance to speak with him after the match, which would mean he won the match, I will ask him how he feels about the decibel levels in here.
Yeah, interesting. I think, you know, early in his career, and this is one I was involved in, it was involved in a very famous match of a little bit too much amorous noise in Sarasota, Challenger, many years ago. You can just Google Francis Tiafoe, Sarasota.
I do remember that, Mike. Yes.
Yeah.
That made the rounds.
I've done 11 years of tennis broadcasting. It all goes back to that one match. But back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, Djokovic serving here 3-2, 15-all, misses a first serve into the bottom of the net. Not a great start serving-wise right now. 5 of 13 to start. Second serve good. Albot backhand up the line to a Djokovic backhand middle. Albot forehand is yanked wide. Another forehand error for him, and he's starting to rack those up. 7 unforced errors total. It's 30-15.
Yeah, that's a forehand that will bleed errors, and already we're seeing Djokovic just starting to throw a few more directional balls towards the forehand side, getting some of the unforced errors.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, when you look at numbers, Woody, the forehand numbers in terms of winner count is much higher for Albot every time. But yeah, you're going to also see that unforced error go along with it. Second serve good, return off the net good. Forehand Djokovic just catches the baseline. Now he goes forehand cross. Albot running forehand middle, misses long, and it's 40-15.
40-15.
Yeah, it's just I mean, when the ball was coming onto him at a decent pace, I think Albot is not really troubled by that, but it's the variation, and Djokovic is giving him different paces, different heights, and Albot is a little confused on that wing at the moment.
Maybe he should have practiced with Novak at some point over the years.
That's, yeah, that's
that was the fascinating one to me.
I mean, he must have some nerves then as he entered the arena. Obviously, this is a big platform for Albot, but he has played on some of the bigger stages as well. But
no doubt,
the fact of not even a one practice ball, that 5 minutes would have been golden.
Yes. Double fault there from Djokovic. He's got a couple of them so far. Serve good, return not. Right into the bottom of the net. Djokovic, you can tell, is a little antsy, Woody, despite this 4-2 break lead here in this first set. Yeah, in fact, he's talking right now. His team all wearing the exact same shirt and hat combination. There's 6 of them all wearing a dark blue Lacoste shirt and asking for just a little bit more conversation about what he needs to do right now. And I think it has to do with that serve. 6 of 16 right now. Albot from the far side, last game with the original ball. Serve good to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand Albot middle, Djokovic backhand cross. Albot matches. Djokovic backhand middle. Run around forehand from Albot is yanked wide. Another error from from Radu Albot on the forehand side for love 15.
Yeah, those 4 individuals that are sitting, watching, supporting the Djokovic.
Serve is good. Chip return lands good. Albot forehand inside out. In behind it has a backhand volley. Djokovic lob off the backhand wing. Albot overhead. Wow, he missed that long. That might have gotten to the back fence over the back shoulder on the lob, but nowhere close to the court. It's love 30.
Yes, it just couldn't elevate himself up. He was having to move backwards quite quickly.
A little bit more on the diminutive side, Radu Albot. I think generally listed, and generously, I should say, 5'8". This is the first serve here at love 30 as the wheels have come off the train here very quickly. Second serve good. Djokovic goes a little bit too big with the backhand return, misses it wide. 15-30 now. Djokovic in that traditional stance, about 6 feet behind the baseline for this first serve from Albot. T. I don't know how that hit, but apparently hit both lines. The outside of it, very close call, catches millimeter. Djokovic is actually talking to the chair. It was one of those serves that hits.
That looks out.
Yeah, it looked out. The service line, it was fine, but he thought it missed wide into the deuce corner. The serve was to the ad corner.
I saw what they showed on that the back of the court, the screen, the replay, and it certainly looked wide, but Djokovic is letting it slide.
So it's an ace for Albot. 30-all misses the serve long. That was the first of the day for Radu Albot, who's made 82% of his first serves going into this point. Second serve is long. It's a double. Djokovic with another break chance. He's 1 for 1 so far today.
Yeah, and the big question for Albot, even after that splendid start, holding serve 2 times to love, is where in his game, how does he inflict some pain in the Djokovic game?
Where does he earn any points?
Right.
Second serve here on this break chance, a 30-40 serve. Good. Djokovic back in cross, running backhand Albot. Forehand from Djokovic into the deuce corner, rolled. Now he steps into a forehand through the middle, in behind it. Albot backhand volley. Djokovic to the deuce corner, good. Albot forehand lands good. It's a pass for Radu Albot as we go to deuce. I have to say, watching Novak here, he doesn't look like he's happy. He's got the lead. It's comfortable. It's fine on the scoreboard. He doesn't look like he's comfortable with how he's playing yet.
Yeah, but just trying to work his way in, and again, the unknown component to the opponent. He knows obviously where he's ranked and his history leading into this tournament and qualifying, but just not knowing really the directions, whether it's the serve or in rally mode.
Yeah, and some of the return misses as well. Just doesn't feel comfortable yet. Continues to look at his box as well. Radu Albot does have the game point here. Albot serve, tee, good. Rolled return. Albot run around forehand inside out, not close to the court again. I don't know why he ran around to get to a forehand that deep into the ad corner, considering how many he's missed.
And considering that his backhand is probably the safest and most stable shot.
9 unforced errors on the forehand wing right now for Radu Albot. Serve good, backhand to an Albot forehand. Djokovic forehand inside out, in behind it, doesn't have to come up with the volley. The slice attempt from Albot's into the bottom of the net. It's another break chance for Djokovic. 4 minutes and roughly 30 seconds on the clock for this game. The longest game so far. We're 22 minutes in. Break point number 2 of this game. Albot serve, good. Djokovic backhand off the net. Back onto his side. We go back to deuce number 3.
That serve was coming down at 98 mph, and looked like that Djokovic was kind of reaching for the return.
You can hear that is the Djokovic team talking to Novak, who just shakes his head at them. Serve Albot off the net and long. 11 unreturned serves so far for Radu Albot. I would have thought that's number for maybe 3 sets. Serve
Right.
good. Djokovic back into an Albot backhand cross. Djokovic backhand middle. Albot runs around, forehand looped middle. Djokovic inside out. Forehand now steps in to a backhand up the line. Running forehand, Albot chipped into the net. It's going to be another break chance for the world number 2.
Advantage, Djokovic.
To Djokovic again. We're just looking up at his team again, and he's receiving some help by one of the 4, and that's from, I believe, from Milan, who is not necessarily the one that gives instruction. He's the fitness trainer, isn't he?
You know, I'm a bit confused as to that coaching situation right now myself. Albot goes backhand chip from the middle of the court right to the bottom of the net. He looks discombobulated as well. This has been a very clunky first set so far, but Djokovic on the right end of it as he gets another break and will serve for set number 1 at 5-2. It has been, on the other hand, much more competitive inside Armstrong this 4th set between Kovacevic and Tiafoe. Gil?
Yeah, Mike, Frances Tiafoe is literally and figuratively sweating at this point. Literally is normal. That always happens with Frances. I think he's number 1 in the world in that category. But you look at what's gone on here in set 3 and set 4. Kovacevic has only faced 1 break point, and the first serve percentage is 41% in the 3rd and only 48% in the 4th. So what we've seen is Kovacevic not making a lot of first serves and still holding quite easily.
Yeah, really interesting to watch, and Kova just got the hold there to 5-4. He had a little cup of coffee with Dante Bottini through the middle of this year. Did Kovacevic as a kind of a coaching experiment, and it didn't work out. Kova's kind of floating a little bit, coachless himself right now, but seems to be in a pretty darn good place. One of his former teammates at University of Illinois with him here tonight.
Do you call him Kova because you struggled to say the full last name?
Not anymore. His mom set me straight.
I'm relieved because now I can call him Kova.
No, everybody I know only refers. I don't think I've ever heard anybody call him Alex. Everybody calls him Kova.
Well, I was going to call him Alex, and it's a name that I have to study, Kovacevic.
Yeah. We'll talk through it.
But anyway, I have hit with young Kova many years ago when he came to the desert to play the Easter Bowl, and I was really surprised about how cleanly he struck the ball. And you know, Gil mentioned that Francis Tiafoe sweating bullets out there. I just wonder about Kova and his fitness levels if they do go into a 5th set. I would love to see it go to a 5-set match, but obviously the inexperience for Alex at in 5-set matches might be telling.
Well, I will say he works with the same physio that Tommy Paul works with down in Delray Beach, so that is one area where I know he's pretty well set in terms of the fitness.
Beauty.
Djokovic serving here 5-2, 15 all in set number 1. Lot of errors in this first set. Total of 22 unforced errors between the two. Serve for Djokovic into the net. And again, that has been a major area of concern here for Djokovic in this first set. Missed serves, missed returns, yet the scoreboard completely fine. Second serve good. How about forehand to a Djokovic forehand through the middle that misses long? It's 15-30. This is where you start to, have that little bit of doubt. And again, the scoreboard is fine. It is what it is. Novak didn't play a warm-up tournament on hard.
Yep.
Maybe just the timing is a little bit off here tonight. 15-30 for him here, serving from the far side, 27 minutes in. Serve, Djokovic up the tee, misses wide. Now 8 of 20, 40% for the night so far. Takes his time, couple of extra ball bounces for Djokovic. Second serve, good. Backhand from Albot off the baseline and good. Gets a forehand now, goes cross but misses wide, and that forehand has been a disaster. Andy Roddick is in the crowd tonight. I think I recognize that guy. It's Lin-Manuel Miranda. He's kind of a big deal.
He's kind of loves being on a big stage himself.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Likes the hip hop as well. You a big hip hop guy?
No, I'm not, but I think he probably has a hand across all forums.
Yes, he does.
On stage.
Second serve upcoming here for Djokovic at 30 all is good. Albot forehand just misses long, trying to go with a body return. It's going to be a set point here for Novak Djokovic. Somehow, some way, in a very ugly first set for him. As he, in fact, as he is about to serve with this set point, a couple of heated words towards his team. Extra ball bounces once again. Serve, 40-30, good. Chip return, Djokovic forehand inside in. How about forehand on the run is good. Djokovic forehand up the line. Lob from Albot. Djokovic has a backhand, goes dropper into the net. What was that decision? And he headbutts a ball in frustration towards his chair as we go to deuce.
Yeah, clearly not the right decision. As we're privy to a replay, Mike, on our screens, and the ball did start to get up around shoulder high. Never easy to actually attempt a touch, a finesse shot when it's up around your upper extremities.
The dome piece.
The dome.
Yeah, I'm going hip hop here. I'm just, I'm taking it up there. Second serve upcoming here for Novak, not surprisingly. Second serve good. Albot forehand to a Djokovic forehand cross that's into the net. He again looks exasperated now as Albot has a break chance, his first of the day. Considering how poor Novak has been so far, this is a wasted opportunity for Radu Albot this first set. Djokovic leans back, pauses his pre-serve motion, now ready to go. Break chance, serve off the net but lands good. He'll have another opportunity here as we hit the 30-minute mark. Takes a look over at Radu Albot, now ready to go. Break chance down serve, long, trying to go out wide. Second serve upcoming here for Djokovic. Long couple of pauses there before he gets back to the baseline. Second serve, good tee. Albot forehand rolls into the net.
How
deuce
big
once
was
again.
that second serve? 115.
Meanwhile, Albot looking at his team. Christian Zachanka, the coach. I did see Ilya Marchenko, another former player from Ukraine, who's in the box as well. Good friends with Radu. Serve into the net. I don't think you thought you were going to get an Ilya Marchenko reference here tonight.
No, I thought Marchenko was still playing, or unless I'm thinking of someone else.
Yeah, played the summer off the net and long from Djokovic. It's another double fault. And Albot has the second break chance.
Yeah, there's at times with that serve of Djokovic, in particular the second serve, he elevates the ball into the court rather than up. And he just collapses at times, and where the double faults can start to appear. We'll see how this second serve, where if he can make amends.
Second serve here, break point down, serve good. Albot chip return, lands good. Djokovic back into an Albot backhand slice. Djokovic forehand inside out to a backhand slice to Albot. Djokovic backhand slice through the middle. Albot forehand cross. Djokovic goes forehand up the line to an Albot backhand middle. Djokovic forehand inside out. Albot tracks it down with a backhand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line is perfect. That was vintage Novak. And we're at deuce once again. Deuce number 3.
Yeah, I saw a number of those backhands last time that I saw Novak play was during the Olympics, and probably the most exciting match for me that I've seen him play this year was that second round encounter with Rafa. He damaged Nadal with the forehand up the line and the backhand up the line. His shot selection and the timing was near perfect that day.
And it's not tonight so far.
Not that little rusty, isn't he? But you know, at the Olympics, he had coming off of Wimbledon and a number of matches, and here it's been almost 3 weeks in between.
Yeah,
3-4 weeks, 3 weeks, I think.
Djokovic just come up with a forehand up the line once again for a winner. Gets set point number 2 here. Serve good, return is not. Misses it wide, does Radu Albot, and Djokovic, I guess you'd say survives, maybe 6-2. It looks great on paper, but didn't look good in person. Djokovic 1 set to the good. You are listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. American Express, proud to bring you the 2024 U.S. Open Championships. Thank you for tuning into the best in tennis coverage. This is the U.S. Open Radio, and we're bringing you Inside Armstrong now. Frances Tiafoe has just broken Alex Kovacevic and is now serving for his spot in the second round. It's 6-5 in the second. Frances from the far side, ready to go. Serve up the tee, good. Return chipped and wide from Kovacevic for 15. Love. Tiafoe, the American number 5 right now, a sleeveless number from him. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Well,
I'm not going to get you. Yeah, you seem a little hesitant to question the fashion, but you're not going to question that serve out wide. It's an ace for Frances.
It's a cannon. I mean, when you've got the guns to fire cannons, why not wear a sleeveless shirt?
119 there. Tiafoe moving very quickly. 6-5. 30 love. Serve. Good. Chip return is into the net from Kovacevic.
And he looks exhausted. He looks spent, Tiafoe.
3 hours, 12 minutes into this one. Frances Tiafoe with a match point. Serve, T, good. Return off the net, lands good. Tiafoe short ball into the net. Little pickleball action there from Frances Tiafoe, and that's why he doesn't play pickle.
14-10.
Yeah, save the pickle and paddle games until career is finished on the tennis court.
Like Donald Young, who's into wildcard territory here in mixed. That's a different topic. Serve, just long on this second match point. He'll be playing with Taylor Townsend mixed doubles later this week.
Yes, yeah. Taylor, big win today.
Second serve, good. Kovacevic run around forehand middle. Tiafoe back into a Kovacevic back in middle. Tiafoe forehand misses long. Now from 40 love to 40-30.
And whilst we've been focusing on the Djokovic match, Mike, and I'm sure you've been keeping an eye on this. This is a turnaround. It looked like that Alex was going to push this into a 5-set thrilling match, and that last game, and I think that highlights the lack of belief in Kova at this stage of his career, surrendering their last service game.
Match point number 3, serve T is wide. Kovacevic taking several steps back here. At 40-30, second serve Tiafoe off the net and long. It's a double fault on his third match point. We go to deuce. Yeah, this crowd is definitely participatory right now. Still to come here on Armstrong, Priscilla Hahn and Arina Sabalanka. 82-mile-per-hour second serve off the net and long there for that double fault. So deuce now, again 6-5 here in the fourth set. Tiafoe ready to go, far side serve, T long. Kovacevic again on the second serve, deciding to back up. Second serve for Big Foe, good. Kovacevic run around, forehand middle, Tiafoe forehand cross, running forehand for Kova, forehand Tiafoe in behind it. Not gonna have her come up with a volley. Kovacevic can't track it down. Match point number 4.
Just needs to take his time, take a few deep breaths right now for Francis.
He's not listening. He's moving very quickly.
I think he really wants to try and get off the court quickly here.
Serve, just long. Again, trying to go T. That slider away from the forehand of Kovacevic. Second serve for Tiafoe. That is good. Forehand for Kovacevic inside out, running backhand Tiafoe. Kovacevic forehand up the line is good. He's fought off 4 match points. Now we go to deuce.
Return found a bit of their angle and moved Tiafoe off outside the doubles alley, allowing Kovacevic to thread the forehand up the line.
Tetris-looking pattern shirt here for Kovacevic. Sleeveless purple and blue number for Tiafoe from the far side. Serve T long. You can hear this crowd murmuring this drama here in what could be the final game. Second serve for Big Foe, good. Kovacevic forehand middle, short. Tiafoe backhand, Kovacevic forehand, good. Now has a backhand slice into the net. That's a bad miss from Kovacevic, and he knows it, giving Tiafoe a 5th chance.
I just wonder whether Kova was contemplating coming over the top of the backhand, and last minute the ball was up the middle, little pedestrian-like, and chose to come underneath of it, made a big mistake.
Serve missed again, into the net this time from Tiafoe's really struggling on this ad side with his serve. Second serve, good. Kovacevic run around forehand. Tiafoe backhand up the line, running forehand, Kovacevic into the net. Frances Tiafoe surviving. He's through in 4 sets over Alex Kovacevic, 6-4, 6-3, 4-6, and 7-5. These two have battled twice in the last couple of weeks, 3 sets in Washington, 4 sets now in New York, and both of them going to Frances Tiafoe. He's going to be speaking to Gil Gross in just a couple of minutes, so we'll get to Gil when he gets to Frances. So let's bring you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, still in the first game of set number 2. Radu Albot is serving with a game point. It's a deuce game at in right now. Forehand to forehand we go. Now Albot backhand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Good. Albot running forehand. Djokovic forehand up the line. Albot backhand up the line to a Djokovic forehand cross. Albot forehand middle. Djokovic goes backhand inside out. Chipped from Albot. Djokovic now forehand up the line. Good. Now has a backhand. Goes middle. Albot backhand slice. Djokovic not going to have to come up with that one. That just missed into the deuce corner from Albot as we go to deuce.
Some of the rallies now starting to take shape, and whilst that may be, something that is more content for Albot, I feel like it's going to play into the hands of Novak. The more balls that he gets to hit in this particular match, find some rhythm, build that confidence. Just still not sure that it's the right game plan for Albot.
Serve good into the body. Now Albot runs around forehand middle. Djokovic forehand middle. Albot forehand up the line. Running backhand from Djokovic into the net. It's game point here for Albot.
I mean, it's a tough ask, isn't it? To when you're probably given away a few inches as far as height. He doesn't have the serving power to pick up cheap points apart from the first 2 games in the first set. But he's not also either exploring going forward, Albot, and he doesn't have the weight of shot in rally mode either. So key game for the Moldovan, and he picks it up.
It's a really nice flat inside out forehand, drawing the air out of Djokovic. And I think that's part of it too, is he's got to stay with a pretty low margin on that forehand, I think, to really kind of push Djokovic and just kind of test how he moves out of the corners a little bit.
Yeah.
It's got to be really frustrating for Albot, knowing that Novak is not playing at his peak level. Novak has just gotten, I don't even know what to say here, a bottle of something from his team. Looks like a liquid. This has always been a little bit of a topic with Novak, hasn't it? The mystery of the bottles and the electrolytes that go into his body, and they kind of do it in secrecy in the box, but it's been brought out to him, and I believe he's going to drink from the special potion now here as he about to serve at love 1.
Well, some players, majority of players, I think with their team, they would have had those bottles, those drinks prepared.
Yes.
And they mark them, for 1 through 5 when they're playing at Grand Slams, and that's just to signify what they the time to be drinking it. And Djokovic, I think, tries to add that little mystery surrounding what he consumes.
I think it's okay. I think, listen, anytime we get a little bit of drama, that can't be bad for the sport of tennis, right?
Well, I mean, have you seen? I did see it a couple of days ago before arriving here, that there was a time during the Open from a few years back that he put a towel over his head and he was ingesting some liquid that was similar to the circumstances we just saw, handed to by his team on the side of the court, but he just put a towel over. He didn't want anyone, no cameras, to see how much he was consuming or what it was, and that just added to, well, is he taking something illegal? Why is he not allowing us to see?
It's 15 love here for Djokovic in this love 1 service game. From the near side is Novak. Serve is good to a backhand Albot. Djokovic forehand cross. Albot forehand middle. Djokovic forehand inside into an Albot forehand cross that misses long. I feel like I've said that a few times here so far today. It's 30 love.
Yeah, I'm not sure that forehand going cross court is the most ideal pathway for Albot. I think moving around and hitting the off forehand, even that goes into the backhand, two-handed side of Djokovic, as you said, Mike, a little earlier, that just flattening it out, there might be some benefit for Radu Albot.
Djokovic has a forehand cross, Albot forehand middle, Djokovic forehand up the line, catches the baseline, now has a backhand, goes up the line. Albot forehand to a Djokovic forehand cross that misses long and a wide, 30-15 now. Is it harder to play your first match of a tournament, especially when you've had 3-4 weeks off, 9 o'clock at night? That's got to be a challenge as well. Yeah, waiting around all day. I mean, listen, Novak's used to it, don't get me wrong, I know. That can't be an easy task
for Djokovic,
for Novak.
For
Novak.
Albot.
Radu played 3 matches last week.
Yeah,
serve up the tee is long, 30-15.
No, I think it's just for taken for granted, defending champion. he's going to start on the first day like they do at Wimbledon.
Second serve upcoming here for Novak. Love one. 30-15 serve is into the net, collapsing a little bit on himself in that service motion. It's another double fault, fourth of the day for 30-all.
And given how warm it was today, I'm not sure that Novak would have enjoyed necessarily playing during the day, Mike. You know, sometimes he can be a little suspect in these extreme. It wasn't overly hot, but it was the humidity.
Humidity was there today.
That's what can impact Novak.
Second serve upcoming as that serve percentage continues to be a bit of an issue for Novak. 37-year-old serve good. Albot forehand yanked wide. Of note here tonight, Novak is looking for his 89th win at the U.S. Open, which would tie him for second most on the men's side, with Roger Federer behind. I'll let you take it, Woody.
Oh, sorry. I was absolutely engrossed with the pictures on the screen there.
Of all the Moet?
Yes.
Yeah. And, okay, I'll give it to you again in a second.
They were gold cups.
They were chalices. Second serve upcoming here for Novak at 40-30, and then we'll get back to the trivia for Woody. Second serve. Again, that right knee remains in a brace for Djokovic. Second serve good. Forehand Albot. Forehand Djokovic inside out to a backhand for Albot. Djokovic backhand up the line. Albot goes forehand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Albot forehand cross. Djokovic goes forehand up the line to a running backhand slice. Albot. The aim's good. Djokovic forehand good into the deuce corner. Clean winner for 1-all. So again, he wins tonight.
Yes.
89th win at the U.S. Open.
Okay.
Ties him with Roger Federer on the men's side for second most in tournament history. Number one on the list. Most wins.
Jimmy Connors?
That is correct. 98. 98 wins here in New York.
Is his son floating around here working?
Brett? I don't know.
I feel like I saw him at our hotel.
It's possible. He's in the tennis media community.
Yeah.
Does a podcast, actually, they do together. Have you been on it?
I have not, no.
I haven't gotten the invite either. You have more reason to be invited onto that particular show, I would think. Novak right now complaining a little bit of noise in the crowd, asking for some help with that from our chair umpire, Miriam Blais. Serve from Albot, good. Djokovic forehand cross misses long. It's 15-love.
And that is an ongoing issue that they have here, isn't it, at the Open, that when a marquee player is taking down the opponent, look, 35 minutes in the first set, then the crowd just get a little toey. Let's maybe have another moey. We just saw people leaving. They lost interest.
Forehand Djokovic, forehand Albot. Djokovic forehand cross. Albot goes forehand up the line, not even close to the court. Listen, on top of it, it's been a point of discussion, obviously, right? Just, you know, the U.S. Open. Also now trying to get more fans in between games, and I think that is really important, especially at this stage of the match, as opposed to going 3 games before they can get back to their seats. And I think some of the veteran players are having more of an issue. Drop shot from Albot. Djokovic gets to it, but dumps it into the net. I think the older players, the more veteran players, are having much more of an issue with the fans coming in between games than I think the younger players, who are just a little bit more at ease.
They were implementing this change at the Australian Open, I believe. That was the first slam in January this year. I feel like they've got to, implement something.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. Return is a very good one from Djokovic, who now has backhand middle. Albot forehand middle. Djokovic forehand cross lanes good. Albot forehand cross. Djokovic goes forehand up the line. Backhand slice from Albot floats good. Djokovic backhand cross. Albot backhand slice floating good. Djokovic drop shot from the ad corner lands good. Albot drop shot is into the net, and it's 30-all.
We'll maybe come back to the changeovers with the fans, but how savvy was the drop shot by Novak Djokovic there? It wasn't like a real dropper. It went mid-court, but it just pulls Albot into a position on the court that he is unfamiliar with. It's kind of mid-court. He's not on the baseline. He's not up at net. And that is the savvy play of Djokovic.
Oh, my word. Djokovic has finally come up with a return winner, and it was a beauty. Forehand cross, short in the box. remarkable stuff and a break chance.
Yeah, he just waited. He held his weight long enough. He caught the ball not really out the middle of the frame there. Out of the middle of the strings, I should have caught a bit of the frame, but he just held his weight long enough. And I think that's been the issue, is that he's been a little early on some of these returns.
Back in return through the middle. Albot forehand is netted. That forehand has been a disaster for Radu Albot, and Djokovic happy to take it as he's got a set and a break. 2-1 here in the second. But yeah, listen, I think, you know, and going back to this crowd situation here, Woody, it's been a long time coming. And I think we just kind of need to make these adjustments to, again, get more and more fans. This is, you know, not just about tennis, you know, as it was maybe when you played. Now this is an entire entertainment event, and you have to treat it like
for them. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure whether they have structured it here where at the side of the court, go ahead, go in and out whenever you want. If they're behind the court, I think in Australia they kind of put some hesitation on it.
Well, I'm going to interrupt you, Woody. We've got a very special guest with Gil Gross right now. It's Frances Tiafoe with our own Gil Gross. Gil?
Yeah, right now, interesting moment in the hallway. Frances saying sorry to Aryna Sabalenka because he went for. Is that, am I reading the situation correctly?
Yeah, I guess we're good friends sometimes. Sometimes she's nice to me, but yeah, no, just yeah, we've known each other for a little bit. Let's just say that. So, big fan of hers.
Love it. Foe, you've been playing great tennis all summer long. Now you're trying to keep the momentum rolling at your most important tournament of the year. Are you happy with how you played tonight?
I was happy with it the first two sets. Got a little messy there, got a little ugly there at the end. Again, struggled with just, you know, how muggy it was, humidity-wise. Really humid today in general, and when it closed the roof, I struggled there for a set and a half. At the end of the fourth, I started feeling much better and playing much better, and obviously that's why I got it done. But yeah, I mean, made life a little harder for myself. But again, you know, winning's a win, and you take those.
Another thing that I noticed when the roof closed in Armstrong, it got really loud in there. And I know you like a rowdy crowd, but I'm not talking about when the fans are cheering. I mean, this constant.
You hear like, you know, even little side chatter. You hear like little clits and clans of, you know, plates clanking and shit. But I mean, I don't really care about that kind of stuff. You know, I don't mind. I don't mind, you know, fans cheering. I don't mind hearing all that stuff. I think it brings a better vibe for tennis for sure.
You got through. Good luck moving forward.
All right, thank you so much, Gil, as we bring you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Djokovic in the midst of point number one in his 2-1 service game. We're going backhand to backhand. Djokovic misses a backhand bottom of the net. Every point, indeed. Every point. Yeah, this has been really poor on the serve here from Djokovic in terms of the percentage. Right now, he is 2 of his first 7 here in the second. 37% overall for this match. It's not bothering the scoreboard. Serve, Djokovic good. Gets a short ball, goes forehand cross in behind it. Volley. Albot has a running forehand up the line for a pass. It's good. It's love 30. Yeah, certainly I think, Woody, you see the greats of our game, and I consider you in this category. You guys have a standard. Novak is winning handily right now, setting a break.
Yep.
But he is below his standard, and he is showing that he knows how far below his standard it is so far. Misses another first serve, 2-1, love 30. Second serve, Djokovic. That is good. Backhand, Albot short. Djokovic backhand into the middle. Now goes backhand cross. Albot backhand slice to a Djokovic backhand cross. Run around forehand from Albot. Djokovic forehand cross. Albot tracks it down, but it's into the net. 15-30.
Yeah, and I think that's, you have to reason, you know, with, he's had 4 coaches, helpers on the side of the court that, you know, he is conversing with, and you have to be within reason, given that he has had this lack of match play over the last month. He's not going to be able to bottle up that form that he showed in Paris and just, you know, show it on display here in this first round. Of course, he's got to navigate 7 matches over the fortnight. You don't want to be playing your very best in the first round, but yet you want to be able to put something out there.
Radu Albot has break chances once again. It's 15-40. Djokovic a little bit off in the movement there to a backhand. We just saw a little bit of replay of discomfort. Serve good. Chip return lands good. Djokovic forehand to a running forehand Albot. Djokovic forehand inside out off the net good. Now Novak has a forehand inside in. Running slice squash shot from Albot. Forehand Djokovic off the net and good. But Albot a little bit more time and comes up with the backhand up the line. Radu Albot breaks back. It's 2-all. And finally, this poor play catches up with Novak for the first time.
And that might be a good thing for Novak to surrender a serve. Last time he played in the final, he didn't lose serve against Alcaraz, which is an unusual occurrence, but losing serve there might be just the kick in the backside that he might require just to knuckle down that little bit extra that his team on the sideline are asking him.
We're going back into backhand right now. Albot chip from Djokovic is into the net for 15 love.
Well, that backhand just there was certainly off balance, Mike.
You know, one thing I didn't do in my prep today, I didn't go back and look how many times Novak has not played a hard court lead-in to this slam. I can't imagine there have been more. This is incredibly rare, considering we have Canada, considering we have Cincinnati in the lead up to this U.S. Open. I can't imagine there's been more than one time where he has not played either of those two events and then played here.
Yeah, for the U.S. Open, I think he has done that for the Australian Open.
Yes.
Not played a lead-in event, but it is rare.
Yeah.
So, and I look at the Olympics every 4 years. That's probably what's created the waves with many players as they are trying to hit their peak for this year's US Open.
It's a baseline rally, and it's a backhand error from Djokovic, who holds his follow-through pose for a little bit of time as he's missed a backhand there. It's game points for Radu Albot. He's won 7 of the last 10 points here in the second set. I'll say this team for Djokovic looks very concerned right now. A lot of worry on the faces. Serve for Albot, good. Djokovic backhand up the line, return winner. Clean as a whistle there for 40-15 now. But I need to correct you. There are actually 5 members of the team with that shirt on.
There is
There's a fifth.
an addition, yes.
Maybe by the end of the night, you and I can get matching shirts as well and join the team.
We need to coordinate.
Yeah.
Well, Boris has, and I don't want to massacre his surname, but Boris is the coach that's kind of leading the Djokovic game at the moment. Of course, Carlos Gomez Herrera is sitting there. He's been promoted from hitting partner now to assistant coach. Milan Amadivic as the physio. And then we've got Gerhard Gritsch, who is the long-time fitness coach. Was with Djokovic for a period of time, then took a bit of a break, has come back and part of the quartet, which we now say is a 5-star.
A quintet.
Quintet.
Serve is, I think that's right. Missed forehand from Radu Albot off of the net and wide. It went from 40 love to deuce in a hurry here.
Interesting that a lot of, whether that's going towards Albot, but a lot of English instruction. I feel like that is towards Novak, though.
Serve is good. Forehand return to an Albot forehand up the line. Djokovic backhand cross. Albot goes backhand into the net. Actually, a friend of mine who happens to be listening, Andrew, who is in Washington, watched Radu Albot play there, said that was actually, that's Radu's team. And they just say that every time. Let's go, Radu. Next point, Radu, over and over and over again. He just commented, he actually sent me a text about that, how annoying it was.
Oh, okay.
From a spectator standpoint.
Well, he's being told to focus on Djokovic's forehand then.
Yes. Well, Radu Albot just missed another forehand here. He just lost 5 straight points from 40 love and is broken. This is a wild first round match for Novak Djokovic, who tosses his wristbands in disgust, but he's got a set and a break lead. 3-2 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. The United States Tennis Association is proud to bring you live coverage of the U.S. Open presented by American Express. It is a Monday night. School, I believe, back in session. My daughter went back last week, but I'll tell you what, there are some kids courtside who have painted their chests saying, "I heart Novak." It is, Woody, closing in on 11 o'clock local time. These kids need to be in bed.
Okay. I'll hold the ship while you go down onto the court and
I think somebody needs to talk to them. I think they'll be ready for school tomorrow. Come on.
Yeah, they get to see the number one. Well, he's not number one
number two
player, but number 2 seed.
There's this Yannick Sinner guy. He's all right.
Greatest.
He is the greatest
player
of all time.
Yeah.
Serve is good. Ship return. Djokovic from the near side. Forehand to forehand we go. Now running backhand Djokovic. Albot forehand to the middle. Djokovic forehand cross. Albot tracks it down forehand cross but misses long. 15 love. We should also point out that just about to get underway, Aryna Sabalenka, last year's finalist, as she takes on Priscilla Hahn out of Brisbane.
Yes.
Any positive words for
Australia? Well, she's got two of the leaders in Australian women's tennis at the moment. Our Billie Jean King Cup captain, Sam Stosur, sitting courtside, as well as Nicole Pratt, who I believe is still in charge of the player development program back home.
Forehand to forehand right now, and a 15 love point here for Djokovic. Another backhand miss there from Radu Albot for 30 love, and I believe, I can tell you this, last week, Alex Bogomolov Jr. was in the coach's position as well for Priscilla Hahn.
Really?
Yes.
You're coming up with all of these gems.
You know, listen, I happened to be on Qualies last week and had the coaches list, and I was very shocked to see that name in the box for Priscilla Hahn.
How does that one work out? Are we going back to Australia, our broadcast?
I'm sorry?
Is our broadcast going back to...
We're going everywhere.
We are a worldwide
everywhere
coverage.
This is every place in the entire world right now. Antarctica, yes. Every continent.
Well, Australia's listening, and we will follow the fortunes of Priscilla Hahn.
No doubt
Lost
about
the first point on serve.
You're just going to give us point-by-point updates there? I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Missed serve here from Djokovic. Again, 3-2, 30-15 in the second set right now. One set already in his pocket. At 6-2, despite a pretty poor performance so far. Serve good, return good. Djokovic backhand to an Albot, backhand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line, laced. Running for an Albot. Djokovic short forehand goes cross. Albot tracks that down with some increased pace. And Djokovic can't keep up. It's 30-all.
And that's where just the issue with the knee. I think he's still feeling his way on the hard court surface as well. He's just not able to recover out of the corner as quickly as we've seen him in the past. For so many years, his movement has just been so spot on. It's tough to see him sometimes just a little shaky, not confident.
Return is rolled short. Djokovic forehand cross into the deuce corner, nice and easy there. Serve +1 gets us to a game point at 40-30. Yeah, and that's his flexibility is something that makes my jaw drop, and has always done that, and it's just so, you just realize he's human. He's going to break down just like the rest of it. It's an ace for Novak, his first of the set, fourth of the day. This time he's able to consolidate to get us to 4-2 in this second set.
Yes, the calisthenics side to his preparation always paid great attention, and just that flexibility is certainly allowing him to maintain this level in our sport.
So Albot now from the far side, all black number for him, gets a short forehand, goes inside out. Djokovic backhand up the line. Albot running forehand middle. Djokovic forehand up the line to a backhand. Albot on the run, lands good. Now Albot goes backhand cross. Djokovic backhand slice, good. Albot backhand cross is not. Tried to roll that short in the box and just misses wide by a couple of feet for love 15. We are down to a total of 3 matches left around the grounds right now. Albot, love 15, serve good. Djokovic backhand up the line, running forehand, Albot. Djokovic forehand up the line to a backhand cross, Albot into the net for love 30. We've, of course, got Priscilla Hahn and Aryna Sabalenka. Sabalenka already with a break lead, 1 love. The other match is just starting a 5th set out on court 13. Laszlo Jara and Jan-Lennard Struff. 2 sets apiece. I'm sure Gil Gross is going to be over there.
I would like to know from Gil if Struff is still serving volleying. Is he just crashing and moving forward against Jerry?
Well, we're going to send Gil over.
And you'd have to wonder about his, physically in conditions like we've had today and tonight. Will he be able to maintain that level?
Yeah, and especially in a 5th set. He did lose the 4th to Jara, 6-4. So, listen, Gil has my utmost respect. That is a tennis hipster. That is a tennis nerd. So I have a feeling he's got one eye on that and has for the entirety of the night. We're in a 15-30 point on the Albot serve. Running forehand, can't come up with it. And Djokovic has another couple of break chances at 15-40 in this 2-4 service game.
He's going to have to, just shaking his head here, Albot, he's at the receiving end. He's doing all the retrieving. He's not being proactive.
Turn is through the middle. Albot inside out forehand. Djokovic backhand slice. Lands on the baseline. Now steps into a backhand up the line. Misses well long. A couple of feet. Stares at his team once again. He's got to take out the frustration on someone. Another break chance upcoming though. Here in this 2nd set. 2 of 4. 4 of 8 on the night on his break chances. Albot takes his time, ready to go. Serve, good. Djokovic forehand rolled middle. Albot forehand, oh boy, that's right into the net. Not a great showing there from Radu Albot as he's broken once again for the 3rd time this set as Djokovic gets it to 5-2. It's such an odd situation here. Let's take you behind the curtain a little bit, Woody, right? For us as commentators, right? This is, by Novak's standard, exceptionally poor. And yet he's setting 2 breaks to the good. I mean, I can look at numbers in front of me. 12-20, the winners to unforced error count. The serve percentage is 44%, and that's improved.
Yep.
Nothing about this is Novak's standard.
You're a harsh man.
I don't think that's being harsh. I think that's being just dead on.
I thought at times that I could be too black and white. Maybe I still can be, but I'm prepared to cut him a break. I think it's rusty what he's showing.
Fully agreed.
Maybe the poor is not quite what I would throw in there for the 1st round, given the circumstances, but if I saw this performance perhaps in the middle weekend, early in the 2nd week, I would 100% back you up. But I'm not going to tonight, right now.
I never expect you to back me up, Woody. But no, I think Novak himself will say this is a below standard, below average at the very best, below average performance. And yes, he will have plenty of time to work into it, and this is working out very well in that this scoreline is a runaway for him.
But it's also, you've mentioned a couple of times about the standard that he has set for himself for well over a decade now. And it is, when we see a performance like this, it is easy to fall into, this is really not good at all or acceptable. I'm sure that he's well aware of it. We've seen this conversation that's carried on between he and his team, which I've now counted them. There's 6, not 5. It's not a quintet. It's a...
Well, that 6th guy's not wearing the right shirt.
There's 4, I think there are 4 in the front row and 2 in the 2nd row.
Serving for this 2nd set is Novak Djokovic, 5-2, misses the 1st into the net. Far side right now here for Novak. 2nd serve upcoming is good. Albot forehand middle, Djokovic forehand middle. Albot run around forehand inside out to a Djokovic backhand up the line, lands good. Albot running forehand, Djokovic forehand cross. Albot forehand up the line, running backhand slice, lands good from Djokovic. Albot forehand inside out. Djokovic drop shot into the net. Tried to cut off a lot of angle, just misses short. It's love 15.
Does Gil have access to Ash Stadium?
Where doesn't Gil have access?
I think we could before he goes over to see Struff, Jara, we could maybe send him over there just to find out, you know, who you are. What are you doing, the 6 of you?
You want to list a
what's
roster?
Your role? Yes.
Yeah.
And the 2 that we don't know who they are, we could put that into our data bank for future.
Gil, so Gil has been tasked with just having a nice conversation. He wants the rota. He wants the entire roster of everybody on the team.
He could take a photo of their credential for us and send
even
it back.
better, because then we can use the player, you know, accommodations, get a little bit of food sent our way. I see how you're working, Woody. I respect it. It's 15-all here. Serve is good. The return is not. Very good first serve there from Djokovic, just sliding it out wide for 30-15. Points away from the second set. Hour and 12 minutes in. Djokovic serve good. Back in return to a Djokovic backhand inside out that's pushed wide. He reaches and scratches his lower back.
Yeah, he probably should be scratching his head there, like maybe not pull the trigger on that backhand. So you can again hear those instructions from Team Djokovic.
30-all in this 5-2 service game. Faced a break point in the 5-2 service game in the first. Serve good, ship return, just long. Set point here for Novak. This match might not look great on the scoreboard. I'm going to be really fascinated to hear what Novak says after this match. Fascinated to see how he evaluates it, because you and I can talk for hours. It only matters what he thinks.
Yeah.
Serve into the net here on this set point.
And no doubt he'll be keeping a watch on those unforced errors as they have mounted.
The double deuce, not to be confused with the honey deuce. He's at 22 right now. Second serve, T, good. It's an ace. Caught the outside of the line. Novak Djokovic, 6-2, 6-2. 2 sets to love lead on Arthur Ashe Stadium over Radu Albot here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And Mark Woodforde here on night number 1 of the 2024 U.S. Open. Absolutely packed stands throughout today. I watched just a little bit of Christopher Eubanks, and he's lost to Arthurinder Kanesh over on court 11. That place was electric tonight. It's always fun these first couple of days here. You're never short of action. There's always something happening, some sort of drama. It's my favorite time to be there. Qualifying week and then the first 4 days.
Well, it's a vibe in the first few days of any of the Grand Slam, but here in particular, once word gets around, that, you know, because they have the scores floating around, you know, for the fans, but they just, it's like bees to a hive. They just swarm over there, and it lights up that feeling of this is the US Open.
Yeah, there's something special here, and you know, got some drama in the Tiafoe Kovacevic match as well. Haven't had a lot of drama yet in this particular one. Definitely had in seeing Sloan Stevens struggle against Clara Burel. Really, I think she lost that match more so than Burel winning it.
Right. Yep. I agree. We were ready. We were prepped, weren't we?
We were ready at 8 o'clock, and then it just didn't pop off. That happens sometimes. We're keeping an eye on Sabalenka and Hahn. Sabalenka, that early break lead. She's at 2-1 right now. Albot serving to start this third set, going backhand to backhand. Djokovic running around inside out, forehand to it. Albot backhand cross. Djokovic backhand middle. Albot forehand middle. Djokovic forehand inside out to an Albot backhand. Djokovic steps in inside out forehand, bottom of the net. It's love 15 love. Some of the errors just, too, again, just... I know this is
on Djokovic.
Yes, this is a blip. I think you and I are both in firm belief of that. The return misses long from Djokovic off the backhand side.
Yeah, and again, my recent matches viewing of Djokovic, and spoke about the excellence that he displayed against Nadal in the second round. The next two matches were very, very scratchy by Djokovic. And having seen that form in the second round, I kind of felt like, well, just hand in the medal right now.
Right.
But then with the following two matches, it was like, whoa, is he going to get that chance to play for gold? He really looked vulnerable, but there is the fluctuations, the experience that shone through, that he just trusted himself, be able to grind through some of those matches. And, here I'm sure he's not overly pleased, big picture, but he recognises that it's the start of the next 6 matches that he hopes to play.
This is one of potentially 7.
Yep.
And he certainly will view it as that. Albot with a little cheeky volley. Now an overhead good into the ad corner. Game points for Radu Albot.
Do you think if there was another marquee player, not of the level, and I mean there's very few that breathe the same atmosphere as Djokovic, but say another player in the top 20, if they were at putting this performance out, do you think they would have, perhaps it wouldn't have been as easy, like 6-2, 6-2? Do you think it might have been a bit more, that they would have allowed that level to annoy them?
So that's a great question. I think, listen, Novak's mental strength is off the charts. I know he's going to find ways through these types of matches. You know that just as well as I do.
He absorbs that it's like, okay, it's the way it is, but there's still that assurance, his self-assurance that he's going to survive, yeah?
Yeah, no doubt about it, and that's something that I don't think you can teach. That is just something that is built in and also just continues to grow as you enjoy more success. But yeah, he is absolutely special, and this will be a big learning moment for him in this 2-week stretch. Goes backhand to backhand here with Albot. It's 40-30 in the opening game of the third set. Now forehand to forehand. Djokovic forehand off the net and misses wide. Albot does get the opening hold for the third straight set.
And I'm not trying at all to make excuses for Novak, but I do feel in some of these errors that he's making, Mike, when he's striking the ball, it's outside of his hitting zone. He's actually catching the ball, capturing it early, too early, and so therefore it's the ball is missing. He's making those mistakes. They're just, I think he's a bit surprised by the lack of pace from Albot's rally ball.
He's, of course, gotten time on Ash here over the last couple of days, obviously during fan week as well, had it, but there is something different during match play, match speed, having not really done it for a little bit of time, especially, gosh, I have to go back. When was his last hardcourt match? Probably, well, now I'm going to have to actually pull that up.
Right.
Just that timing, though, just indeed just seems a little bit off here. Love won here in this third set. Second serve is into the net. It's another double fault here for Novak. Indian Wells indeed did play 2 matches there. That loss, of course, to Luca Nardi. That was my thought process, and I know Gil Gross confirmed it for us. I just wanted to make sure that was correct. But yeah, I mean, listen, United Cup, Australian Open, and then Indian Wells, the hard court events that he's played. If you include, of course, the Olympics, this is actually just the 9th event of the year for him. I guess 10th with the United Cup.
Which, when Federer was still on the scene, and Rafa was still competitive, and you know, we had the greatest clay court player, potentially the greatest grass court player, and I think we coined Djokovic basically the greatest hard court player in the history of our sport. But yeah, it's just been limited play this year on the hard courts. There's another double fault that he's just really not used his frame, 6'2" frame, and he's just the ball elevated too far out into the court, and it's almost like he's 5'5".
Yes. Can you imagine if this is the first tennis match you've ever watched, and somebody says to you before this match, this is the greatest men's tennis player of all time? He throws it an ace here at 30-all.
You know, we are given a list of, you know, celebrities that are placed in the various boxes on Ash, and you wonder with some of them if they're not, you know, if they haven't been to the US Open before, and they, I've got to go on that first night. I want to see Djokovic. Do they come away saying, yeah, I ain't coming again?
But he's winning very handily. Serve out wide, catches the line. The return misses long from Albot. It's a game point here for Novak, who's quickly to the line, looks first at his team, then looks over at Albot. Now into his service motion. It's hour and 23 minutes into this one. Serve netted. Hasn't been able to creep over that 50% mark for the night at any point. He's getting close, though, 48%. Second serve, Djokovic, good. Albot's return is not. It's into the doubles alley of the deuce corner. Djokovic already into his return position as he gets it to 1-all. We will stay with you here on US Open Radio till the conclusion of things. We're going to get to Gil Gross in just a couple of minutes. It is the midst of a fifth set for Jara and Struff, and we'll get to him after this game. Of course, we'll also stick with Priscilla Hahn and Aryna Sabalenka. Interesting sponsorship situation for Priscilla Hahn, who's wearing a patch that says Kleenex on it. A Kleenex patch. I don't know that I've seen that one before.
Yes.
I'm just going through the memory banks here. Backhand miss from Djokovic, who stares out into the crowd. Yeah, so Novak is staring down a fan there who made a noise in the midst of that rally. As Albot gets it to 15 love. Djokovic again just sitting and waiting for this return. Albot serving 76% for the match. That's a good
solid
percentage.
Yeah, that's the level that we would expect Djokovic to try and reach.
Second serve here for Albot. Good. Backhand Djokovic to an Albot runaround forehand. Good one. Lob from Djokovic. Albot retreats to the baseline. Now he's going to step into an overhead into the ad corner. In behind it. Volley. Djokovic running forehand. Up the line is good. Novak Djokovic shakes his racket to this crowd as he gets it to 15-all. And I mean, listen, this crowd has not been able to get into this match as well.
I think they're distracted.
Yes.
As Novak is being distracted, so are the fans. Lighting it up after that forehand. And on that particular one, as we see the replays, he seemed to take his time on that one. There wasn't such a rush to try and win the point, but he certainly threaded the line with great accuracy.
Forehand from Albot to a running backhand Djokovic. Albot forehand cross. Djokovic forehand rolled good. Now steps into a forehand, goes cross. Albot forehand middle. Djokovic drop shot from the backhand wing. Albot tracks it down there, pops it up the line to the ad corner. Lob Djokovic. Albot retreating. Forehand into the net. He had more time than he thought and just missed it into the net. It's 15-30. And finally, a little bit of a smile from Djokovic. That was the longest rally of the match. 14 shots.
Yeah. And not a great way to finish the point either, was the forehand of Albot. And you're quite right, Mike. I think he had much more time than what he really had anticipated as he chased that one back.
15-30 serve. Albot good. Gets a forehand, goes inside out to a Djokovic backhand slice middle. Albot inside out forehand. Djokovic backhand into the net. It's 30-all, and again he just shrugs his shoulders, looks down at the shoes. So we get to 30-all. Certainly an odd one here tonight in Arthur Ashe Stadium. 30-all. 1-all in the third. Albot from the far side, serve. Out wide is wide. Second serve for Albot. He is long. Just the second double of the night. This feels like match point.
Yeah,
well, it's 1-all.
It's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? 30-all to go for such a big second serve. I'd understand it if you're up 40-love, 40-15, but not quite at 30-all for Albot.
Serve here, break point down, good. Djokovic forehand to an Albot inside out forehand. Djokovic tracks it down, backhand slice up the line, good. Albot forehand cross, good. Djokovic forehand to an Albot forehand up the line. Running backhand lob, Djokovic. Albot retreats, overhead, good. Djokovic throws up another lob shorter. Albot overhead, good into the ad corner as he fights off that break chance to deuce. A smile on his face there.
Yeah, he's happy that he's won a point when he started to play aggressive. Albot coming to net. He had a few bites of the overhead. Was that the third or fourth overhead that he finally put away?
Deuce now in this 1-all service game. Albot serve netted. Definite drop off here in terms of the percentage on the serves for Radu Albot in this third set so far. Second serve, good. Djokovic forehand up the line. Running backhand lob there from Albot, who now has to track down a forehand cross. Djokovic forehand through the middle. Albot backhand rolled short. Djokovic backhand up the line. Running forehand Albot. Volley Djokovic. Albot lob. Djokovic easily put away into the ad corner for another break chance.
And taking his time when he arrived at net, Djokovic. I was behind a backhand approach up the line, and the backhand volley just catching Albot heading in the wrong direction.
I think for Novak here, it's much more about just getting into that right gear towards the finish line. Another break chance for him here. Serve from Albot, good. Forehand Djokovic just misses wide. Inside out return off the forehand side. ELC says indeed just misses by a couple of millimeters. Deuce number 2 now. Probably the longest game at this point, as we're nearing the 6-minute mark here of this game. Serve, good. Backhand Djokovic to an Albot inside out forehand. Djokovic backhand slice. Albot goes backhand cross. Djokovic backhand through the middle. Albot forehand inside out to a Djokovic backhand up the line. Albot forehand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Albot forehand cross. Djokovic forehand up the line. Running backhand. Albot is long. It's a third chance for Novak Djokovic.
It's just not being able to win some of these longer rallies. Albot. Can mention that he's playing reactive tennis. The times when he has attempted to be proactive, I feel like there's a bit more daylight for him to get past more than 2 games.
Return is into the net. Listen, you and I we commentate and we talk anecdotally. Stats actually say that Albot has won the majority of the long rallies. There have been 15 that have gone 9 shots or more. He's won 8 of them.
Wow.
Stunning, right?
It is. It is.
But Djokovic tonight has won a much higher percentage of the points that are under 4 shots.
Right.
And that is kind of been what's setting him apart here so far. Deuce once again, serve out wide, good return. Albot forehand in behind it, lob Djokovic. Albot retreats to the baseline, lob is good. Overhead there from the baseline is good. Into the ad corner, that's a tough shot. Comes up with it for a game point, does Radu Albot.
Well, I feel like there was a combination that was in effect there. It started with the serve, getting Djokovic off the court, but he then took the ball early and used his foot speed to his advantage, getting to net. And it really takes time away from arguably the greatest ever. Not an easy thing to do, but it looks more exciting for Albot.
Gets a forehand, goes inside out with it. Djokovic backhand short. Albot puts that away with the forehand into the deuce corner, and a fist pump towards his team as he stays out in front here early in this third set. Really, again, fighting off what could have been match points there. Fighting off 3 break chances as he gets it to 2-1. We've got this one. We're also keeping an eye on Sabalenka and Priscilla Hahn. But Gil Gross has made his way over to court 13, which is one that I think a lot of the tennis hipsters are keeping an eye on. And there's no other tennis hipster I'd rather hear from than Gil Gross with an update on Laszlo Jara and Jan-Lennard Struff. Gil?
Yeah, hipster central out here. And in a 5th set, Jara up 4-2. He just fended off a break chance in his last service game. He did so with an ace that painted the sideline. So excellent stuff from there. And now Jara misses an overhead. It would have been love 40 for him. Triple break point. Could have really broken the match open there. But what I want to point out, guys, is the winner of this one plays the winner of Djokovic Albot. Last year, Jara and Djokovic played in the 3rd round. Novak was totally out of sorts for the first 2 sets and had to come back from down 2 sets to love. It just kind of goes to show, it's an example of how a great champion like Novak can play his way into the tournament and kind of take his bruises early.
Yeah, that's a great point, Gil. I called that match, and I have to be honest with you, Gil, and I don't know if you remember that match as well. I think this performance tonight has actually been worse than what we saw in those first couple sets against Jara last year. I don't know if you remember it as well as I do.
I think I was listening to it, Mike. I might have been inside Armstrong, but it sounded, I'm going to go with you, it sounded like it was better than tonight.
Yeah.
Wasn't it
not the play-by-play, the level of tennis.
Wasn't it a stinking hot day?
Yes.
Against Jara, if I remember as well?
I think that's correct.
And, you know, during there are those moments in those conditions that I think are not so favourable for Djokovic. And for Jara, Gil, to get through in 5 sets against a tough German opponent, hopefully his condition is going along okay in the 5th set.
Yeah, Jara is incredibly fit, and he's got tree trunks for legs, and his best surface throughout his career has been clay. So I think against, you know, the lumbering, kind of large, powerful Jan-Lennard Struff, a 5th set was always going to favor the Serbian. And if we really want to get ahead of ourselves, they've played twice. The first time Jara played Djokovic, he was 2 points away from winning the match. That was in Belgrade, Serbia, a few years back. So both meetings between Jara and Djokovic, Laszlo has been in position, at least at some point in the match, with a lead.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. And Laszlo did just get that break to 5-2, so he's about to serve for his spot into that second round as Novak serving here at 1-2 in the 3rd set. It's 15-all. Novak is serving from the far side right now inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Serve is good. Return cross. Djokovic forehand through the middle. Backhand from Albot misses wide. It's 30-15 now. And a little frustration there for Radu Albot. And yeah, listen, first time he's played Novak Djokovic, gets Novak on an off day. And right now it's 6-2, 6-2,
right.
1-2.
But I think he's frustrated because obviously missing that backhand. But he went after it proactively. He wasn't waiting for Djokovic to make the error.
Exactly right.
If you're going to win playing a certain way, you've got to be prepared to lose that way. And yes, it can be frustrating if you're just missing the baseline or the sideline by small margins. But that's a way forward for Albot in this match to possibly sneak a set from Djokovic.
Serve is missed from Djokovic. That would have put him at 50%, Woody. That serve would have put him at 50% for the night. Second serve for Djokovic. That is off the net and long. It is double fault number 7 of the night. 7 aces, 7 doubles, 48% serving percentage.
Yeah, bit to work on for round 2.
40-30. Still game point though for Novak. Hour and 36 minutes in. Serve long. That 50% really going to have to wait a little bit longer. Second serve here for the world number 2. Four-time champion of this event. Serve is long. It's another double. It's now 8 doubles as we go to deuce.
Yeah, and he's been rolling the dice with that second serve. Already in this game at love 15, he sent down a massive second delivery that wasn't returned. And just threw in another big one, but missing long. So that second serve, he needs to be, if he can't tinker with it in the rest of this match, certainly pay attention to it before the next round.
Comes up with an ace. So back level-headed there, 8 aces, 8 doubles. Game point once again for Novak. Takes those extra couple of seconds and extra ball bounces. Toss goes up, serve out wide, just wide at 124. 126, his biggest of the night. Second serve for Djokovic. That is long again. It's another double. That's 5 in the set.
Yeah, and that one wasn't redlined. That was trying to get the ball in to the middle of the box, and it was at a slow pace of 83 miles per hour.
Set points right now for Aryna Sabalenka with Hans serving 3-5. Serve for Novak into the net. Novak again taking an extra pause here before this second serve. Ready to go now, serve good. In behind it as well, and I think rushed the decision there for Radu Albot. A little serve and volley, and Novak has a couple of words for his team once again.
Well, I guess I'm not as worried about the second serve, the quality of these second deliveries by Djokovic. I'm more frustrated that Albot is not able to take advantage of these second serves. Here's another one that he gets returned. He's still remaining in the same spot to return these second serves as he did in the first game.
Djokovic pulls back from his toss on a second serve with this game point at 1-2. We'll try this once again. Now that serve good. Albot forehand up the line to a Djokovic forehand cross. Albot forehand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Lands off the baseline. Shank there from Albot as a result. It's 2-all. This is just an interesting one. You hear both teams yelling at their respective players, but let's go to Gil Gross for an update from over on court number 13. Gil?
It's official. Laszlo Jara is next, awaiting the winner of Djokovic and Albot. He wins this 5th set 6-2 to push past Jan Lennard Struff, the big serving German. I'll also just add, other than the chance to play Djokovic in the second round, a rematch, Jara currently world number 109, defending 3rd round points this week. And we know how important it is, although slam season is over after this, to stay within touching distance of the top 100. And a win here was really big considering the points.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gil, and try to get some rest. You've been running around like crazy here. We've actually seen you on TV several times already tonight. I know Woody and I were watching you watch Eubanks and Rinderknecht get some rest, and we appreciate all your incredible coverage here through the night as we're down to just these 2 courts in the midst of a 2-all rally here. Forehand miss from Djokovic as he stares with disdain up into the crowd. As Albot gets it to 15-love. Sabalenka did take the first set, 6-3 over on Armstrong. So 15-love. Albot near side. Toss, serve into the net. Backwards tap here for Radu Albot. Second serve into the net as well. It's a very positive coaching. Very positive. Next point. He's 34 years of age. You would think he knows that at this stage.
The next one is key, yep.
Serve, good. Djokovic back into an Albot backhand cross. Djokovic backhand slice through the middle. Albot run around inside out forehand lands good. Djokovic had been cheating to the deuce corner. Gets burned into the ad for 30-15.
Yeah, it's not like that was a powerful forehand. It cleared the net by some distance. He was going with heavy rotation, Albot, and Djokovic unable to read the direction of the forehand.
Serve is good. Short forehand for Albot, inside out, misses into the net.
And there was another one that had that cleared the net, Mike. That was going to be a winner. Djokovic was heading in the opposite direction.
And the coaching once again, next point.
Yeah.
Guess that's all you can do. Focus on the next point. 2-all. 30-all. Third set action. Djokovic 2 sets to the good. Albot serve good. Djokovic forehand middle. Albot rolls a forehand, misses wide. Good depth on the return from Djokovic, who has a break chance. Oh for 3 in the set. 5 of 12 on the day is Djokovic on his break chances, while also fighting off 2 of the 3 chances he's faced. 30-40 serve. Albot, good. Djokovic backhand cross, run around forehand Albot. Djokovic backing up the line, sails that one.
Oof. By a distance too.
I would love to be inside the brain of Novak Djokovic right now. I am truly fascinated what he's going to say after this match. Yeah. Serve for Albot at deuce, at 2-all. Serve is netted and bounces back onto his side. These are very tight nets this year. Notice that last week during qualifying week. Second serve, Albot good. Djokovic forehand good. Forehand from Albot now has to run to a backhand slice. Djokovic backhand slice goes cross. Albot matches, but misses wide. Another break chance of coming for the 4-time champion.
It's funny that you say you would love to know what he's thinking. I'm up the other end. I really want to know what Albot's thinking. You know, what was your idea heading into this match? Where were your what were your tactics? Where were your strengths? How were you going to thread points together?
As so much of a counterpuncher in his career, he probably needed to be more proactive in this match. Backhand from Djokovic, now forehand Albot, who steps into a forehand cross. Djokovic goes forehand into the net. What a wasted opportunity again. That forehand just woeful into the bottom of the net, deuce. And that's the thing. He's played one style his entire career, has Radu Albot. Today was the day where he needed to adapt and hasn't been able to do it to this stage.
Well, and surviving courageously the 3 matches, pushed to the limit in every qualifying match last week.
Another deuce serve, net and good. Be another one upcoming here for Radu Albot. Sabalanka again took the first set, 6-3 from Priscilla Hahn, already with a hold to start the second, moving very quickly, and has a little bit of an opening on the Priscilla Hahn service game. Serve good from Albot, and return is not. Misses long from Djokovic off the backhand wing. Game point here for Radu Albot. Djokovic into that comfortable return stance that we know so well. Albot, the serve is long, trying to go tee. Poor service percentage for him in the set, just 63. Second serve for Albot, good. Djokovic backhand cross. Albot has to slice that through the middle. Djokovic inside out forehand, lob there from Albot. Djokovic retreats, has a forehand. Now Albot has to lob again off the forehand side. Djokovic forehand inside out. Albot there with a backhand. Djokovic forehand inside in. Albot forehand cross. Djokovic forehand goes middle. Albot backhand middle. Djokovic has to backhand slice. Catches the baseline. Forehand Albot. Djokovic backhand cross. Albot run around forehand up the line. Lob from Djokovic. Albot swinging volley off the net. Good. Lob from Djokovic again. Overhead from Albot. Good. Right to Djokovic, who chips it. Albot forehand off the net. Good. Djokovic backhand up the line. Lob Albot is good. Radu Albot wants to hear it from this crowd.
as he gets the lead to 3-2. We are midway through the third here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. The legendary Woodforde joining me to my left. Oh, Woody, I miss you when I don't get to see you very often.
We didn't get that opportunity last year. I took a bit of a break last year, but I'm back, and I'm thrilled to be able to work with you in the first round.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, maybe I would.
We only come good for the finals. We don't want to put it out too much.
We've got to work our way in like Novak does.
Exactly. Can't overdo it early.
Serve from Novak is once again missed. Still hasn't been able to creep above that 50% mark at any point through this match. Right now, 46 for the night. Second serve good. Albot back in middle. Djokovic goes back in inside out to a running forehand. Albot. Djokovic forehand cross. Running forehand from Albot. This time is going to miss out wide into the doubles alley for 15 love.
Score check, Australia?
Not good. I'm just going to say not good.
The times I've looked down on my screen, I've seen some exciting points by Priscilla, but
the scoreboard's not great.
Yeah, just not enough.
No. She's on serve in the second, though.
Yeah.
We'll take it. And we will get to that if that is still going, as we are keeping an eye here on that one with Djokovic serving 2-3 in the third. 15 love serve good. Albot forehand to Djokovic forehand middle. Albot forehand up the line. Caught Djokovic sleeping a little bit. Now Albot inside out forehand to Djokovic backhand cross. Albot backhand is yanked well wide for 30 love.
We saw on the change of ends after that final point of the previous game, Albot holding serve. Novak was actually out of breath for it was really sucking it in and using the aircon. Is it aircon that they?
Sure. Yeah, the blowing air out of it.
Yeah. Is it cold air?
Yes, it is cold air. Not ice cold, but just
enough. Okay.
Yeah, to just lower that body temperature a little bit.
It's like I used to see my mum hoover around the house with something similar attachment to it.
The vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the vacuum tube, isn't it?
Except the other way around. It's shooting air out as opposed to the vacuum that,
sucks it in. But it wasn't cold air on the vacuum around the house.
How do you know? Have you ever tested it? It might be cold air.
Well, at times when she was coming around and I wouldn't lift my feet and she kind of attached it to my calves, it was warm. As she berated me for not lifting my feet.
I feel like this might be therapy time right now that we're having right now about your childhood, and maybe we should take the listeners out of this particular. But I'm fascinated to hear about your mother's vacuuming. Did she go straight line or did she go at an angle?
certainly at an angle, straight line. If I didn't move my feet, it was like my calf. It's like cupping. Have you ever had cupping?
Yes.
And the marks that it leaves? Yeah, I used to have that.
From the vacuum.
On my calves.
Outstanding stuff. And that is what propelled you to your tennis career. It's 3-all here. Djokovic did have an easy hold 15 there. Goes backhand, return to it. Albot forehand. Djokovic backhand, run around forehand. Albot. Djokovic backhand, cross lands good. Sliced from Albot. Djokovic backhand, roll cross court. Run around forehand. Albot. Djokovic tracks that down. Albot forehand, cross into the net. It's love 15 here in this 3-all service game. I'm impressed that you remembered the brand of the vacuum cleaner as well from back in the day. A Hoover vacuum.
Oh, we just called it.
You just call it a Hoover? It's kind of like Kleenex, you know. It's tissue, but we call it. Okay.
I don't think it was a Hoover.
Love 15. Serve is good. Backhand to a Albot forehand inside out. Now runs around. Another inside out forehand. Djokovic backhand up the line to a running forehand. Albot that lands good. Now Albot forehand up the line in behind it. Has a little short volley swinging forehand to a Djokovic backhand pass that lands good. Both guys frustrated at that point. Albot more so. He had a short ball, went a forehand and just kind of rolled it over.
Yeah, it's amazing with some of today's players, Mike, and you would have seen it, witnessed it a number of times. That just the discomfort when they are mid-court. That's just, do they move forward after striking the ball? Do they go back? What velocity, speed do they strike? It amazes me.
Serve here from Albot at love 30, good. Backhand Djokovic, Albot forehand, Djokovic backhand middle. Albot forehand cross, Djokovic goes forehand cross. Albot forehand up the line to a Djokovic backhand middle. Albot forehand cross, Djokovic tracks it down. Albot forehand up the line, Djokovic backhand middle. Sliced from Albot, forehand inside out from Djokovic, backhand middle Albot, Djokovic forehand cross, Albot rolls a forehand cross, drop shot from Djokovic, Albot there, redropper, he's into the net, and it goes back to, listen, it's 3 break chances here for Djokovic, but the lack of real development of transition game, of comfort with volleys, it shows in moments like that.
Yeah, exactly. Albot reaching, he's got good foot speed, doesn't he? And he arrived with more than enough time, but just to arrive with, okay, so what do I do with the ball now?
There's not comfort in that movement forward in the box.
Yeah, there was no reason for him to actually go for such an extreme shot and win the point. I mean, the experience says, why not just bunt it down deep and get ready for the volley?
Play percentages.
Yeah.
Serve ace for Albot up the tee in the love 40. That's the second of the night. Couple of millimeters in on that one. Aryna Sabalenka has gone up a set and a break. I'm sorry, Woody, over the Aussie Priscilla Hans, 6-3, 3-1. 15-40, serve, good. Djokovic forehand cross, running forehand, Albot, good. Djokovic forehand up the line to a backhand slice, Albot. Djokovic backhand slice in behind it, Albot backhand, volley, Djokovic, Albot there, pops it up the line. Djokovic flying for that ball, and he's got it. And he asked the crowd to get loud for really the first time of the night. Novak has his break. He leads 4-3 in the third here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Compilations, Mark Woodforde joining you here on night number 1. And Woody, history made today at the U.S. Open. A single-day attendance record on opening day here at the U.S. Open of 74,641, which is the same number as the unforced errors on the forehand of Radu Albot tonight.
Well, I mean, earlier today I was keeping track on the matches from the confines of our hotel and on TV, and it is remarkable how many people were on the grounds today. And I mean, it's a bumper day. Grounds pass. Look, there are some fantastic matches on Ash, Armstrong, the other show courts, but a grounds pass is the value ticket.
No doubt. It's I said it before, I'll say it again. Fan week, first 4 days, you're set.
Yeah, fan week. I mean, it's why do they call it fan week? Why not qualies week? Why are they? I mean, fans.
Well, because it's not just the qualifying. It is, I should point out, Djokovic serving 4-3, 15 love, now 15 all. Because it's not just qualies. It extends onto Friday and Saturday. Kids' Day is part of it. Friday, no play, but full day of action around the grounds, just not tennis. And that's why it's fan week, because it's all about the fan experience for a total of 7 days. That included, I mean, yesterday, or Sunday, excuse me, yeah, they had hosted practices on the big courts.
Were there plenty of fans on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Oh my
I mean,
gosh,
obviously,
yeah.
on Kids' Day, there is always an enormous amount.
I will show you, my good friend Blair Henley was hosting some of the practices on Ash and on Armstrong, and some of the pictures she was sending me of literally the lower bowls completely packed.
Do they do a Q&A with the players?
Yes.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. Really?
Like, next on the practice court is
and then you talk, hear some autographs, do the whole thing. It's a production, man. We need to get you. Listen, Woody, you are a great of the game. You haven't had to experience it like the rest of us as a fan in how many years? When's the last time you attended an event as a fan?
Well, it's qualies, that's why.
Oh, my. Somebody come get Woody.
I did my time qualies the first year. That was...
Oh, man. Listen, Gil Gross and I, the tennis hipsters as part of the team, just got remarkably offended at what just happened there. It is Djokovic, 40-15, serving from the far side here at 4-3. Serve is good, return is not. It is 5-3 for Novak Djokovic, 1 game away from surviving this one here. Interesting. Djokovic, just a couple of words with the chair umpire Miriam Blythe there as we hit the 2-hour mark on this one. Energy from the legs. Also a very good coaching tip.
Well, as I've said a few times, he could use his feet as a strength. I feel like he's using it as a defense in this match. And you quite correctly said that most of his career it's been about counter-punching.
Yeah.
But you've got to be able to, I guess, assess who you're playing against and where are areas that I can be effective. And I feel like his foot speed, if he was willing to actually move towards the net, you've also got to expect you're going to lose a few points playing that way. But I think there's more daylight, there's more chance, opportunity.
No doubt. 15 love as it's missed ball there from Djokovic into the net. Serve is good. Return just misses long. Chris Eubanks, the guy who lost earlier today, the reason he had the big jump at late 22 and into 23 was because he accepted movement forward, learning continental grip skills.
Yep.
Basic stuff that you think kids should be taught 13, 14, 15, 16 when they're making their way through juniors. And if they're able to learn that at an early age and come in as a much more complete player, completely changes the game. It's shocking how poorly it's been taught over the last 15, 20 years. Again, I'm making a gross generalization.
Yes.
I know, but that has been a continuous disappointment that we're just kind of going away from teaching continental grip skills well.
Someone for Chris Eubanks to play that aggressive way, it's a necessity for him to have a backhand slice.
No doubt. and learn how to transition in and actually hit that first volley. He doesn't need to hit 4 volleys. It should be 2 volleys at most and get out. It's game points here for Radu Albot. 3-5-40-15 serve off the net. Get another look at it here.
We should be called the doctors.
I think that's a great plan. That avoids 8 years of medical school, and I get a doctorate. It's like an honorary degree at college.
Yep, the fellas, behind the scenes here, and we should be, termed. Tonight we have the doctors. After Sophie and Sam, here come the doctors.
Well, the guys in the back need a lot more doctoral help. That is for sure. It's a missed volley, speaking of the devil, for Novak Djokovic. He's going to have the opportunity to close this out on his terms here in just a second, as he will serve at 5-4, and that serve has been an adventure. Interesting to see Priscilla Hahn, actually, who is down a set and a break. Oh, she just got the break back. Good news for you, Woody. She just got the break back, so we're back level. So we're going to go over there after we hear from Novak, after he potentially closes this out. She just got a sushi delivery.
Was that Arena or Priscilla?
That was Priscilla.
It was Priscilla.
Yeah.
I did see that on the little snack. She's intending to be here for 3 sets.
I can't blame her. I love that attitude. A little positive sushi reinforcement. My daughter, big sushi fan, she made us eat sushi for dinner and all 4 nights that we were here in New York together. All 4 nights.
Not on site?
Not on site.
Oh, you went to Nobu in the city?
Nobu. I don't have your money, Woody.
You are on a big salary, doctor.
I went to Nobu for the first time in Melbourne this year. Changed my life. I will never be able to eat.
It's a delight, isn't it?
My word. You're in Indian Wells quite a bit. I believe they have one inside the stadium year-round now, right?
We do, yes. Yeah, well, actually, they've altered summer hours. It's not 7 days a week.
Okay.
And at the moment, they're refurbishing the interior, so it is closed, but generally it is open 4 or 5 nights a week during the summer.
I will say, and this is, I don't want to feed into this is elitist stuff here from you, Woody, but the black miso cod was the best piece of food I've ever eaten in my life.
Well, on a night off, when the doctors have an evening session off, we shall
we'll do it
at Nobu.
Chip return as Djokovic serving for the match. Did it catch the back of the line with the short ball forehand? Yes, it did. 5-4-15 love for Novak Djokovic, and this post-match interview is going to be really fascinating here. A couple points away, 3 points away now is Novak serving from the near side. You hear from the crowd. And so Novak pulls off for just a second. Again, Miriam Blay, our chair umpire, trying to step in. Get the crowd to quiet just a little bit. Plenty of time on the serve clock with the pause. Serve netted. Looks like he will finish below 50% for the night. He's at 45 right now. Second serve upcoming for Djokovic. That is good. Albot forehand to a Djokovic forehand up the line. Albot backhand cross is into the net. It's 30 love. Listen, we talked about the serve percentage. He's won a very good percentage on the first. 75% for the night, 92% here in this set. And more importantly, winning about 60% of his second serve points here. 2 points away. Serve good. Up the tee. Chip return. Djokovic backhand. Oh my word. From 6 feet away from the net. Misses into the net. A wry smile on his face. Plenty of stuff to work on here over the next couple of days, which I suppose from a coaching standpoint is a positive.
Yeah, exactly. The only direction that you're going to go is up.
I'd hope so. 30-15 at 5-4. Toss, serve, good. Backhand from Albot, short. Forehand from Djokovic. Running lob from Albot will miss long. We have arrived at a match point. Novak Djokovic will have 2 looks at it. And the crowd on their feet, everybody with the phones out, wanting to make sure they got the match point of this match. Miriam Blay again trying to get everybody back into their seats and quiet. Toss, serve. netted. Second serve upcoming for Novak Djokovic on this match point. Toss, serve, good. Albot return. Djokovic had about 2 steps into the court, and that return finds his feet.
It's unusual to see his movement, which usually is silky, isn't it?
Yes.
And that one, the feet were cemented, his butt stuck out and bent from the waist down. It just very un-Djokovic-like.
So now 40-30. Match point once again. Serve, good. Chip return into the net. Novak Djokovic, not pretty, but he's through. Scoreboard looks great, and that's all that matters. 2, 2, and 4. Novak Djokovic, big smile on his face as he moves into the second round. Turns and looks at this crowd, puts his hands into the air, waves to this crowd. Not a big smile on his face. His team is up on their feet as well, but they look pretty concerned, Woody, and I think you would understand why. Just not the best, but again, winning in straight sets, never a bad thing.
It certainly isn't, and perhaps the mindset is that he recognised Albot just doesn't have the game. You can never count your chickens before you actually play the match, but that was certainly a very welcome first round for Djokovic. Certainly didn't play his best tennis. We highlighted the unforced errors, and the serve was rather shabby, first serve percentage into play, but he gets through, and I think there will be a step up in his level in the next round.
We're going to hear from Novak with James Blake in a second, but to your point, Woody, those numbers, 23 winners for Novak, 40 unforced errors, a -17.
Yep.
Radu Albot has left the court. A couple of high fives for fans in that alleyway.
And also 6 of 16 break points.
Oh, boy.
There's a plethora of break points in the match, and just had trouble timing the ball.
Radu Albot almost went out the wrong door. I think he was making sure he's in the right hallway to get back to his locker room. And interesting to see where his year continues from here, considering he's at about 138 in the world. Likely to play some more challengers. That goal is to make sure he gets into Australian Open main. Has essentially 2.5 months to get that ranking into the top 100. Again, I mentioned earlier, he's been going through ATP Tour level qualifying. Wouldn't shock me to see him play a few more challengers down the stretch. The watch goes on for Novak Djokovic. That means he's on camera here in the next couple of minutes. And let's hear from Novak Djokovic with James Blake.
Seems like every time you step on a court these days, you're setting new records. I don't know if you even know about this one, but you are now the all-time winningest male player on this court. How does it feel to play on this court so often and to be so effective here?
Thank you. I was not aware of it, to be honest with you. I didn't get a chance to see the video. I was too late, but thank you. Thank you very much. It's the biggest stadium, definitely the loudest stadium that we have in the history of our sport, and the night sessions are best in the world here in Arthur Ashe. Ever since the roof was introduced, I think it became even louder. Electric atmosphere, incredible energy, and obviously with some new rules of this year that the crowd is able to move around. There's a lot of things happening on the court, and we are clocking the midnight right now. I love playing night sessions, but maybe not this late, but nevertheless, it was a great fun, and I want to thank everybody for staying in. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
All right, we'll try to wrap this up quickly. Just one more question. Part of that record is the longevity. 37 years old, you look like you're moving like you're 21 years old. How do you do this for this long?
There's not one, word or secret that would probably describe it all. I think it's just a a way of life, way to approach my professional tennis career. I was fortunate early on in my life to really be surrounded with some very knowledgeable, passionate people that were kind enough to share their guidance with me, for years. That taught me very early on that, prevention equals longevity. So stretching, warm up, everything that I do early on in my life will come back to me later on in the career. And, obviously the body is one part, the, mentality, I guess the emotional, mental aspect is something on the other side. You got to find the optimal balance between the two. And I'm still enjoying myself to compete. I'm very self-critical on the court, at times very frustrated, but in the end of the day, this sport gave me so much, and me continuing to play, and I guess giving 100% every time I step out on the court is, paying back to this wonderful sport.
Well, these fans appreciate all the hard work you've done. Now go get some rest and good luck.
Wanted a little bit more there from Novak. I really wanted the analysis of that match, and I don't think we got it in that interview, but you could tell, obviously, not thrilled, Novak there. And I'm going to disagree with James. I don't think Novak moved particularly well today. I think the post-match press conference is probably where I'm going to get some of the quotes that I kind of want to hear after a match like that from Novak Djokovic, Woody.
Well, maybe there might be a bit more openness as he goes in to face some of the media.
Yeah.
That I'm sure might be willing to probe him a little more excessive than what James, seemed to be celebrating. Of course, we want to celebrate.
No doubt.
Novak, and we saw on some of the T-shirts that he's signing that, his face is adorned with a crown on his head, King Djokovic. Certainly wasn't a princely performance tonight, but there's plenty of time for that to come.
And I think it will come. You definitely heard as you hear. We have moved over to Armstrong right now as Aryna Sabalenka serving right now 4-2 in the second with Priscilla Hahn. They've traded breaks here over the last couple of minutes, Sabalenka and Hahn, and you could hear just a little bit of annoyance with how late it is, and maybe just how long he had to wait to get onto court tonight, again for a first hard court match, and the crowd being what it was. Clearly, it's showing discomfort. Yeah. That's all I want to say.
It happens.
Yes.
It's not unusual. He's been through this before. Perhaps as you get older, I know I certainly recognize that as I got into 34, 35 years of age, you became a little more prickly over situations that perhaps in your 20s you were willing to just let slide by.
Exactly right. We bring you inside Armstrong. You heard there very much from Aryna Sabalenka, who took a short forehand, punished it into the ad corner. It has been testy here in this second set. First set went to Sabalenka 6-3. Chance here to make it 5-2. Serving from the near side. Toss goes up for Sabalenka. Serve is well wide. Didn't even get to the doubles alley, trying to go out wide there. She actually turns away from the court right now to pause, gather her breath, rolls her eyes. Now ready for her second serve. Toss is up. It's a high one. Second is good. Hahn with the backhand middle. Sabalenka forwarding to a Hahn. Backhand slice. Sabalenka backhand cross. Hahn goes backhand cross. Sabalenka backhand middle. Hahn backhand cross. Misses wide. Sabalenka fought off a couple of break chances there. She's on the precipice as she gets it to 5-2 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation and Mark Woodforde bringing you home. We are technically on to day number 2. Past midnight. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would. Finish before midnight would be handy.
Not in New York, would he?
Is Nobu still open for us?
Oh, my God. Priscilla Hahn serving here. 2-5 in the second. Serve is good. Forehand from Sabalenka is crushed. Hahn can't come up with the backhand.
Yeah, and that's been a feature in this match, trying to keep eye on the fortunes of Priscilla. It's so offensive, isn't it? It's crushing the returns from Sabalenka. When she misses her first serve, the Australian, Sabalenka is just motoring those returns.
Forehand from Hahn up the line for 15-all. And to that point here in the second set, Priscilla Hahn serving 32%, 7 of 22. That's not going to get the job done.
No, and that's what Sabalenka, I mean, her aura, it is so big, isn't it? She doesn't give you any breathing space. There's a lovely serve and +1, the forehand by Hahn.
Yeah, very not demure, very not mindful. Aryna Sabalenka, a lot of power there.
It's intimidating.
It is. So 30-15 here in this 2-5 service game. Hour and 15 minutes into this one. Serve Hahn, good, it's an ace. Third of the night for Priscilla Hahn, the 26-year-old. Came into this week at 203 in the world, career high at 118. Just the second time she's played in the main draw here in New York. Serve good. Sabalenka back into a Hahn backhand middle. Sabalenka big inside out forehand. No chance that Hahn comes up with that. That is the 13th forehand winner of the night for Aryna Sabalenka. Listen to these numbers. 25 winners, just 16 unforced errors for Aryna here on the night. +9 in that regard. Hahn at 40-30, serve off the net and wide. Second serve for Hahn in an all-black number. Serve good. Sabalenka backhand is netted. Both of them with fully black numbers here on the night.
Is this the evening outfit for Sabalenka? Is she one of those?
I don't know the answer to
Nike
that.
players that have a day outfit
and a night one.
Yeah,
I guess we'll have to find out.
Some of the
Wednesday.
Nike athletes that they
Yes.
have done in the past.
I think she's earned that right at this stage.
Yeah.
26-year-old comes in as the world number 2. Serve is long as she's serving for the match. 39 wins on the year, 4th most on tour. Second serve for Sabalenka. It is good. On forehand misses long. Looking to become the first woman to win both hard court slams since, Woody. I'm going to let you see if you can come up with that one. You think about it for a second. I'll call the action here at 15 Live. First woman to win the AO and the US Open in the same year. The last one to do it. Serve out wide is wide.
Kim Clijsters?
No.
In that era?
No, a little bit after that. Second serve from Sabalenka. That is good. Backhand from Hahn middle. Sabalenka backhand cross. Hahn digs it out but misses well long.
One of the Williams sisters?
No. 8 years ago.
8 years ago. Oh.
From a European country. Sabalenka 2 points away. 5-3, 30 love. Toss. Serve. Well long. Going kick or tee there. Second serve for Sabalenka. It's been 5 years since her last loss to somebody 200 plus in the rankings. Serve good. Hahn rolls the forehand to a Sabalenka forehand cross. Chipped back. Sabalenka another short forehand goes cross. Hahn can't chip that one back. Too good, too big from Aryna Sabalenka at match points. Last chance for a guess.
Can you give me the country?
Germany.
Miss Kerber.
That's correct. Angie Kerber, 2016. Match points, Sabalenka. Toss is high, serve is good, ship return lands short. Sabalenka forehand cross. Nice way to finish there. As Aryna Sabalenka through in straight set, 6-3, 6-3 over Priscilla Hahn. 1 hour, 19 minutes, quick handshake. And Sabalenka gets back onto the court. Thanks this crowd for sticking around post midnight. Kisses to them. She's through to the second round.
Yeah, another victory for Sabalenka to start off the tournament. I'm not sure of their head-to-head record, whether Hon and Sabalenka have played each other before, but
one time in Mumbai, 2017.
Okay, some years ago, and Sabalenka since then is probably, you know, her powerful game has taken hold, and Hon still trying to claw her way into belonging in the main draw of these Grand Slams. But it's just a nice start for someone like Sabalenka, who has the whole idea of being here at the back end of the 2 weeks, where Priscilla Hon probably quite overjoyed that she participated in the main draw.
So Priscilla Hon going to sign a few autographs as she leaves the court. Sabalenka getting everything ready, and going to go out there with my good friend Blair Henley, always with a big smile on her face for a post-match interview. Let's hear from Blair and our winner, Aryna Sabalenka.
Aryna, first round matches can be tricky, especially when you're playing a qualifier who's coming in with matches under her belt. What positives are you taking away from this performance tonight?
Well, I think even though I didn't play my best tennis, I think I was fighting for every point, and I was trying to use kind of like any strokes which was working today, and I was just trying to use it all. And yeah, I'm happy that even though I didn't feel my best on court today, I was able to win this match in straight set, especially against someone like her, a very tricky player. She played really aggressive, great tennis today, and yeah, wasn't easy facing her in the first round.
You had a shoulder issue earlier this summer and then got right back on the horse, winning in Cincinnati. Was that time away helpful in terms of coming in fresh?
I mean, yeah, definitely. That was much needed for me, and I took everything I could from that little pause, little kind of like rehab time, and yeah, hopefully it's gonna play well for me. And of course, thank you guys for staying that late, and thank you so much for all the support. Yeah, it was really amazing playing in front of you all. Thank you.
Aryna, before we let you go, the team TikTok game started well about a day ago. You guys were in the gym getting some work done. I need to know some more details. Who is the creative director? Who is writing the scripts? And what can we expect the rest of this 2 weeks?
I mean, my fitness coach, definitely my fitness coach. Jason is the creative one. I mean, guys, obviously, of course, me, I'm pushing them so hard. I have their passport, and if they're not going to do it, I'm not going to give their passport back, so that's the deal.
All right, well, we're following you on the court and on TikTok as well. Let's hear it one more time for Aryna Sabalenka.
What are you following her on TikTok?
I don't have TikTok.
Guy has a Novu,
Should I?
but doesn't have TikTok.
Should I?
Yeah, should. It's a nice way to wind down at the end of the day. I'll show you as we get on the bus in a little bit. We're going to take a short break, come back, wrap things up here on night number 1. US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, it's been a fun day number 1 here, the 2024 U.S. Open. Technically, competition day number 5, because we include qualifying.
Fan week.
Fan week.
It's qualies week.
I said competition day 5.
Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. Is there anything, Woody, that really stuck out to you today in any way, shape, or form in this first day in terms of a big picture? I think the court's playing about what we expect here at the U.S. Open, medium fast. Conditions seem about right. Humid today, but it felt like a lot of the big names that you expect just kind of got through on day 1.
Probably the one result that spoke loudly for me was Holger Rune losing in straight sets. That was a very, well, put it succinctly, a dismal performance. Not to take anything away from Nakashima, who has had this revitalized boost to his 2024 season and playing some fine tennis.
That's also been a very good matchup for him. He only lost 5 games in their previous match as well.
Right. So that one, I felt like if it had been a reverse, maybe I wouldn't have flagged it. But to see Rune just really look disinterested. Nakashima played extremely solid and Rune had no answer.
Yeah, and I think the coaching situation there probably plays a role for Holger Rune. And I maybe the back end of the season is about a little bit of soul searching and finding a coach that's going to guide him in the right direction. But I think, that might be the disappointing one. But we get into the top half tomorrow of both of our draws and some really interesting matchups. Jannik Sinner plays second on tomorrow on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And after everything over the last week, I'm fascinated to see how he responds. Is it going to be one of those things that you can tell that the situation is weighing on him, or does he want to use the tennis as an outlet to kind of escape it?
Yeah, very curious. So, every match that he plays here, assuming that he does win multiple matches, it's going to be asked. It's going to be probed. And I was curious to hear Darren Cahill's comments, a fellow Adelaidean, and he was saying that you'll notice a difference in Jannik since this episode came up at Indian Wells, how different his approach has been on the court. But we, as interested spectators, will notice a difference, that this has now been cleared, alleviated, it's in the past. I didn't notice anything hanging over the head of Jannik Sinner since Indian Wells. Either. So, but someone, that as close as what Darren is to Jannik, and obviously sees him every day, maybe it was noticeable to him. But I think it is going to be fascinating to see how, he comes up against Mackie McDonald. He's going to have some balls struck past him. Mackie's going to take time. Hopefully he plays true. He's going to take time away from Jannik. We'll see. And the conditions during the day might be beneficial for Mackie McDonald.
The lineup tomorrow, I got to be honest, is probably a little bit better than today in terms of some of these matches. I'm gonna just read some of them to you, and we're not going to spend a lot of time here. Ostapenko, Osaka.
Love it. I can't wait for that one.
Danielle Collins, Caroline Dolehide. What could be Danielle Collins' last match here at the U.S. Open.
Danger match for Danielle,
Tsitsipas, Kokkinakis.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Go Kokkinakis.
Let's see. Zhang Draper is one that is like a tennis hipster match that I think a lot of people are going to want to watch tomorrow. Bellucci, who's playing some great tennis right now. Stan Wawrinka.
Bellucci.
Mattia. Okay, I'll get you updated on that one.
Yeah.
Raducanu Kenin. You're not buying on that one?
Well, I just think, Raducanu is just, they go crazy. She wins a match and they think she's going to win another Grand Slam. So I just,
The pressure she's been placed under is a lot. That's, again, a topic for a podcast that you and I probably need to do. Night features tomorrow. Again, I'm going to read off 3 of them here for you.
See, this is where we could be, putting a bandage over some of these players. The doctors. Where we can provide medicine for these matches. But go on, yes.
Andreescu Paolini.
Oh, beauty.
Love it.
Yeah.
Sonego Paul.
That one is that offers plenty.
And then, this one, not mentioning the match we're going to do,
Shelby Rogers potentially playing her last match tomorrow with Jess Pegula. I hope she gets to represent herself well after what has been a very good career over the years.
I think Shelby should, play that one in the locker room out with Jess. This is my last tournament. I can't not lose my first round. I think it would be fantastic to try and get into the psyche of Jessie Pegula.
And more importantly, the doctors will be back in the office tomorrow, 7 o'clock.
Calling an Adelaidean, a fellow Adelaidean, Lee 2.
Great kid.
Really
Lovely
nice kid. I actually took him away in Junior Davis Cup when he was 15.
Well, did you take his passport away too, like Arena Sabalanka?
I did not. I actually told him that he needed to quit joking around as we were doing some drills.
Interesting.
He didn't really like that I kind of came down on him and said, pull your socks up.
Well, he's buckled down and seems to be joking less and playing some pretty good tennis coming through qualifying. He gets Carlos Alcaraz tomorrow.
And it'll be interesting you say about this, the way some of these matches unfolded. The same for Alcaraz. How is he going to bounce back through what hasn't been just a pleasant trip in the US so far?
Exactly right. But we will be on the call with Mark Lucero tomorrow night, 7 o'clock for that. But US Open Radio, of course, will resume tomorrow. 10:30 start. Dave Leno, Patricia He will get the day started with that Collins Dolehide match, Tsitsipas and Kokkinakis among others, and just great tennis throughout our day two. So for Claude in the back, he's been running the 1s and 2s. We've got Kenny, Jim, and Braxton back there as well.
To them.
There's a new young man. I think his name's Ryan. I don't know him yet. I feel like I've got to get there.
He spent a lot of time eating when we arrived tonight.
He got some good snacks, a lot of good snacks, and I'm going to have to take him up on that a little bit later. They've been doing all the work. Woody, it's been fun as always, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
Good night, Doctor.
Mike Cation signing off. You've been listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.